You can lie to your spouse.
So can they lie in the context of, for example, if one says, I sense that you've got a second wife, can he say, no, I don't?
Yes, you can. You can say that.
You can say that.
Yes, I personally believe this. Islamically, there is no problem in a man getting married to another woman in misyar without the first wife's knowledge. There's actually, I've not seen one solitary difference of opinion in any of the 14 generations of Islam. It's not there.
Which is?
Any scholar saying that no, a woman needs to know, she needs to tell her, doesn't exist. Yeah. Islamically, there is no problem in a man getting married to another woman in misyar without the first wife's knowledge. There's actually, I've not seen one solitary difference of opinion in any of the 14 generations of Islam. It's not there.
Which is?
Any scholar saying that no, a woman needs to know, she needs to tell her, doesn't exist. Yeah.
Peace, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you guys are enjoying your secret marriages and mistreating your wives. And hope you had as much of an interesting week as I have had. It's been definitely an amazing week. I'm wondering if you guys can hear everything well, if you can see everything. Is everything looking good? What's up, Turkey? How you doing? Peace, JS. God willing, but we'll see. Sister Lynn, meow. How you doing? Papa Mehdi, how you doing, brother? Echo, yeah, he is. He's actually. How's everyone doing? Peace and welcome. It's been definitely an interesting week. We started with a decent debate with Naveed, where it was a very eye-opening on what kind of I was overlooking for a very long time, and it was definitely a preview on how a certain type of people think. I don't want to say the word cult, but I don't want to be a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist. Peace, brother. How you doing? Just 1 second. And yeah, so it's been an interesting week. And then I was watching Baba Shuaiba from the Correctional Officer channel. And then I was seeing my father being insulted for some reason. So I definitely that one took me as a shock. So I made a video, and subhanAllah, it lined up at the same time when Hamad Hijab was going through a certain controversy. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why I do these videos, I do this whole channel, it's not for my fame. Like, if it was for my fame, I don't know. I believe I have the no, and this is by God's permission. I have what it takes to make funny videos. I have a persona that people like to watch. I have extensive knowledge in cars and computers and things of that nature, where you are a lot more. It's a lot easier to go viral. And if it was about me going virals and likes, I could have picked a topic which does not come with so much heat and so much debating and arguing and death threats and all these other weird things that come with this particular topic. And I could have been cashing out a lot more. Okay. So people make a lot of accusations and stuff thinking that I'm doing this for my own ego. Right. No, I'm doing this because it's literally the name of my channel. I came from God, and you came from God, and everyone came from God, and to Him we will return. So the purpose of my channel is to serve my Lord. And the best way I found that I can serve my Lord in a public channel is to dedicate it back to Him, instead of dedicating it to one of His. I'm not saying that it's wrong, but I'm saying that the best form is to call towards the religion of God, instead of making videos about topics that you enjoy or things that you know that people are going to click. In fact, with computer programming nowadays, and especially what you have with AI, you can have viral channels without you even recording your face. And you don't even have to do much, because it will go find the viral topics for you, and then it will create a script for you, and then it will record a faceless script, and there you go. Bunches clickbait, and you get a lot of views and a lot of whatever. So I'm not into this whole what people are trying to assume about me. And But the thing is, the thing that I realized is there is the concept that when you do come into this Quran alone, and this is a good segue to our sermon today, when you do find the truth and you find yourself sitting with the book of God, and the only thing that you have is you, this internet that's in front of you, which is an encyclopedia, big, vast amount of information available to you at your fingertips. And especially nowadays, you don't even have to go open many books. You just go ask an artificial intelligent agent and it just replies to you with what it knows, and then you can go verify. It's literally pointing to you where you need to go and check your sources. It makes things very easy, right? And in this day and age, when you do approach the Quran alone, yes, people are coming up with their own understandings. They're trying to attach their own experiences. They come with a whole set of baggages, but that existed since the time that the Quran came. Right after the Prophet, you could see in many books, people are coming up with their own interpretations of what they understand, and they slowly push forward with what they think. But at the end of the day, it's within God's hands, the true interpretation of the book. But before we start getting, how you guys doing? It's been a great week, in my opinion, and hopefully there's more to come. So let me just catch up with some of the comments. Turkey is here. What do you think about Muhammad hijab? What is there to think? The man obviously he's showing a lot of signs of what God doesn't want us to be. Okay, so the point of the religion is not like Islamic religion, as I like to call it, did not start with Prophet Muhammad. I mean, people like to assume like Islam started when Prophet Muhammad came and he built the first mosque in Islam and all this other nonsense that they come with. Islam existed way before Prophet Muhammad, and Islam is a type of mentality. It's an inclination. We follow the creed of Abraham. We follow the inclinations of Abraham. So there's a certain way of thinking and doing things. I myself, I do believe that I try my best. I can't say that. I do try to stick to the inclinations of Abraham from what I can. And my shortcomings, I hope God forgives me. But that does not necessitate for you now to become a doormat for people. It does not necessitate for you to become a person that's a pushover. You know, it's not if you feel that you're being just that way and you're completely forgiving. No, because one thing that is extremely clear, as God said in the Quran, we're not in a state of peace in the world. We find inner peace. We can find peace within our communities, but we are at a state of war. We have a common enemy. That enemy is the devil. Doesn't matter what creed, religion you want to follow, what race you are, what color your dad's skin is, or whatever car you're driving, or however rich or poor you are. The enemy is still the same common enemy. And as God says, he's an enemy, and he's going to come to you from your left and your right and behind you and in front of you. And every time you try to get close to God, he's going to show his ugly face in the way that he shows his ugly face. So this is something that we need to always keep in mind, that we're constantly under attack. So it's not a state of peace here per se, it's a state of war. But when you start to think that you are heaven bound no matter what, and you start to embody the things that God does not like arrogance, lying, deception, teaming up just because it's part of your cult, all of these things God doesn't like. And God doesn't like when you say things that you have not done. And if it's regards to this specific individual, Muhammad hijab, he's been lying about God a lot. He's been making a lot of money from the word of God, Qur'anly and all these other apps where he sells the word of God. So what is there to think other than he needs to repent and fix himself? And obviously now he's getting caught because like this is something that I want people to understand. So if you are truly a person who believes in the Quran and you say you follow the good Prophet Muhammad and you are upholding the Quran, you don't find yourself being put into situations later where you're part of a scandal, where you've committed an action where people are now going to humiliate you and disgust you, like be disgusted by you, because you just simply have these limits that God has put upon you that you don't cross. But if your limits are wishy-washy, or you don't really have that fear of God, and then you start doing things of, for some reason, it seems like of a sexual nature, most of them, then you're just in trouble, right? And that's something that is obvious. But ladies and gentlemen, peace. Pardon me, how you doing? Jake? Yeah, he is. To a certain extent. Obviously, we're not going to agree to everything. I would have loved to have a discussion with him. A few people did reach out on my behalf to him, but it seems like he did not like my material or something, and he chose not to engage with me. That's fine. But it would be very nice to have a conversation with him. Shalom, bro. Peace, Ashley. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a good place to start. So, first of all praise to our Lord. Exalted is the Lord who gave us this opportunity for us to meet, hopefully on a consistent way, for us to conduct these sermons, this remembrance of our Lord, to try to get closer to Him, to get closer to the Word, which essentially will get close, which help us get closer to Him. Exalted is the Lord who provided us these attributes of who He is for us to understand Him and to start to learn from the default state that God is, which is mercy and forgiveness and love and compassion, and to be this steadfast and understanding, and His door of repentance is always open for those that turn around. Thank the Lord who gave us this opportunity for us to be a community, whether online and offline, to really observe the Word of God together and to praise Him for all the blessings and all the greatness that God keeps giving us on a daily basis. Blessed is He and exalted is He above all those lies that people attribute to Him, and exalted is He above all the entities and ideas that they like to attribute to the good Lord. And all praise to Him. And I hope God accepts from us what we are trying to achieve here. Now, when people do jump into the Quran alone, and they realize that there's been a lot of lies and there's a lot of issues that are happening in the Islamic, let's say the Islamic stage, and all the other religions, the people that divided and became sectarians. As you see, the thing that is the problem is the actual people dividing. Now, there are very significant verses in regards to this specific thing, where people are dividing, sometimes because the knowledge is coming in between them. And what God states is that people sometimes divided is just because they started to use the knowledge as a way to hurt each other. So they try to twist the verses so that they try to show that the other person is not a good person. So they start to throw these verses in a way where they're trying to pull the person down and see, God is calling you a kafir. No, it's just you trying to divide, and you trying to use the word of God in a way where God did not authorize you to, in a way where you want to get at your brother's throat. Now, there are some verses that I want to discuss, and then we can show you how, truthfully, the people who are being sincere and trying to approach the word of God, God has solved all these differences that people come up with, all these things that people are suffering with. And now we've got to a point where I'm having discussions with people. It's like saying, oh, there's so many permutations. It's called the infinite permutation complex or syndrome or whatever he wants to say. And therefore now you have to accept my sheikh's permutation, because who are you compared to my sheikh? And that's not how the religion ever was. God is telling us to use our reason. God is telling us to refer back to His word. God is telling us that He brought down the book so that God can judge between us in regards to what we used to differ in. So when we are coming up with interpretations that is not aligning with the person next to me, this is clearly something that's a difference. One of us could be wrong, right, usually, and sometimes both of us can be wrong. But obviously, this does not necessitate for us now to cut each other's religion and to start to push people away and break bridges and all of the things that are coming with what God has told us to do in the religion. Now, one second. So the first verse that I want to bring up on the screen is the verse here, I believe in chapter 13. No, sorry, chapter, the one I want to go with is the one in chapter 42, verse 13. God states, He has legislated for you of the religion which He advised to Noah, and which we have inspired to you, Prophet Muhammad, and which we advised to Abraham, Moses, and Jesus, that establish the religion and do not separate therein. It is difficult for the polytheists or the mushriks what you invite them thereto. God chooses whomever He wills to guide whoever repents to Him, and guides whoever repents to Him. Now, this is the verse that I want us to focus on. And when God says, and they did not separate except after what has come to them of the knowledge out of injustice between them. So they used the knowledge as a way to kind of hurt each other. So to cause that division. But God is also saying something that is very important. And if it not a word has proceeded from your Lord for a fixed time, He would have judged between them. So God is also giving, like the words have already been said to you in regards to how to fix these differences. So if someone is coming with an interpretation, the word has already been issued. God knows these like different interpretations that people are going to come up with, which are flawed and wrong. And God has given enough proof in the book for us to see what the good explanation is, or what the right explanation is, or to dispel the person in the other on the other side. And sometimes there's not specific and direct verses, but rather the Arabic language is good enough to dispel what that person says. So, for example, if someone comes to me and he says that there's a verse talking about Job, he has to carry his muddled experiences, and then go talk to the world about his muddled experiences. Yet the word that he's using for muddled is doth in Arabic, which fine, he wants to say it's muddled, but it's not Job's muddled experiences, because it should have been dothek. There should have been a pronoun attached to that word, but it's not there. So that person explanation to me failed because of just basic Arabic. And now God states that if it was not a word has proceeded from your Lord for a fixed term, He would have judged between them. Indeed, those who inherited the book after them are in doubt thereof, being suspicious. So, and this is exactly what we're experiencing. The people divided, Sunnis, Shias, on all this other stuff. And then we've inherited the book, the Quran. And people are now coming up with these interpretations, while the people who are like trying to come into either the Quran alone or trying to also attach to themselves in the Quran, they become doubtful. It's just because of all these differences that people are coming up with. Because they don't take the time and investigate the book and give it its due course and due diligence for them to really understand what God is expressing, so that these differences can be put to rest. It does require for you to step off your high horse and to admit when you're wrong. It does require for you to change your position and stance, and it does not make you a less of a human being. In fact, it can make you a better human being if you are capable of actually shedding away from the falsehood that some people love to hold on as if it's what the rope of God is. And speaking about rope of God, God is telling us as well in chapter 3, verse 103, O you have believed, reverence God as He deserved to be reverenced, and do not die except while you are submitters. وَاعْتَصِمُوا بِحَبْلِ اللَّهِ جَمِيعًا وَلَا تَفَرَّقُوا. And stick to the rope of God altogether, and do not be separated. So even if we have these differences that the book is causing us to have because of these slight differences, someone does not want to say that the book is telling you to perform an actual prayer at certain times while maintaining your spiritual prayers throughout the day. But God is telling you about the standing of a prayer, or the performance of the prayer, or the establishment of the prayer. If you do not see it that way, and you think that it's just a spiritual connection or a spiritual communication with God, or whatever you want to say that it's a communion, then you still have to stick to the rope of God. You are definitely incorrect, because the book dispels you. But I know this is a discussion that will require a lot of verses, and it will require a lot of explanations to show your downfall. But if you don't want to accept what God is saying, and you truly believe that you are guided to what God has said, you can't sit there and now use these verses as a way to kill the person next to you. You explain to them and you still stay as a community. You still stay as a brother. And it is extremely clear for the people in a debate to see the person who wants to segregate and separate away. So it's very nice to talk about concepts like, where is Mecca? Where is the world flat, or is the world flat, or is the world a globe as a shape? Or what about ritual and non-ritual? It's extremely easy to sit and debate these for 8 hours, especially if two people, their heads are very sure about what they're saying. But at the end of the debate, it shouldn't be a reason for you to go to like, oh, you don't believe in a flat earth, you're going to hell. Excuse me, that's now you're trying to separate from me and segregate in the community. So now we have the Quran alone movement who say that the world is flat, and then the ones who say the globe, and there's no coherence between them. Oh, we have people who believes in rituals and people that don't believe in rituals, and now there's no coherence between them. There's a disconnect. Why? Because the non-ritual people want to insult the people who do rituals. So these concepts is you letting go of the verse of the rope of God that God wants us to hold. And remember the blessings of God upon you when you were enemies, and He united your hearts and you became brothers by His blessing. And you were on the edge of the pit of the fire, then He saved you from it. God thus clarified to you His verses, perhaps you will be guided. So the guidance here is not knowing the book 100%. The guidance here is accepting that you are going to get to a level where this is your ability of knowing what God has said. And then you are going to have a few differences between the people, but you do not let that difference, you do not let those interpretations come between you and your brothers in a sense where now you are trying to cause hurt to each other, where you want to now make these expositions and stuff. Obviously, some people are going to say some really crazy stuff where somebody needs to explain to the public why this person is a problem. But if the person still wants to persist what he wants to do, if it does not have any physical harm on another group of people, or if he's not inciting for violence in certain people or certain races or certain entities, then there's no point to sit and try to bury him constantly. God tells us to fight until there is no fitna, confusion. So if someone is trying to cause division, that's the time when I'm going to fight until you stop. And when you stop, I'm done. So this is something that me and my good brother, Baba Shuaib, we exercise. Where if you want to have your interpretation, that's between you and your Lord, and whatever, that you're at the end of the day, you're standing for yourself. I cannot force my religion on you, nor are you going to force your interpretation on me, nor am I going to force you to do what I want, and you're not going to force me with, and we can call each other certain names, but at the end of the day, if you are going to take shots, I have to answer. And if you're taking shots at other brothers and sisters, I'm going to have to answer until you subside and you're subdued. And now you're quiet and you're back to having this concept of peace. Because it's easier for a system or an organization to be very strong against external pressures. But internal pressures, if the weakest bond breaks, then the system is broken. As people say, that the chain is as strong as its weakest link. So we have to make sure our weakest links between us are still linked, because that's how God wants us to be. As He says in the Quran, that God loves those that fight in the cause of God, in the name of God, to be like close brothers, close knitted. So if the fight is spiritual, is the fight physical, if the fight is mental, whatever it is against our external pressures, we should still be close and together. Now, obviously, we can start going through some of these explanations. God states in chapter 3, verse 7, هو الذي أنزل, I just want to make sure you guys see it. Yep. هو الذي أنزل عليك الكتاب منه آيات محكمات هن أم الكتاب وأخر متشابهات. He, God, is the one who revealed the book to you, of which are precise signs. They are the source of the book, while other verses are similar. As for those in whose heart is deviation, they will then follow what is similar thereof, seeking discord and seeking its interpretation. But they do not know its interpretation except God. I don't agree with the translation here where Shu'aib says, as well as those deeply in knowledge. But I believe it says, they do not know its interpretation except God. The deeply rooted in knowledge will say we believe in it. All is from our Lord, but only of those of intelligence will remember. I understand why Shu'aib translated it the way that he did, which I don't believe that it's concise with the Arabic, but I'll tell you why Shu'aib said this the way that he did. The way that the people who are deeply rooted in knowledge are capable of understanding closer to what the interpretation is. Why? Because if somebody comes with an ambiguous interpretation of a verse where he is showing a sickness in their heart and deviation, and they were causing discord, the people who are rooted in knowledge, who are extremely knowledgeable of the book, they're capable of dispelling those interpretations. But the verse here in Arabic, it's saying that only God knows its interpretation, and that's the truth. Nobody knows the whole interpretation of the book except God. But the people of knowledge will know the full book is from God. So if someone is coming with an interpretation that is from the ambiguous verses, then you are now stuck at a crossroad where the person of knowledge will sit and understand what the other person is saying, and he has the knowledge behind him to completely dispel that notion. So obviously we had in our debate in regards to this verse here, where there was an individual, Rashad, he claims that if someone dies before the age of 40, then he's going to heaven because 40 is the age of responsibility and the age of maturity and all this other wishy-washy interpretation that he had to a specifically ambiguous verse. There's ambiguity in this verse on why God said 40. And the other ambiguity is why the person is praying the prayer that he's saying. So God is saying is in the verse that is in question, and we advise the human being to be good to his parents. His mother bore him in distaste and gave birth to him in distaste, bearing him and weaning him for 30 months until he reaches his maturity and reaches 40 years. All right. He should say, Lord, assign me to be thankful of your blessings, which you have favored me, and upon my parents, and to act righteous, which you approve and rectify for me among of my offspring. Indeed, I have repented to you, and I am of the submitters. So here the individual reaches, like the clear Arabic is saying, reaches maturity and reaches 40. So maturity, which is where the responsibility comes, is not attached to the age. But God did say the age of 40. But let's look at what the prayer is. The man now reached an age. He's saying, God, help me with the generation before me and help me with the generation after me. God bless the generation before me, his parents, and God help me fix the generation that's after me. Now, we could clearly see in another verse where God states in regards to people praying for their kids, God is also saying, and say, our Lord grant us, this is in chapter 25:74, our Lord grant us from our spouses and our offsprings pleasure to our eyes and make us a forefront for the pious, or leaders for the pious. So this is again, someone is asking in regards to the fixing of their seed, and he's asking to be now a leader for the pious. Not everyone here is going to be a leader for the pious, but this is, we should ask God for us to be a leader for the pious so that God will produce one. Now, you're going to say, well, that doesn't dispel the notion of what the person is saying, or why can't it mean that the person now, the age of responsibility is 40? Because if we go back again to the verse in question, right, where they're claiming about 40 years, okay, the number 40 to them is the significance. But God is telling us about the previous generation and the upcoming generation, and this current generation is the one now talking to God. If we go to chapter 5, verse 26, when the children of Israel, they chose not to fight with Moses, when God told, Moses ordered his people to go fight. He's saying, "O my people, enter the holy land which God has decreed for you, and do not turn away from your backs." They refused. They said, "Oh Moses, we will never enter it as long as those mighty people are therein. So you and your Lord should go fight. Indeed, we'll be here sitting back." Right? And then Moses said, I can only control myself and my brothers, so separate us from the immoral people. And what did God reply? Then indeed it is forbidden for them for 40 years. That's the same number. They will be confused on earth, so do not grieve over the immoral people. So we have the 40 number here. So if someone is coming to tell me that they cannot enter heaven until 40, no. God is talking about generational shifts. So why is it forbidden for 40 years? Because the current generation would be taken away. They would be either the old people or died, and the current new generation who are now just getting born, when they reach 40, it's fresh, brand new blood where they don't have to pay for their parents' crimes, and then they go get the Holy Land, which is what occurred. So the people who were 10, 20 years old when this was occurring, and they were not allowed, and they heard the stories, they were aware of what happened, when they reached 40, 50, 60 ages where they were capable of actually fulfilling the word of God, then it was permitted for them. But why 40 years? That's the generation shift. So at 40, I will technically have a seed by default. I mean, like by general standards, right? Does not necessitate that you have to have kids by 40. But what I'm saying, most people by the age of 40 have kids that are now capable of serving their Lord to a certain degree. And their parents are technically should be quite old at this point. They're 70, 60, 70, 80, 90, and they're on the way to back to God, right? So you are now the generation that should be in control. In fact, this verse right here about 40, it should tell you the ages, the range of what a president should be. It should start around 40 and it should end around 40 ends around 60, 65 if you're pushing it. Because then now you're going into a different generation where they're now old, and God states that they forget a lot and they have their issues. So you see how the Quran itself dispels these notions that people come up with. And let's assume that somebody is talking about secret marriages, and that there's all sorts of things in regards to these secret marriages. Now, God clearly states in the Quran, right, that if you are going to marry many people, right, there is a reason why you're marrying a lot of people, like polygamy. Polygamy is not for your own satisfaction. The reason what God says in chapter 4:3, he goes, and if you fear, you cannot be equitable regarding the orphans. So where's the priority? Orphans. And who are the orphans? Are people who do not have fathers. That's the word yatim in Arabic, right? Because you cannot take care of orphans, then go produce your own seed. Because God says that malu al banin. So the wealth and the kids, the children, those are the two things which are resources in the world for you to actually build for your hereafter. So money is important, and kids are important. Those are the things that God give you as a blessing. But having one wife, you can only produce a certain amount of kids, right? Having two wives, now you have more kids. 3 wives, 4 wives, more children, right? But God is telling you there's a priority, and it's the orphans. And if you can't deal with justly with the orphans, then you are able to marry 2, 3, and 4, as long as one, you're either taking another kid, like taking care of another kid that's already existing, that's your second, third, or fourth wife, or you want to produce more kids because you can afford more wives, you can afford more kids. But now you see the concept, it's not about just having sex and pleasure. There is a purpose, which is the hereafter. And now you do have to disclose it to your wife. Why? Because God states right here in the same verse, but if you fear that you cannot act justly, then one or those your right hand possesses. So why God says that you have to act justly? So one, let me put it very clear for you. There is a verse later where God states that you cannot act justly. It does not mean that you cannot, let me pull up the verse. Bum, bum. And God states that, and you will never be able to act justly between women, even if you desire, even if you try. So do not be partial entirely by inclining to leave her side as if she is suspended. But if you reform and become pious, then indeed God is forgiving and merciful. So God states that you can have 4 wives, right? And you have to be as equitable, as just between them, which is something that you cannot achieve. But God is forgiving and merciful, so he's giving you a tolerance level. But if you're not striving to actually try to be as just as you can, then you failed. You should go back to having 1 wife. Now, it's a very simple concept, what God is saying. If I have to reveal to my second wife that I have a first wife, but I did not reveal it to my first wife, this is not me being just. If the second wife knows about the first wife, but the first wife doesn't know about the second wife, this is not being just. Now, I am as well committing to a girl here, number 2, behind my wife's back. There's children now with wife number 2. I have children with wife number 1. These children, if I die, have an expectation of the inheritance, which is for them to survive. And the wife, in her mind, she is going to deal with this issue of inheritance while she has absolutely no idea what's going on there. And let's go to wife number 2, who has no idea about my wives and kids there. So I would have left them into a position where now they both hate me. And I did not treat them justly, either of them, because they are now have to deal with an issue that I've created, that on the day of judgment, I would have to face both of my wives. And my wives are saying, why did you lie to me? God clearly states in the Quran that on the day of judgment, it is the honesty and the truth is what's going to help you. If you had to sit and listen to people that tell you that you could lie to your wives, nowhere in the Quran, God permits you to lie to anybody. Okay, there's no concept of you're allowed to lie in the religion. If you are being forced to say something about God that is not true and you can't sustain the torture and the pressure, you're not in trouble because of this forcing, this kara that people done on you. But if you are in front of your wife and you're so scared to confront your wife, it's like, hey, I went behind your back and I got a second wife, so you want to lie to her. This is not excusable on the day of judgment. Oh, God gave me the permission to marry 4, but God never gave you the permission to cheat on your wife, because this is essentially what cheating is. So you could put yourself in a wife's shoes, because she's still a human being and she still expects a certain set of dignity and respect, especially from her spouse. So if we are going to go with this understanding, let's assume that God allowed women to have 4 husbands. Imagine you waking up one day and your wife is married behind your back and there's another man in the picture. It is such a crushing experience for the person where they are not capable of recovering from such traumatic events. That's why zina is such a terrible offense. Adultery is such a terrible offense. It's not because 2 people cheated. It's because there's a third party involved. Someone slept with my wife. That I am hurt. Now, I don't care about her. She's obviously someone who shouldn't have been trusted in the first place. But my trust, my dignity, my honor, I was transgressed against. And if I am sleeping on my wife, she's going to be like, he's cheating on me. It's not, secret, not secret. No, this is a form of cheating on me. This is a form of adultery. Just because you think that you're playing lawyer with God and you're having your paperwork, you have cheated on the person and you gave the person the same things as zina. You might say, no, I am legally now covered. My wife could not understand that she has concepts of jealousy. This is the problem that people are dealing with nowadays, which in this day and age, a lot of women, ladies, because of what the society puts on them as a pressure, jealousy is something that's within them. Right? Jealousy is something that they need to deal with, which is not a good trait to have. Yes, God did say that a man can have multiple wives if he can afford it. That's number 1 thing. But number 2, this is something that needs to be discussed right at the beginning of the marriage when you're writing the contract. So a girl can say like, hey, I admit that a man is capable of having 4 wives. I'm not comfortable with it. And if it's something that you would like to pursue, tell me now. So I'm not put into a situation where I have to face with it. I'm not taking away your right, but I am not comfortable with said right because I know myself. I know my limits. I don't want to ask God to go to war, because when God writes to me that I have to go to war, I want to run away. I don't want to be put into a situation where I have to treat another lady equitably, my sister wife, in a way that she is respected because she's my husband's other wife. But if I can't deal justly with her, then I don't want to be put in that position. So simply, I just cannot appreciate, or I cannot tolerate such relationship. So the man at that point would have to say, my wife recognizes that I can have multiple wives, but I am choosing to stay with one wife. That is something that you could put in we're not denying what God has given you. But then there's the other side where it's like, I am okay with you having multiple wives, but I want to know who is the wife that is also going to be part of my family, because I have children and you're going to die, if let's assume before me. So I would like to know who I'm dealing with. So I would like to meet her. And I would like to have also a say in who you can marry and who you can't marry, because I'm literally your wife. These are concepts that should be existing for this polygamous marriages to work. If the wife is in the background, she has absolutely no idea, then at this point you are not upkeeping what God has told you. You have to treat the people fairly. You have to treat the people justly. But there's people now, I've realized some really weird people that want to talk about that like secret marriages, you don't even need witnesses, because God in the Quran, and this is where these interpretations, God in the Quran never specified explicitly that in a marriage contract that you need witnesses. Okay, but any contract within the Quran, it requires witnesses, and this is why you're writing it down. Because we could write something down and I modify it or you modify it. So this is where the witnesses come in play. Now, when it comes down to the marriage, you're not just writing in the marriage contract, by the way. You're not just writing in the marriage contract, this is what I'm going to give her as meher, right? This is what I'm going to pay her as a dowry. That's not the only thing. You have to list the things that you are in agreement to as your roles, as your positions, as what you want to achieve. I'm going to give her as this much as a dowry. Okay, I cannot afford a house at the beginning. I will be aiming to buy you a house, but upon me is to give you a minimum of a rental and to clothe you. I'm okay with you working, but this is the set of hours that I would like you to work. I don't want you to work for 20 minutes. Or the wife says, I don't want to be a working mother. I just want to stay at home and raise children. These are things that could be in the contract at the very beginning where both parties are in full agreement. You don't write your contract in a sense where you're thinking in your mind of a divorce. No, those are things that's not you want to be talking about right in the beginning. What you want to be discussing is the roles that your wife is going to be fulfilling and the roles that you're going to be fulfilling and the limitations of the marriage. Limitations of the marriage in things, I don't want to move away from my parents. So if your job requires you to move a lot, I want to be situated close to my parents, is the right conditions of what the wife has said. But if you're a person who's fearing God and you know that your women, as God says in the Quran, and this is a verse that Baba Shuaiba says, a woman is a covering to you. So she's not covering you if you're going to cheat on her, to deceive her, take her as an idiot, lie to her, play in her mind, take her as a subhuman at this point because you just have a degree over her. So you just become a complete dictator and you run her as if you're Gaddafi and she's just one of your servants at home. Or you're Saddam Hussein and she's just another one in a palace because she doesn't need to know anything because I'll just slap her around if she says she doesn't like it. This is never how God told us to do. So if someone comes to you and he gives you the interpretation, oh, you don't need witnesses in a marriage. There's many verses already explaining to you that you do need witnesses. And let's say she has a guardian. Her guardian needs to be present. If someone's already paying for her food and he's already paying for her house and giving her a place, that guardian needs to be present. That's one of the witnesses that needs to witness the contract because in his hand is the marriage contract. He is the one who's saying that this is equitable for my daughter or for the person that I have an oath with. But now when someone wants to bring these things, as I said, God has already proven that these people wrong. Because if you go to the divorce now, God says, when the term has reached, the divorce term, then take them in kindness or separate them in kindness. And let two of justice among you bear witnesses and establish the testimony of God. Now, the reason why this verse specifically talked about the witnesses, right? There we go. Talked about the witnesses is because having witnesses for a contract is the default. This is something we already knew. But God is telling you here in this specific type of contract, which is the divorce contract, God wants people who are just, people ذو عدل منكم. So they have a certain way of being just between them. In a marriage contract, I can go get two people off the street and say like, hey, you see this contract? Sign it. I don't need people of just, because they just need to see that, okay, this is the things, this is what the person said, sign, witness. If I'm selling my house and somebody's buying my house and we wrote a contract, I can go call my neighbor and write him. And he does not need to be someone of a justice among me. So it's not a lawyer or a judge or someone of that kind of stature. But when it comes to divorce, no, God is saying, because divorce is a very heavy and a very sensitive topic, especially if there's children. Now the witnesses that are witnessing this separation and witnessing the breaking of this contract and witnessing the contract of the divorce, they need to be people of a certain type of mentality, where the girl is not having her right eaten and where the man is not having his right eaten. So if a man goes, well, yeah, I'm done with her, I don't like her anymore, she does not satisfy me in bed, which is in certain religions, that's okay for him to divorce her, so she needs to leave the house. Now the person of justice is going to say, no, she does not leave the house. Just because you were not sexually satisfied, it does not mean that she has came with a sexual immorality, because that's the only way she leaves the house. So these are the things where it's very clear. You see what I'm saying? It's extremely clear when people come with these skewed ways of understanding the Quran, where the Quran dispels them. And this is where you need to start concentrating on the word of God. When people are saying there's so many permutations and so many things, ladies and gentlemen, I was telling our Quran study group, which now, you have to make a plug. You can join our Quran study from our Telegram, which is hosted daily by my brother Musa. And the reason why I have my brother Musa hosting these Quran studies, because he had a Quran study before I met him and a few individuals. And subhanAllah, it's growing. And it's a very, very effective and a very positive Quran study. But me and my good brother, my brother in faith, when we've read the Quran, we did not get the 100% same interpretation. But we're hitting like 80, 90 plus of what God is telling us in the crucial parts. There's extremely many overlaps because he spent a lot of time in the Quran. The way that my brother Musa learned Arabic is literally reading the transliteration so many times. He would pray 7 times a day. He would spend 3-4 hours in prayer a day. And this is now for like 4, 5, 6 years of him praying, where it got to a point, the transliteration, he would know the word, what it means, just because he would read the transliteration of corpus while he's praying, and he's looking at the English translation. And then from the transliteration, he started to recognize the Arabic letters, and he now has the Quran memorized, the majority of the Quran memorized by reading just the transliteration. But I will tell you a story, which to me it was pretty funny. Now, there is a verse where God states that, and when you ride your horses or your ships or the things that God has created for you as a mode of transportation, there's a certain dua. Subhanalladhi sakhara lana hada wa ma kunna lahu muqrinin wa inna ila rabbina limunqalibun. Exalted is the Lord who gave us this, who allowed us to have this, which is the modes of transportation, and we were not antagonists against our Lord, and to him we will be returning, right? I got into an elevator, right? And I say it because an elevator is a mean of transportation. And guess what? My brother Musa was saying the same dua when I was saying. So we're reaching the same conclusions, and we are applying the Quran to the best way we can see it, where in that form, in that position, we saw a dua where we were so eager to say the word of God. We both said it, and we look at each other. It's like, hey, you came to this conclusion. That's awesome. And this is what happens when you truly dive into the word of God. You find that there is a lot of common ground with your fellow believers, those who truly believe in the book. I'm not saying you guys don't believe in the book, but God says that those that recite the book with its due diligence, that read the book with its due diligence, those are the ones who believe in it. Like, you have to have this connection, this love to the book, where it's like it's not a drag to pray, to sit, literally read out of a 600-page book. To read 40 pages, 50 pages would take around an hour. It shouldn't feel like a lot. God is asking from you 30 minutes. I give sometimes 1 hour, an hour and a half. At night is different. I'm talking about the morning and the evening. Those are the 2 very important times. And you just start to get attached to the word. And guess what? Somebody comes to you and he says to you something extremely skewed about the Quran, right? Now, there's a verse right here. Why? Because I've read it so many times. I don't have it word for word, but someone comes to you and he goes, the prophet said to lie to your wives. Isn't that in the Quran? Absolutely not, because I've read it so many times. That doesn't ring a bell. You see what I'm saying? So, and then exactly once people come and give you an interpretation, no, because these verses over there and that verse over there is dispelling you. So I have my tools to defeat you. And if anyone is interested with a prayer after to pray on some verses after the sermon. Well, we concluded the sermon, but after the stream, I am going to be praying chapter 42 right here, the consultation, because there's a few verses here where God states in that He is that we are one nation, that He has already sent the word to us so that we would we would understand what needs to be done, that we're not guardians over each other, that we shouldn't split in the religion, that how to be equitable with people, how to forgo people, those that want to argue with the verses of God, they have no exit. Those that still argue after the reason has been answered, that God will be angry upon them. So there's many verses that show you that those people that have these many interpretations that don't align with what the book is saying, where God is telling you how He treats them, they just won't succeed. And obviously I've given you some explanations of what people have said, and they don't succeed. That's a rule from God. If you're saying a lie from God and attributing it to God, there's a point where it's going to be very critical for you and you just don't succeed. And that's what I genuinely find happening. And may God forgive me if I am saying things that are not aligning to the book, but I hope somebody comes and shows me where this is the error that you made, where the Arabic is not attaching to what you said, or you said an interpretation here, but you see you forgot this verse here, where the verse is trying to, where the verse dispels you. So I was actually from the school, and I will show you, I was from the school where I believed, when I first read the Quran at the beginning, that I was supposed to break my fast when it was completely dark outside, until somebody presented a verse to me. He goes, look at chapter 36, I believe 36, or 36, 38. I'll just pull it up. 36. No, 36, 37. So God states here about the night, and a sign for them is the night, from which we strip off the day, and then they are in darkness. So God says the night, right? The day is being stripped away from the night. Therefore, when the day is being stripped, i.e., when the merging is occurring, night is present. And God told me to fast till night. So now when I see a sliver of the night, that I've seen the night, that's between 10 to 20 minutes after sunset, I see a sliver of the night and the day is being stripped away. That's it. I'm in nighttime, technically. Night and day are both present, but God has called it night right here. And that's enough for me to break my fast. I don't have to wait for the complete darkness at that moment, because God in His book has addressed it as night. And God says that the night covers the sun. I know that one's a little difficult for people to swallow, but I say that this verse right here made me change my position. It's okay to concede. Thank God I have a platform, but if I made an error, I will tell you I made an error. If information came after me, it's not about me, it's not about my ego, it's not about my right. I get in trouble if I will get in trouble if I am being wholeheartedly stuck to a point. Is just so I'm scared of reaction videos or people having a catch you. But so far, alhamdulillah, may God protect me along my way. I've not been put into a position where I made such a skewed interpretation where people went after my neck. The only thing people right now are having an issue with is the word ruku'ah. For me, raka'ah in the Quran, I will prove it to you. Raka'ah means to go on your knees, kneeling. Sujood is you bending down. This action that Sunnis do, to me, this is sajda. This is not raka'ah. Raka'ah has to have to do with the rika', which is the corner of your knee. So raka'ah, right? And I'm not talking about the spiritual concepts. I'm talking about the physical. Don't get at me yet. And with that said, may God accept from us, and may God forgive me if I said any errors. May God forgive my brothers and sisters that do take it upon themselves where they want to be the judge against their brothers and sisters who do believe in the book. May God help us build more bridges so that we can make this world a better place, for us to forego the errors and the lack of ability of our other brothers and sisters, for us not to become arrogant, and for us to treat our spouses equitably. I hope God heals the hearts of all those people that were unjustly treated in their marriages just because people were looking for the pleasures of the worldly life instead of building for the hereafter. May God make their pain easier for them, and make them, hopefully by your permission, Lord, you heal the pain of a lot of believers, believers from sisters and brothers, and also the Muslims that do want to get close to you, but yet their limitations is not helping them. But at least, God, please, from your forgiveness and your mercy, please help them with their issues, and make their life easier because of the injustices that people do to each other. And with that said, all praise to the Lord, all praise to you, and alhamdulillah rabbil alameen. I'm going through the comments now, and we can open up the floor. I know I hope I don't like the red pill movement. If I'm gonna get red pill things in here, man, I dislike red pilloonies. Yeah, it does, bro. You reminded me. So Sunnis have this concept called miyasar. Okay, so a marriage that is miyasar. Miyasar means it's like made easy. Okay, so the way that it's made easy is, I'm a broke man, but I can't control myself, and I don't want to go into immoralities. I don't want to watch pornography. I can't handle myself. I need to get married, but I'm broke, right? So what's a marriage that's miyasar? Is that I will go engage with a girl and tell her, like, I can't give you a big meher, right? I can't give you something of a value right now, but we can talk about how you want it in the future. I can give you whatever I can. I can't really afford a house. I can't afford this stuff, but let's just like help each other so that we don't fall in sin. And I will take care of you as much as I can for the rest of our lives. Okay? Here's a McDonald's meal for meher for now. Why? The guy is broke. But someone in the case of Muhammad Hijab, he's not broke. He's making tons of money in whatever he does, and he has his pursuits. There is no reason for him to get a miyasar. It's your first wife is where you get the miyasar. And that's actually, there's a part in the Quran where it's like, no, you tell them what you want to give them as a meher, and if they forego it, then eat it. Like this is in chapter 4, I believe. وَآتُوا النِّسَاءَ صَدَقَاتِهِنَّ, I believe. Tunisa. Yep, there it is. Share this tab. I don't know. And give the women, adult females, gift as their dowers. And if they make pleasant to you anything priceless thereof, then consume it pleasantly and healthfully. So if they forego and say, you know what, no, you can have it, right? Don't worry about it. You don't have to give me that big of a dowry. If they forego it, that's where the miyasar comes in, right? But you can't force her to be like, hey, forego it. I don't have money. Here's a McDonald's meal, and then I'm going to divorce you. That's just prostitution with extra step. I'm sorry for the word. But bro, I don't know if McDonald's nowadays, it's on a boycott list. I was wondering if maybe a shawarma sandwich. Shawarma is pretty good. Who here wants to marry me for a shawarma? I will give you a very good big shawarma. Let's see. I'm going to go up the list and then I'm going to go down. 40 is not divisible by 19. Bro, let's do this math, okay? Let's do this math. Let's go. 40 multiplied 19, okay? 760. So 760. We have to get to 760. But we can just multiply another 2. 1,520. Let's take the verse number and then multiply it by the chapter number. And then you put the numbers in order. And then right now it's 320 somewhere in the world. So 3 is 15. 15, and then you put the 1, 5, and then it's 20. So you put 152. 152 divided by 19. 80. There you go. 80. And 80 divided by 2. 40. Hallelujah. Hallelujah, guys. Man. God, subhanAllah. God gives you a very clear book. Not for you to sit and have a mathematical equation in your mind when you're reading the book. That's how the devil takes you away from the word. Interesting. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot of messages. I apologize. If you asked the question, put it back in below. And thank you for my amazing moderators who helped me out with people who. Where's Zach today? I haven't seen Zach. Our our neighborhood friendly Sunni that comes and just calls us all sorts of things. Habibi. God bless you, Sharoni. May God bless you and your family and all your secret wives as well. I won't tell anyone. And alhamdulillah rabbil alameen. It's very good, man. Muhammad, do you think about Quranic and what do you think about Quranic-centric people? What is there to think? I think the book is complete. They're halfway there. If they need the help of application, if they're finding some things that help them with the application, then so be it. And sorry, guys, I just finally got a donation. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But there is a reason. Thanks for loaning. Would you like a slice? So, yeah, Quranic-centric people, if they need help with the translation, if they need help with the translations, then I mean the application, and they rely on certain hadith. The only thing is you can't say that the Prophet said so. You can say that this is aligning with what I see in the Quran and I want to apply it. That's different. There is something I didn't touch upon. Now you have to understand one thing. God states that only the pure grasps the book. You have to have purity within you, spiritual purity. The more pure you are, when you did not experience certain things that tarnished your mind, tarnished your heart, you did not experience certain ingratitudes. Let's say you did not experience how like certain things in regards to, say, smoking and having fun and porn and all this other non-stuff, because that it dirties your purity and it takes you away from your potential of understanding the full Quran. Of course, the more you cleanse yourself, the more you purify yourself, and the more you move away from these impurities, you start to understand the book better. So if someone who had a very terrible lifeline of him being in the dirt, the Quran would start to become difficult for them to understand. They will have many interpretations. They will have many different thoughts about the book. And as they start to get closer to God, and then they start to calm down, their ego is moving away. They're purifying their spirits. Well, God's purifying their soul. They start to shed away from these like niche and weird interpretations as well. So this is what God said about Abraham. I believe in chapter 6, where Abraham was saying, like, that's my Lord, that's my Lord, that's my Lord. But then he found the truth and he didn't worship the other things that he assumed was God, even though his people were worshiping those three things. And he goes, God says that this is the hujjah, this is the argument that we had against the people in regards to the one who is purified and the one who believed and did not consume his faith with impurities. They are the ones who are going to be guided, which obviously Abraham was very pure when he approached God. Don't be fooled by his secret advertising. Farid is a polite Salafi. I do agree that. He is a person that has no problem sitting and talking about his religion in a way that is positive, where he might think that you're held bound, but he doesn't. He's not the executor. You know what I mean? Okay, because the numbers, simply the numbers. Shia is a minority. They've been called kafir a long time, and they tell each other, stop, don't call the Sunnis kafir because it does not help your mission. Don't call people kafir because it does not help your position. But Sunnis don't have that mentality. Sunnis will call each other kafir. This is something that I'm telling you. You put two Salafis in a room, two Salafis in a room, right? And let them talk about theology for an hour or an hour and a half. After an hour and a half, both Salafis will say there's only one Salafi in the room, and the other guy is a kafir. So today I just go because I believe just to try to fulfill God's word, right? So I went to their Friday sermon here, and the Sheikh wholeheartedly said this, which is like I had to say a comment out loud to the people around me. I'm like, this guy's nuts. Like, you can't say stuff like this. Like, who is he? The guy goes, if you purposefully, on purpose, you skip your prayer, one prayer, and the time goes by, and you had the ability to pray, and you skipped it without a valid excuse, you have left the fold of Islam. And bro, what? That escalated extremely quickly. But then on the day of judgment, if he did that one time, there you go. There you go. Eat pizza weekly? What do you think this is? Almost daily, bro. He's a messenger. وَأَطِيعَ اللَّهَ وَأَطِيعَ الرَّسُولَ. We make no distinguish between the messengers. Wait, who are we talking about? That's exactly what I love telling them. So how many secret wives did the Prophet... Sunnah, akhi. Sunnah. So why didn't he show you? God forced the Prophet to go through with his inclination, which was to marry the son, which is, they say, his stepson, right? His wife, because she's legal for him. But he never was forced to go have a secret wife because one of his wives would have complained. Oh no, back then women were very subordinate. They were the golden generation. They knew it was about my pleasure. So they didn't care that I took sex slaves and I took care of all these people with my pee-pee. And all I wanted was pee-pee touches from people's behinds. They just let me do it. If they didn't like it, I slap her. That's what they try to show. They were such manly men. If the wife talk, no sex for you. That's how it was at the beginning. But then, by the age of the fourth generation, they became weak men. They had no, how do I say, honor. If the wife, she run the show. If the wife get mad, she goes, I don't sleep with you up. So he goes, take secret wife. Peace, Brother Salim. God bless you, man. Chapter 39, 11, 15 are the examples of verses we should say in our prayers. 39, 11. Let's go 39, 11. Just give me one moment. 39, 11. There's many verses that you could say in your prayer. There's some in chapter 17. There's some in chapter 13. There's some in chapter 3. 2, obviously. You have, man, there's a lot of prayers in the Quran that you could use. Yeah, this is amazing. But this is actually, you're talking to more so to the people. But you can make it to God. So this is how I approach certain verses in the Quran. Like here, let me present the screen at the stage. So indeed, I have been commanded to worship God sincerely, devoting to Him, to the religion to Him. So I would say in my prayer, if I'm going to use this verse, God, I've accepted your command to worship you and to serve you. And I devote my religion to you, and I've accepted the command. I'm within the first of the submitters. I fear the punishment. I fear your punishment on the day of judgment if I disobey you. So please, Lord, allow me to serve you and devote my religion to you. And I am freeing myself of what they want to worship, and God save me from the hellfire. Because I'm talking to God rather than the people, right? So I don't know if these verses right here would be specific to something to be said to God. But I will show you, for example, at the end of 17, if we go to like 7, I don't know, was it 114? No, it would be, let's go to 17, 110 maybe. There it is. Okay, so Praise be to God, who does not have a son, nor does he have a partner in the dominion, nor does he have a guardian out of humiliation, magnify him with magnification. That's a verse that I can say to God, right? Directly. And here, even here, وأقم الصلاة لدلوك الشمس إلى غسق الليل وقرآن الفجر إن قرآن الفجر كان مشهودا ومن الليل فتهجد به نافلة لك عسى أن يبعثك ربك مقاما محمودا. And say, Lord, admit me with sincere admittance and let me exit with sincere exit and grant me a supporting authority from you. Right? God is literally talking about the prayers here in chapter 17. And then in 80, he's giving you a dua. So do the prayer and say these, right? And say this, the truth has come and falsehood has vanished. Indeed, false will be vanished. So this is another dua that you can say. There's plenty of these where God is telling you what to say to him, because you will notice in your life you are put into a certain position where those verses really make a lot of differences. Like you will know why you're saying this. So for example, here at the end, and say, Lord, forgive and have mercy, for you are the best of those who are merciful. The thing is, when you're walking with God, there are times where you slip, right? You just slip and have a secret marriage. No, I'm kidding. But like you slip and you do something that you're not happy with, and you feel like now you've distanced yourself away from God. So you truly want God's forgiveness in those moments. You truly feel that God, if he did not forgive me, I'm away from my God's grace. Like as a believer, the thing that really would hurt you, the true hell for a believer, is God not communicating back, which God says he will not communicate back, and he forgets you in hell. But here, there's times where you feel like as if God doesn't want anything with me. Like I'm calling upon God and he's not answering. He is answering, but it's just you're not understanding the answer. You're not pure enough to understand the answer yet. So you have to. I'm pretty sure you have to. At that point, ask God for forgiveness and say, God, forgive and show mercy. You are the forgiving, the merciful, right? You are the best. Well, who does that? There is concepts. We don't know the full sectarians of what Judaism passed. But the Quran does talk. That's an example for all things. Do Jews talk about a son of God? They do in two places. I'm just going to pull something up for us. There's a concept that they have. I think it's right here. Yeah, there it is. This is a Jewish concept, which I'm going to share on the screen, called the Son of God. Benu Elohim, right? Beni Elohim. Sorry. Oh, I don't want to go into the Christians. In the earlier writing, the Hebrew title, both Beni Elohim, right, as well as the Malak, they were used. I mean, they would use both terms. So they would, instead of saying angels, they would say sons of God, which one proves it. And then instead of Ezra, they call David. Today, God has taken upon him his son. So they say David is a son of God as well. So this is in Psalms, I believe. And so the verse does apply, just not in the way that it applied on the day of, with the Prophet Muhammad. And the example is still there, though. Thank you, Shirley. My sister Yetta failed me today. Yetta, help. MFG. Genuinely, what's your thoughts on theological disputes and the way they try to chuck Sufis also separate thing? What's your thought on this since you reject all but Quran? Well, because they've rejected what the Quran is and the message of the Quran, they fell into this sectarianism. So because they judge from outside of the Quran, now they want to call each other kafir. That my sheikh is better than yours. My sheikh will kick your sheikh's butt. My daddy's better than your daddy's, the whole conversation. Why do you go with Ali? Well, he's better than Muawiyah, but Muawiyah is a good guy too. No, Ali is better. So I'm Shi'at Ali. Yeah, well, Ahlus Sunnah. Why do you call yourself that? Because we are of the companions. Well, Ali should have been the first Khalifa. No. Abu Bakr is the first Khalifa. So you guys hate each other. It's just nothing to do with the Quran. As for Sufis, they want to throw Sufis under the bus because you guys are too attached to mysticism. Is there some mysticism in the Quran? Yes, to a certain degree. Is it as far as Sufis go? No, it isn't, because then it becomes a lot of wishy-washy, which is outside of the Quran again. They've forsaken the Quran. And I want to tell you something, Tony. I want to show you what God says about the Christians, okay? Why? Because they've done, the Sunnis and the Shi'is and all these people that claim that they're Muslims, they've done something very similar to it, which is in chapter 5. I'm just going to go 5. Let's go try 32. 532. ومن أجل ذلك إنما الجزاء. No, it's before that. فطوعت له نفسه. No, it's actually, I believe it's after that. إن الذين كفروا يريدون أن يخرجوا السارق. No, it's before that. So, there you go. It was 14. I was way off. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Let's share this tab. Present. Share the screen. This screen. Share. And among those who say we are Christians, we took their covenant, but they forgot a portion of what they were reminded. So we have incited antagonism and hatred among them till the day of resurrection. And God will inform them of what they have been doing. So because the Christians forgot part of what God has told them to do, their covenant, now there's so many sects, and these sects will never unify. You have the Catholics, and then you have the Orthodox, and then you have the Protestants, and then you have the Baptists, and these people all call each other problematic. And if they had their way, they would go at each other. And now the Sunnis, same thing. They forgot what God has given them. They forsake the Quran. So now you have Sunnis, Shia, and all this other stuff. So in Arabic, can the word messenger mean message? I heard this years ago. Yes, it can. Oh, Brother Charlie. Salam. Yes. So the messenger the word messenger can be applied to the Quran. And I can show you the verse from the Hameems, I believe, where God gives the attribute of a messenger to the book. فصلت, I believe. حميم تنزيل كتاب فصلت آياته لقوم بشيرا ونذيرا فأعرض أكثرهم فهم لا يسمعون. This is it. So let's share the screen to my brother. God says in Elaborated, which is chapter 41, Hamim, the revelation is from the gracious, the merciful, a book whose verses have been elaborated, an Arabic reading for people who know, as a herald and a warner, but most of them turn away, so they do not listen. Bashirun wa nadhir. This is the attribute of a messenger. Right? So if I'm going to say obey God and obey the messenger here is what the messenger told me. What did the messenger told me? The book. So the messenger is the traces of the book is the traces of what the messenger left. You know what I mean? This is an example I gave in the short, but this is a very excellent way to see it. God states that zina is not appropriate. Fornication is not appropriate, right? This is considered a sin. But if I want to obey the messenger told me that those that commit zina to lash them 100 times. That's obeying the messenger, right? Does not mean now I have to go look at other books. No, it's the book itself is the messenger, is what the messenger said. Oh, Habibi. God bless you, man. Allah yaghfir lak fi dunya wal akhirah. May God increase you in the world and the hereafter. And I hope I meet you someday, bro. If not here, at least in the hereafter, inshallah. May God permit you to His mercy. You, my brother Shurluni, and everyone else that loves to that helps me. You know, like this does help. All of you, my brothers and sisters, that have always helped me along this road. I don't ask you for a wage. I really don't, because I'm trying to go with the same path that my prophet took. I want to follow his path. But if when you do give, it goes back to the channel. It goes back to me trying to accomplish what I do. So I appreciate it, and of course, may God accept it from you. I seen your last email, brother, and the plan is still working. I will complete that process soon. But yes, well, I'll just answer your email. I'm sorry, I am behind on a lot of those things. Please, brother. Sorry, guys. I know there's a lot of messages. I'm trying to catch up. Why do you call zina fornication? Because to me, zina is cheating on your spouse. It's not premarital sex. Premarital sex is fahsha. It's not the same crime as zina. Zina, in that verses where you look, God is talking about spouses, right? So if there's no witnesses except her husband, if there's no witnesses except his spouse, her spouse, right? So zina is specifically, from what I understand, is a wife cheating on her husband or a husband cheating on his wife. That's to me what zina is. Premarital sex, that falls into chapter 4 as general fahisha, and it's a bad fahisha. So that's why a girl gets locked in her house. But I don't believe there's a flogging involved. The flogging is because there's a third party involved, right? But this is to me, this is a hill I will die in unless someone presents different information. Where I do believe zina is only adultery. Adultery is the cheating. Fornication is premarital sex, and fornication can fall as adultery as well. But adultery is the bigger crime than premarital sex. Which I'm not saying that you could do premarital sex. So, for example, is two guys coming together and doing their dirty work? Is that God calls that fahisha in chapter 4? But would you consider that zina at that point? If so, would you lash both of them 100 times now, like both guys? I don't think that's how it goes. Yeah, actually, you know what? This is a good time. What is fahisha? Fahisha is sexual immorality. Okay, a girl sending a nude, sexual immorality. A man sending a nude, sexual immorality. Different types of intercourse, which does not include the highest thing of intercourse. Those are higher in immoralities. And then you have like premarital sex. That's like one of the worst, right? Having sex with a goat that does not break your fast is still considered a fahisha. Anything to do with sexual nature, that's a fahisha. Anything to do with lust, sexual nature, that would fall under immoralities. Okay, that's munkar is the things that are evil where it's rejected or hated, right? So ordering you drinking pee, for example, as they say that certain people ordered that would be considered munkar, something that is hated, something that is rejected, nakara. But fahisha is something that where it's like it's something that's opening something that shouldn't have been opened. So, yep, that's what happens in certain religions. That if you have sex with a goat while you're fasting, according to certain scholars in a certain sect, that your fasting is still acceptable. No. No. That movement, I don't know. I haven't never read his material. The movement, the Quran alone movement, was existing way before. You have Shafi'i arguing about. About with the Quran alone people. In fact, I will show you a short. Give me 1 second. Shorts. Now, which short was it? Where the guy Adnan Rashid? There it is. This guy. Okay. No. The first one. Because he's so sure about his lie. Apparently, the first one. One moment, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. And then we're gonna share this tab. So this is what people tend to say, which is not the case.
To openly come out and say we don't accept hadith at all. The first one to openly come out and say we don't accept hadith at all was a man called Abdullah Chakralawi.
Does Bukhari teach you how to wipe your mouth after all that verbal diarrhea that you just spewed? Because Imam al-Shafi'i in his book Jama' al-Ilm, he used to argue with a group that Raddul Akhbaru kulluha, who rejected all the narrations. This was in the 9th century.
The hadith of Rasulullah, his prophecy. There will be people leaning on cushions and they will be saying, I don't accept hadith, I don't believe in it.
I'm standing up up, bro. I'm standing up.
The Quran alone is enough for us, which is absurd. Parts of Quran cannot be comprehended without the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ explaining those parts.
14 years and I'm still waiting for those parts, bro.
Like, bro, for real, all you guys do is lie and you keep trying to convince the world that God's book is not enough. Do you understand how much trouble you guys are in?
The first
So that's not dude. I actually never read his material, so I don't know. I'm standing up. Yeah. How is that innovation? Oh, sorry. You guys are arguing within each other. Is the physical prayer that we perform morning and sunset and parts of the nights also commanded to us by our Friday? Yeah. So that's why I keep telling people, whoever wants to stand it, I have a verses. If I was doing a live sermon, yeah, we would stand a prayer. I would stand a prayer right after the sermon. People don't even need to witness they don't need to sit and listen to the sermon, but they have to be present for the actual prayer of the Quran. So I'm asking, not stating. Can you answer? I don't think you're talking to me. Sectarians call us Quranists as if it's an insult. I don't call myself any of that. You're in a sect whether you like it or not. I disagree. I actually counter. I'm Muslim. That's it. That's the truth. But you know what? You want to call me a people of the Quran? He's a Quranist. He takes from the book of God alone. Like, it's supposed to be an insult. That's why they call you a Quranist as an insult. All right, that's a nice insult. I don't call myself that, but sure. Let the people know that I just take from the Quran. Exactly. I love that. Right. Let me be affectionate to my wife by lying to her, right? Let me find a mercy, you know what? I love you enough that if you don't want to deal with a second wife, I get it. I'm content. I'm happy. I'll be all right. Because if I live, I'll have 72 whores. I don't know if that's how you say it in English. In heaven. Hurain. But obviously, astaghfirullah al-azim. But I mean, people say a lot of stupid things. It is zina if one partner is married, female from another man. That's true. That's how it works. Oh, I had to. It was not tasteful. It was not right. So maybe I had an idea, but I didn't like that idea. All right, let's see if there's a. Would you guys like to join? I will put my channel, my link, and we are coming to a close. Anyways, guys, I know sometimes people like to get excited. They like to jump on. I get a few people. I might not go through the whole list, okay? Because I got things to do. People to talk to. People to see. Things to need to accomplish. Give me a verse. Give me a verse, bro. This is the third time I see this. How far up do I have to scroll? Oh, Muhammad, you explained something about the Jews twisting words, calling the prophet a shepherd or something. I believe it's in the Quran. Can you explain that? Yes. So God states in the Quran in chapter 2, right? وَلَا تَقُولُوا رَاعِنَا. Actually, the one where God, okay, there's two verses. So, boom. God here in chapter 2, O you have believed, do not be our shepherd, but observe us and listen. And for the disbelievers is a painful punishment. So God is telling us not to call Jesus is the shepherd, Muhammad is the shepherd, and no. God doesn't want sheep, and these people, the prophets and the messengers, they're not shepherds to shepherd a bunch of sheep. They're here to help the human get guided, right? But in chapter 5, I believe, no, 4. I believe it was 4. Just give me a second. No, it's not here. Maybe it's 5. 5. Is it 5 or? Sorry, I gotta remember. It was 446. So 446. So the other term was used here, right? So قالوا سمعنا وأطعنا واسمع وانظرنا ولكن خير لهم and غير مسمع وراعنا. So among the Jews are those who distort the words out of their places, and they say we hear but we disobey, and we can hear without earshot. So observe us, but I don't think it says observe us. So I have to talk to. So shepherd us is what it says. وراعنا. So this is something I have to bring up to Baba Shuaib because this is, I think, an error. So shepherd us, twisting their tongues and defaming their religion. And if only they said, we hear and we obey, and they listened and observed us, it would have been better for them, more appropriate. So the way that people twist the things is they try to change the interpretation, try to change the definitions, just for them to get by within their lie. So, all right. Momoki. Peace, brother.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Just sorry, give me 1 second. Peace. If you can't get into Jannat al-Firdaus by following Quran alone, God's book is incomplete and not a full guide. Which exactly, that's exactly it. If you cannot attain salvation with God with following the book of God, then what's the point of God's book? Peace, Momo.
Hey man, I've been watching you for a bit now, maybe since Greece's Brock stream.
Yeah, I see your comments.
You've seen my comments, okay?
Yeah, I see your comments. I think I replied to a few as well. Got it.
Yeah. I realized you're really fixated on between the connection, the ritual Quran only, and the more connection understanding.
Me?
And I feel like we shouldn't really. I don't think that's a really important thing to fight over, in my opinion. I feel like it doesn't really matter if it's not that it doesn't matter, but I feel like these kind of stuff are like more personal worship stuff. What you interpret salat, what you interpret zakat, if you think it's a charity or it's more purification, if you think Ramadan is this September or you think Ramadan is not fasting, I think these kind of stuff are more like personal worship stuff. And I think we can unite on this and build community where we, maybe in the future, like build actual country on only Quranic law, you know what I'm saying? But the bigger issue in the Quran only community, I feel like, is that we don't agree on the basic morals. Basic morals, like I've realized maybe 30-40% of Quran only Muslims are straight liberals, or liberal activists, LGBTQ. They say, some of them even deny that you can have intercourse before marriage, a bunch of stuff. And I feel like those are more kind of stuff we as Quran only Muslims need to discuss and actually agree on, right?
But I mean, this disagreement exists even with the Sunnis and the Shi'is. This liberalization of moral values. This is a global phenomenon that everyone's having to deal with. But in regards to what you said about earlier in the rituals and non-rituals, there is a clear verses where it disproves the other people as they are incorrect. I don't go out of my way to correct them, but they go out of their way to try to correct me. So I just simply respond. But if they just want to do their, as you said, their personal way of worshiping their Lord, who am I to tell them don't do that and stop? No. The only thing that I do is I put content out, and people tend to want to interact with my content. Some people in a positive note, some people in a negative note. But I just constantly find myself being harassed by these non-ritual people, and they're calling me names and this.
Yeah.
I told the man, I mean, I think you heard my answer. I don't know if you watched it, but the debate with Rashid Naveed and Rajad Khalif, a gentleman came up and he said, like, I don't agree with your interpretation of Salah. I said, look, man, you don't have to agree, but we're still brothers. You do you. I'm gonna do me. I'm not going to enforce my. But we still have to. And he goes, you know what? I respect that answer because that's the truth. But I have to also express what God has shown me, just like how that man believes he's also expressing what God has shown him. Because at the end of the day, we're both here trying to push people to the book of God, right? If someone starts being non-ritual and then finds the value of rituals and starts being ritual, then if I help them in the process, at the end of the day, he's the only one who benefits. But if someone was a ritual and then he became non-ritual, and if he actually believes that his life is improving, then do you.
Yeah, I agree, and I feel like it's true that more of the non-ritual people are the ones kind of pushing and kind of going against the ritual people. I've seen even people call the ritual people mushriks and pagans, and making fun of the way that you bow and stuff. But
Yeah. So see, so it shows where the devil lies at that point. You know what I mean? I don't.
yeah,
If you don't want to do it, I'm fine. Because out of fear of God, I don't need to sit and try to address you in that manner. But I find that a lot of the people who say there's no non-ritual, you're talking about the basics. They don't have the basics. They don't remember God. I find a lot of them arrogant. I find a lot of them
I'm gonna
twisting
be honest
verses.
with you. With my small amount of research, and I'm still researching, and I'm not fixated in this interpretation. But with my small amount of research, I believe Salah is more of a general connection. That's just me. But I'm not fixated on it, just based on my small research.
I'll tell you what I told Brother Walid from the channel The Way of Abraham. When you see the word salah in a verse, standalone, without the word iqamah, then yes, it's talking about the spiritual connection. It's talking about the spiritual communication, actually, because salah does not even mean connection, but it's talking about the communication. But when you see the word iqamah present in the verse, then it's denoting a physical concept, which has to have the spiritual. Because if you do not have, so okay, salah by itself is a spiritual communication. Okay, spiritual communication between someone, between divinity and an entity, and it can happen both ways. That's salah. Now, when iqamat is salah, it has to have the framework of the spiritual side of the communication, but then God is giving you a physical things of purifying your body and prostrating and standing, which is amplifying that communication.
Can I ask you? I understand the prostrating and standing parts, but what's the purpose of cleaning yourself with water?
It's quite simply, God tells us that the God brought down the water in the middle of a war when they were resting, so that He would cleanse the dirt of the devil away from you. If someone is having a lot of negative thoughts and he's being negative and he's being attacked by a devil, go put him under cold water. Like, just go throw him under the cold water. It calms them down. It washes
Refresh.
away. It refreshes them. So God is telling you, you're going through your day. You spent 12 hours in your day. You're thinking about the problems of your job and all of this. Now you go get refreshed. You put the water. You cool yourself down. You clean yourself, and then you stand in front of your Lord. It becomes so much more meaningful.
Yeah, I see what you mean. And like I said, I've only done a small amount of research. I still haven't done a deep dive in the Quran. So once I'm done with my studies, I'm gonna actually start studying the Quran like daily and stuff.
Brother, as long as you are, it's not, no one is going to know the Quran in one day. It's a very long lifeline journey. Okay, you might have a position. Don't marry yourself to your position until you see your life improving. You know what I mean? So let's assume I stop praying for 2 weeks. If I am not remembering God as often as I do now, then I will feel like I'm not doing what I used to do, and therefore I have failed. But if I start to incorporate something new into what I understood from the Quran, and I see myself remembering God more often, I'm not getting as angry, I'm capable of controlling myself better, then I will stick to this interpretation. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to stand on the day of judgment. If I'm not remembering God, if I am treating people unjustly, and if I see that I'm getting into a lot of unnecessary debates for no reason, then I will assess myself. But I can guarantee you, if I shorten my prayers, and I still shorten my prayers for a long time, I don't have that self-control that I have when I do have extended prayers.
Yeah, of course. But I still I disagree with you on the aspect that Sunnis and Shias don't agree on morals. I think 99% of Sunnis and Shias agree that homosexuality, LGBTQ is a sin. They agree on gender roles. They agree that you need to have get married before intercourse. Basic morals like that. Sunnis and Shias agree on that. But Quran only Muslims. When I tell you, if you go to the subreddit, 40% of these people
I
are
know. Some of
straight
them are girls. I
LGBTQ
swear I know.
activists. They
But
believe a man
here's the
can
thing.
castrate himself and then call himself a woman. Like at this point, like how can I? Do you understand? Like I cannot build a community with you. I cannot even. You're technically a
Then don't.
Muslim, but are you a mu'min, right? Do you really believe? I don't know. Like
I swear I get it, but there's two things. One, our community was very closed off from the ability to have publications, the same way the Sunnis and Shias had for thousands of years, hundreds of years. Sorry, hundreds of years. Okay, so us, because they would kill us and they would remove our publications, we did not have that base which we're establishing now. But we're establishing it in a time where being gay is okay. So they just want to liberalize themselves. But if you talk to those individuals, okay, they have a few problems with when it comes down to the understanding. Now, there are a group where they say it's like, I don't think I'm gonna get punished for being gay as long as I don't exercise it. Because I
yeah,
still
of
think
course.
that it's
Even Sunnis believe in that.
right. But those are normal. But am I going to punish somebody because he's exercising his gay intuitions? It's not for
No,
me.
but no, there's no punishment for it. I'm not saying that, but
Okay,
it's about
but
normalizing it,
no,
pushing it, teaching kids it.
no, that's different. If I was, as you said, let's have a country, Quran alone country, and I was voted as a president, or God put me as a president. I will not allow that to be propagated because of the children. You want to do whatever you want at home. I'm not going to punish you in your own house. But if you want to propagate it and make materials, no, I'm gonna have to stop you because I
But
feel that it will ruin the fabric of society,
of
which
course,
is clear, right? And then it's the same thing, and the same things with certain other things. But if somebody wants to go make propagation that salah is not, knock yourself out, bro.
yeah, I agree. That doesn't harm a community. I think that's personal
Perfect.
belief stuff. But the fact that we
So,
Quran only Muslims
so
need to agree on basic morals like LGBTQ, getting married before
I think
intercourse.
we're in agreement, but
I
I am not going to punish the person who is going to promote that now because one, I don't have it, and B, I let them say what they want. If someone comes to me and be like, "Hey, your group promotes LGBT," I don't, and I don't believe it's true. But do you want me? He's gonna have to face his Lord, and he's wrong or she's wrong. But why would I need to sit and go out of my way at that point? Because it seems like you're yes, in this day and age, we do have to fight that the liberalization of this because this existed for thousands of years. Homosexuality and same-sex inclinations. This existed for thousands of years. It's just not as prominent as it is, and it's not as propagated as it is now.
yeah. But like I don't see us Quran only Muslim ever building a community if we don't agree on the basic morals. And but for me, their whole argument is that the story of Lut is not about homosexuality; it's about rape. What do you think of that argument?
That's wrong. That's clearly because of homosexuality. Because Lot says you are approaching men with lust, and you are leaving your wives.
Do you know what they say about that verse?
Yeah.
They say Bel means nay, like he's dismissing that claim himself, and that
No.
he's actually pretty much promoting homosexuality in the sense like, oh, you only did
No,
homosexuality.
but that's
No,
twisting
you're
the
actually
word.
transgressing people. That's their argument. What I've heard.
Yeah, but that's twisting the words, because they're married and they're going to be homosexual. So it's twisting the words. God says, and you're leaving what God has created for you. So God, you're leaving what is permitted for you. Anyone who's promoting this type of thinking, he's playing with the words. It's easy to dispel, but you can't force them. You know what I mean? They take a lot of offense. That's with anyone in the LGBTQ, not anyone, most of them in that community. When you try to address why they are or why they think the way they think, they get extremely offended, and then they take it to heart because they feel like they're very misrepresented.
But I feel
But
like
it
let them get offended, because these are not small moral disagreements. These are stuff. If you ever wanted to build a community, and if we build a community, and if I heard they taught this to my nephew, I would hurt these people. Like if you taught my nephew
you
this
see,
kind of stuff,
you can't go like that. You can't go like that. You can tell them to leave, but you can't hurt someone. That's what I mean.
bro.
Now you
If
gotta be
you hurt
careful,
one of the
bro. I'm
teachers
telling
in
you,
school,
you're on
telling
my
you.
channel. You're on my channel. We can't incite violence against anybody.
No, of course not. But I'm saying, like, in the case I'm just saying, like, if you have a kid or a nephew in school, they teach you, they taught, he comes
I
home
will
and he's
remove
like, I think
I
I'm a
will
girl.
remove my kid from that school. A. B. I will make propagations against that school that they're teaching children things that the child cannot process. It's too early for a child, and you can't force the child because you're giving them ideas. I can make a child believe there's Santa Claus, and I can make a child believe he's a woman. Well, a girl when he's a boy. I can make you believe that. This is child abuse. This is clear. This is easy. This is cut. But if people in the Quran alone community want to, there's people in the Quran alone community say that the devil is a temporary god. So I think that's a bigger problem.
But I feel like you should do more pushback on the liberal Quran only Muslims more than you do the ritual, non-ritual Quran only Muslim.
You know what? I heard you, and I will consider it because yes, I don't think I've ever made a topic on it.
Yeah,
and yeah, if you want,
because for me, in my opinion, there is no unity with these types of people because these are big moral disagreements for me. Honestly, these are like, you think,
brother. Let me explain something to you. I hear you, but let me explain something. Me and the non-rituals, it's very difficult to stay united. Okay, but I would still be in one community, and you can have your corner, but just don't come over to my side in that kind of fashion. But we can work together as much as we're permitted, kind of thing. But I can't sit and now ostracize a whole set of mentality because it is a mentality more than anything. It's very difficult because if I will open up and speak about it later, but it's got a lot with the majority of the people who fall into these things, they've been abused. They've had
there's research on this.
They had traumatic experiences. They did not grow up in a healthy environment. So there is an underlying issue on why they have these same-sex inclinations. Okay, it does not make them bad people, but they also need to justify their way of thinking, which is what all humans do. So we need to help them out in regards to show them that, you know what, I understand you feel the way that you feel. I know that you can't help it. I know that you can't control it, but you got to keep it in your pants.
Yes, of course, we need to be understanding in that sense. But I feel like most of them are just liberal. They're not necessarily gay. They're just liberal, and they think it's normal to, and they say that they think the Quran doesn't prohibit it. But who knows?
Well, you know what? May God help us find what's best to serve Him, but at the same time, may God allow us to still be inviting to the religion. It is a difficult point to talk to people in regards to this. As I said, people become extremely offended for some reason instead of taking it as a theological or a civil discussion, just because they represent that mentality. I can relate. I can understand why someone can get offended. But my point is not to offend. My point is to uphold what God has said. But brother, I do have to move on with the queue.
All right, man. I appreciate you having me on.
God bless you, Mama.
Have a good one. Bye. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Jamil.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
I hope you remember me, brother.
Jamil Kashif Pandit. No. I apologize.
We had talked a month ago in your live stream. So like I saw your channel. I know you from 2 to 3 years before. You had posted a video about Hindus, I think. I came to know about your channel from that day. Then I, saw your Quranism. I was very fascinated. As you know, in the subcontinent, in the Indian subcontinent, here in Kashmir, what do the Muslims of India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh do? They will defend the pedophilia. They will they will agree with the fact that our Prophet Nauzubillah, he was a pedophile, and it is not wrong.
Right.
And I told you I talked to my Sunni friend, like, I am a Quranist now. And he just started, how dare you disrespect Bukhari, you kafir, you infidel, you shall be beheaded and all and all sort of things. Then I talked to my Shia friend too, like they are very civil in this aspect.
Right. Because
They are very civil.
the schools are different. The schools is different.
They are,
So
yeah, that's my point. They are very civil in this aspect. Like they will, even the Hindus here in the subcontinent, Shias don't call them kafir, straightforwardly. They say we might have differences, but you aren't an infidel. It is up to God who can judge you. So I had a question like, in your opinion, where
just one
was the
second.
family of Prophet and companions? Yeah,
Just
yeah.
one second. It is okay to listen to music. Sorry, go ahead. About
I'm saying where was the family of Prophet and the companions, like the first fitna. Were they directly responsible for the division of Islam, or because of their political opinions and because of their followers, Islam got divided into many sects? What do you think?
so the simple answer, there's a lot of people that say that they were Muslims, but they weren't. They did not enter the faith. They were just entering the club. And then it became which sheikh is better than whom. So there's actually a lot of terms that they no longer use, where there's Muslims Uthmani, Muslims Umari, where they would take the school of Umar. But the school of Umar didn't like the school of Uthman. So they themselves used to battle it out. See, it was like my daddy kind of thing. It's like my sheikh. My sheikh is
I
better than
can
your sheikh. But the biggest one was the school of Muawiyah and the school of Ali. That's where the true division happened. And then you had people from the the wife of the Prophet representing one side, and then you had the cousin representing another side. So even within the family of the Prophet, they became a division. But this is again all politics. It's not the way of Abraham.
Yeah, I definitely do agree with you. Like, I had a research on Muawiyah, the Umayyads. Like, because of him, because of the Umayyads, the Abu Sufyan, he was actually an enemy of Islam. He didn't
Yeah,
accept the faith with good heart, if you will see. They
he
just,
had no
after
proof.
that's my point. Khalid would have made, Abu Sufyan would, sorry for my English though. I'm saying because of them, because of the Umayyad Caliphate, Islam got Islam got very destroyed. Like, here in Punjab, we had a group of Hindus. They converted to Islam and they fought for Hussein, grandson of Prophet in
Mm.
Karbala. So, like, my opinion is they were literally infidels, Umayyad. But Sunnis still support them. If you will abuse, if you have disagreements with Umar, if you have disagreements with Ali, if you like Umar more, if you like Ali more, they will call each, one another, you are a kafir, you are a kafir, you are an infidel, you are an infidel.
Mm. But
But
that's
in your
true.
opinion,
You see, in that opinion of that whole thing, from what the history wrote, I think Hussein was in correct. Well, yes, Muawiyah from even the Hadith, even their own Hadith books. There's Hadith where the Prophet, and this is in their Sahih. Okay, this is Sunni Hadith, where the Prophet is saying that Muawiyah is destined to hell, and that Muawiyah, as much as he eat, he will not get satisfied, and that Muawiyah is the pharaoh of the community of his community, and yet they still put him as a general, as a khalifa. There's
but
verses.
they
I'm
will.
telling you, there was a Sahih hadith that used to say that for every community as a pharaoh, and Muawiyah is the pharaoh of my community. And then after Muawiyah became caliphate, it became da'if.
See, my main point is like, they will still have some other hadiths that will, false hadiths, which will actually all hadiths are false, but still according to their standards, which hadiths are true, which are wrong. That will say, ki, see, Muawiyah will go into Jannah. He's a, good Muslim. So hadiths just contradicts each other, millions of
Mhm.
contradictions each
But
other and within the Quran.
that's what I
I
like
said,
to do. When someone brings me a hadith, I usually have a hadith that contradicts it or a hadith that negates it. For every hadith, there's a hadith that negates it.
like, the Quran alone movement here in Punjab, that borders Kashmir. So
Mhm.
I told you about Abdullah Chakralwi. So I
Mm.
just he had a debate with a Wahhabi, I think Ahle Hadith of Kashmir. So because of him, the Quranist movement got a shape in the modern time. Quranists were present way before. But I think you should put some extra work so that this community becomes much bigger.
God willing, God willing, I'm working on it, brother. I have a plan. By God's permission, by God's grace, I've met some really important people on my road, on my way, and it seems like, inshallah, this year is the year when things are kind of coming together. So God knows.
Another thing, another thing I wanted to say, Indian subcontinent, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh,
Hmm.
the whole of bid'ahs, every bid'ah, Wahhabism, Bareilwism, Bareilwi, Sunni
Yeah, but
Bareilwis,
yeah,
every sort of bid'ah,
and
that came from our land, that came from Hind, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, every sort of, you know, bid'ah, like worshipping the graves, then you had
you
Wahhabis,
know, do you know why?
like,
Hindu influence.
Actually, like I studied Hinduism to a level. They weren't pagans at one point of time. Like,
No,
these days they will say, we are proud pagans, we will kill all Muslims. At one point
no,
of time, there is monotheist. There is a sect among them which says that Brahman, there is only one God. But they have a little bit concept like Trinity, you know.
right, but every religion has that. So, brother, a true religion, you look at the minority. So, if you look at the Jews, there's a very small niche Orthodox Jews that makes sense. If you look at the Christians, you have the Unitarians that stick to the a Unitarian view of God. They don't give Jesus divinity. They're the truth. If you go to the Hindus, when you look at the people who just worship Brahman, and they only stick to Brahman, you find them more in tune to what Islam is saying. And even if you go to the Punjabis and the Sikh religion, there's only a niche of them that stick to the concepts of the religion. You find them being very monotheistic. It's only a few people who have the ability, because when they hear the other side, they say, yeah, no, this guy's saying the truth. But most of the people, when they hear, oh no, you're kafir, no matter what you say, you're kafir, you're going to hell, you're going to hell. Accept me or you're going to hell. Those are the majority of the people, and your continent is very um
Diverse.
very other than diverse, they're very like, they're a lot of them are like this: you either accept me or you're going to hell, and if you
Land of
don't accept
Bid'ahs.
me,
Actually, Hinduism isn't a religion. Like it is a mix of all pagan cultures from the subcontinent. Like, my ancestors were Brahmins, the scholarly people, the Aryans, if I should say. They converted to Islam in Kashmir. They had a separate religion. The upper
mm,
caste people in the subcontinent, they had a different religion. The lower caste people, they had a different religion. So what happened? When British invaded India,
mm,
so all there was a man, I think, named Raja Ram Mohan Roy, feminist type, you know. So what he did, what Britishers did, they were, Hindus were being called gentos by foreign travelers, by the Portuguese or
what
by the Britishers, but by Portuguese, Portuguese invaders, Christian
what did
invaders
you
to the
call them?
subcontinent. Gentos, that means that
Gentile.
that word means pagans. Yes, Gentile, gentos in Portuguese language.
Mm,
So what they did, they just combined the whole, the Brahmins, the Kshatriyas, the Chamars, and we had Dalits, lower, untouchables. In the subcontinent, we call them untouchable. What they did, they just made it everything. They just combined it and they made a religion called Hinduism. And if you will see the word Hindu, I think it is not specifically mentioned in some text. Hindu
Right.
comes from Persians. Persians,
Which
the
means
Akemia, Cyrus, they named them Sindhus. Then that word became Hindu. So
right. But
because of
this
Hindu
is
influence,
fundamentalism.
yeah.
This is earlier fundamentalism. That's what it's called. Like the Oriental fundamentalism. So they wanted to give a label to each person, but they wanted to define the label. So a Muslim is a Sunni, and a Sunni is this is how he has to look. So they put him in a box. What is Hindu? Hindu is this is the concept of Hindu, and for someone to be Hindu, they have to adhere to these things. This is what they were. This is what they were. This is how they did it. This is how Hinduism is the way that it is today. That's why Sunnism is the way that it is today. That's why Christianity is the way that it is today, because of a phenomena or a concept that was called fundamentalism that occurred in the 1800s. So technically, Salafism is out of that movement where they were like, this is what it means to be a Sunni, and this is what people started to learn as Sunnism.
I do agree with your point, but Sikhs of Punjab, they are in Kashmir too in minority. They are actually good people, true monotheists, Indian monotheists, I should say, of the subcontinent.
I've dealt with a lot of Sikhs. I know the Sikh religion quite well, and yeah, to me, I get along with Sikhs. Sikhs respect the religion, and they also admit that the first person who put the stone in the Golden Temple and taught their first guru
Was a
was a
Muslim.
Muslim. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Their companions, the gurus, they had the 10 gurus, their maximum of their companions were Muslims. So,
But brother Jamil, I have to keep carrying on.
okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Not a problem. Peace.
Khuda Hafiz. Peace, bro.
Khalafis.
Allah Hafiz.
Khalafis.
Allah Hafiz.
Tiga. Nobody.
Assalamu alaikum. I would
Walaikum
like to
salam.
just I'm new to this Quran only. Like the Hadith, Quran. When the Quran came from in the
When
beginning?
did it come?
Is it from Hadith as well?
No, the Quran did not come. Well, Quran calls itself the best of hadith, but it was not attached to hadith. Is something other than what God has revealed.
What does it mean, Hadith? Is it mean story?
Hadith means discourse, stories, narration. It means discourse, like a conversation is hadith, or it can also mean event. Now, like us right here, what we're having is hadith. We're having a discourse. Now, God says that the Quran is the best of hadith, right? So I do believe in hadith, which is the Quran. But these other books that they say, like, oh, this guy said this guy to this guy, I don't need that. That's gossip.
So, so where was it? How to say? So, how do I check, for example, where after the prophet? Because I saw a little bit research I done after the prophet's death. There was the gap, and everybody choosing power and everything.
Sure.
But so where was the like when was it written first time, for example? Or
So the first, I mean, the most, there's some hadith books that people don't really take, right? Which there are some traces of books, but they're not common now. The most common book that is used, the age of it right now is written by a guy called Imam Malik. Okay, so this is when Imam Malik lived. He has a book called Muwatta Malik. So share this tab. We can see it together on the screen. Boom. There is Imam Malik. Okay, Imam Malik died in 1795. He lived in 711. He died in 795 AD. So let's just put, when did the Prophet die? Okay, and share this tab, 632 AD. So if this man, he died 150 years after the Prophet. So if the Prophet passed away in 632 AD, and this man died in 795, and he has the book called Muwatta Malik, then we have an issue. We have a very significant issue. Because we now, without their hadith books, we can prove that the Quran was in the same shape when the Prophet was around because of carbon dating and from the hard work that the Westerns and the Sunni scholars do when they're showing how the Quran has been the same since the time of the Prophet and a very close time. Some people say within like a few years after the Prophet, and some people are saying, no, we had a copy of the Quran, which it shows that there was a copy of the Quran during the Prophet's time. But the first hadith books are 150, but we don't have a preserved version of it 150. We have like a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy. Like look, who we can go like who wrote Sahih Bukhari. Okay, this is not true. This is not true. It's not Imam. Who wrote Sahih Bukhari? Who wrote Sahih Bukhari? Which student of Bukhari wrote the hadith? We have today. I gotta show. Muslims regard as the most two important books written by al-Bukhari student Ibn al-Hajjaj. So even the copy that we have of al-Bukhari today is not Bukhari writing. It's Ibn al-Hajjaj who wrote what Bukhari said. You know what I mean? But they don't tell you that in front. They say Sahih Bukhari. Okay, but did Bukhari write it? Nope. Ibn al-Hajjaj did. And there was another student who wrote something similar, which does not align. They're not perfectly aligned. But imagine if we did that with the Quran, nobody will believe it. Brother, how many, let's do this. How many hadith did Bukhari memorize? Okay? 600,000 narrations, they say, okay? 600,000 narrations he memorized. How many hadith did Bukhari record? Collected and included only 2,600. Let's not say 2,600. How many hadith in Sahih Bukhari? 7,563. So from 600,000, he only gave you 7,000. So 99% of it, he said it's false. It's lies that people were saying. Only 1% was true from what he collected. But I am a person that's going to say, no, 100% of it is false and 100% of it is garbage. I don't need it. Like, how do you go from 600,000 and give you 7? But let's even assess his claims. Brother, this man, he collected 600,000 hadith, okay? And how many years did Bukhari live? Imam Bukhari is right here, age 60, right? So every year, if he memorized every year, let's just go with the calculator, right? So 600,000 divided by 60. Like he started from day one. From day one, every year he would have had to memorize 10,000 hadith. Every year, since birth. But did he start at 16? No. Let's say he started at, let's say he started at 16. Okay, let's remove 15 out of it. Okay, not even 60, let's go to 45. So he would have had to memorize 13,000 hadith every year. How much is that per day? So we divide this by 365. Okay. 36 hadith per day. Okay, 36 brand new hadith or 36 hadith per day. How much did Bukhari travel? Okay, Muhammad Bukhari traveled to Syria, Kufa, Basra, Egypt, Yemen, Baghdad. He was going around the whole area collecting hadith, but still managed to memorize 36 hadith on average per day. How's the math looking, bro? And remember,
about the Quran, they have 4 Quran different translation or different.
No. So the Quran, we have something called constant text, consonantal text, Quran. So when they first wrote the Quran, it looked like this, right? So let's just open this image. Do you see it? There's no dots and there's no diacritics, right?
Mm.
Do you see it? Oh, you don't see it. It's right here. This is how the Quran first looked like. There's no dots and there's no diacritic. You know what I mean by diacritics?
Yeah, the dots and stuff.
And harakat, they're not there. So people would read it a little differently, but the message was the same. The message doesn't change. But people would, you see, there's some dots, but not all of them are there. So you can go to a word where it's like and, but people could say abid instead of and because the dot is not there. So that's now you have the difference between Warsh and Hafs. So when Hafs was looking at this, he would say Abdur Rahman. But then when Warsh was reading it, he would say Andir Rahman. But God is talking about the angels that worship God. So Andir Rahman, Abdur Rahman, it's still the same meaning. It's just a difference in variation. That's the 7, 15, 21, 24, 28 readings. But the text itself, it was preserved like this. And this has not changed. This is called the consonantal text. I hope I'm saying that right. Help me out. So you see here, God is like, they're telling you that they're, oh man, that's a really big document. And I lost it. I hope it is. Wala tuti'. So there is dots here, right? So it's telling you that it's a ta. Or wala yuta'. Because if there is no dots here, I could have said wala yuta' man aghfalna. But no, God is like here, they're clarifying wala tuti'. So it's an order. Wala yuta' means they do not get obeyed, means other people cannot obey him, not only you. ولا تطع من أغفلنا. Here أغفلنا قلبه. So here I know it's a ba because I see the little tiny dot under the ba. So even me as an Arabic reader, I can read this and get it, like understand some of it, even though they're giving me help with some of the dots. But here the dots are present. In some places it's not. But this is actually considered one of the newer texts. If you go even further back, they wouldn't have as many texts. If I go right now and I go to aljazeera.net in Arabic, right, the news station, look, you see the dots. The dots now they always put, but you will not see the diacritics. الحرب على غزة اتساع الرفض للحرب بجيش الاحتلال و60,000 مهجر بالضفة. But you see here, I knew that there was a shadda because of the way the Arabic is presenting itself. But this technically can be read in a different way and it does not make sense. But if I go to the Quran, for example, the greatquran.com, and I go here, they just made it now for us extremely easy. Okay, so it's Bismi Allahi Ar-Rahmani Ar-Rahim. But in the beginning, all the dots and all the diacritics were not there. So someone could have said Bismillah, but it wouldn't have made sense.
It's just sad, the Quran is a little bit sad. Because I recently started praying 3 times a day, this one, everything, but it's a little bit sad because you are like alone, and then if you are honest person, if you're gonna get married, you should tell somebody 10 reasons why you should marry me and 10 reasons why you shouldn't. That's always if you sell something, anything. But if you always somebody try to sell you his best, it's fake. So even if you are honest, in my opinion, you would say, okay, 10 reasons why I have doubt or something. But of course, people just cheat. So there is questions, for example, about Juma, Friday prayers. There, this one, then when it's talking about fighting, then another question. I don't know. If I would choose to be sectarian, I would be definitely Shia, because at least they claim to follow Ahlul Bayt. But I see the mistake they have, for example, because to my opinion, only my opinion is that I'll talk about martyrs, no, the one who die or the chosen people, and why this Ahlul Bayt, family of Prophet, they died. So they don't only the mistake is Shia because why are you crying? Because I asked one, I've been recently somewhere. And because we respect them, so don't you think you should cry because if you are a true believer, you're gonna end up the same? So I never think about it. So that's I don't know. Like everybody nowadays, they talk, but it's I don't know anymore who is the true.
Brother, the truth is in the Book of God. That's why we're in the same. I was in your same position 15 years ago. You're talking to someone who read the Quran now. Have you ever heard the expression, like Bruce Lee? I think he said it. Like he's not scared of the man that knows 100 kicks. He's scared of the man that knows one kick that he practiced 1,000 times. So those people outside the Shias, they have so many books that they have to practice. They're not strong in their books. But if you practice one book and your answers are coming, so you said a perfect example to the guy who's Shia. Why are you hitting yourself? Oh, because we're crying for Ali. But Ali is guaranteed, not Ali, Hussein. He's guaranteed heaven because he died as a martyr. Don't you? Why would you want to cry for that? Do you want him to come back to this miserable life? No. Okay, so what you're doing is completely wrong. It's completely mindless. It makes no sense. Actually, you're showing ingratitude to God, that you want the man alive now on earth instead of being with God in his heaven. So
But
it's
as well, Quranic, to be fair, they also as well have different. As you hear, Allah talk about the people who used to be gay and then people. Oh, is homosexuality? Come on, man. Allah talk about it was haram. Of course, it's not. Oh, marriage, and it's not in the Quran. Some people they play games. So I'm open.
But
I'm ignorant. I don't know. Allah knows the best. I may be misguided. I maybe who knows. But
Habibi,
once
nobody.
somebody says I have 100% thousand truth, then how do you
He's
know?
lying. He's lying.
How do you know, even you, Muhammad, you are 100% right? You don't know.
I'm not
If you say to me
100%.
yes, then
I'm not 100%. But what I see is, one, my mentality has given me peace because of the certainty I found. So I am not concerned about the history. A lot of people who talk to religion, they talk about history. I don't care about history. I'm not going to be asked about Ali. God's not going to ask me what's the name of the wife of the prophet. God is not going to tell me what the wife of the prophet said or what happened in 16, 17 AD. God's going to say, I gave you money. What did you do with the money? You had a wife. How did you treat her? How did you treat your parents? How did you talk to your guests when he came to your channel? How did you treat your guests when they came to your home? Did you lie to these people? You made contracts. Did you go through with them? Were you a good human being, Muhammad? That's what I believe God's going to ask me. And when I wasn't a good human being, he's going to say, why did you do that? Why did you take this person's right? And I have to justify myself. I can't be like, oh, well, Omar said to Ali that he said this, and God's going to say, prove it. Prove that that's what Aisha said. Oh, my partner, Bukhari said so. Bukhari's going to be like, bro, I don't know. You can't blame me. Blame yourself. When people want to run their mouth about this stuff that they can't prove, I can prove my position. Why? Oh, well, why do you pray 3 times a day? Because there's a verse that says that you pray 3 times a day. Why don't you want to be Sunni and Shia? God called me a Muslim and he told me to follow Abraham. Abraham was not a Christian. Abraham was not a Jew. Abraham was not a Sunni. Abraham was not a Shia. The way Abraham was thinking and the way he connected to God, God accepted it the most. So I want to follow that path. Well, you don't have Abraham's book. I don't need it because I have the Quran. The Quran is teaching me that mentality. So I don't need to sit and say I'm 100% truth with no explanation. My life has drastically improved. That it grosses me out to go back to that kind of stuff. I found peace inside. You can have the whole world burning, explosions and bombs. And I was in the middle of Lebanon in the war. Bombs dropping. I'll walk down the street because if a rock is going to hit me, because God said it's going to hit me. But I'm so confident in my religion, I'm going by free. I'm having the peace in my head. The people that I used to fight before, now I'm capable of finding peace with. I can have a conversation with anybody. Somebody disrespects me, I don't sit at night and think about it all day. No, it's khalas, God's with me. So what's your purpose? Why do you want religion? Don't you want to get close to God, or do you want to know what the history was?
Yeah, you're right. That's the only thing I have is the heart, and I feel as well. I feel better, and I have I felt more connection with God recently. Everything through this, but as well,
But you
it's
said
scary.
something
It's
interesting.
my life, and what if I'm wrong? Because when I read, for example, about the Friday prayer, you should leave
I do
everything.
go. I do go. If I hear the adhan, because I am right now in a Middle Eastern country, when I hear the adhan, despite me not agreeing with what the sheikh goes, I'm gonna go. Why? Because God said prostrate with those who prostrate. So if they're gonna go prostrate to Allah, to God, I will go prostrate with God. Will I say the same stuff they say in their prayer? Not all of it, but I'm gonna show them respect. He's saying something in on the booth that I don't agree with when he's saying his khutbah. I will talk to God in my head. I'll be like, the man just said there a lie. God, please forgive me for even hearing such nonsense. Oh, okay. You forgive them, you forgo them. But if someone comes to me and says, why do you pray with your hands by your side? I say, why don't I pray with my hands by my what's wrong? If they want to confront me in my religion, then I have the verses of God. But I'm not there for them. I'm there to make my God pleased with me. I go to the Jummah. What's wrong? And this to me is the Jummah. For the people who cannot go to a proper mosque or they get kicked out of the mosque, I give a sermon at the beginning and I say to them, this is the chapter I'm going to pray after it. Brother, what you see and you present to God, God is extremely merciful and God is extremely understanding. But if you can fulfill a verse, even which is out of discomfort, fulfill it, because you're sacrificing for God. I don't like going to Sunni mosques, but that's the mosque that I have available. I will go to the mosque until they kick me out, and then I will never touch that mosque again, and I will go to a different mosque. And if they end up kicking me out, I will go to another mosque, and I will never touch that mosque, because God says that a mosque that was built to separate the people, do not stand in it. That's it. They're separating me. I don't want to stand in it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I will have to go now.
God bless you, nobody.
Thank you.
I mean, God bless you, brother. Here. All right, guys, we're about to have a discussion with someone who claims to be an ex-Muslim.
Hey, Mohammed, how are you?
Good. How are you?
It's good, it's good.
Your mic is a little low. I'm gonna try to put it up from here. Edit mic settings. Automatically adjust. I'm gonna put it up. No, it's not letting me put it up more than 117. Say something.
Hello. Hey.
Okay, it's better. So what's up?
Okay, I can try to change my mic. Otherwise, it's all good.
Yeah, it's all right.
All right, great. Yeah. Let's talk. As you see, my name is ex-Muslim, so I would like to understand from you what's your shot on Islam, as me and you both have been. Like, I've been a Muslim, you're still a Muslim, or you want me to go on the topic?
I'm not sure how you want to proceed. Whatever you want. I'll tell you right now. There's absolutely nothing you can say to me. Absolutely nothing you can present as information that will make me doubt my position. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
But I'm giving you the courtesy, hopefully, to see that if I'm telling you right now, if you're going to quote any hadith books, if you're going to bring me back any history, or if you're going to tell me about Sunni or Shia culture, then you're wasting your time. Let's
stick to Quran. So I just need to understand, when you read some verses, something like, how do you check the background? Like, how do you check? Do you check the tafsir, or like, I need to understand, like, where do you get your information? No need to.
I don't need to check tafsir. The
So
Quran
everything
is clear.
Quran. Okay, great. So if you want, we can start with Surah Tahrim. Let's start there then. I want you to explain for me the verse 1.
Tahrim?
Yeah, 66 one.
That's okay. So that's the best one that you have?
I have a lot, but we can start with that.
No. I mean, I want you to give me the hardest one.
Yeah, I give you the Tahrim. Let's start there.
Okay, let's go with Tahrim. So I'm going to put it on the screen for the crowd to see it. And then I'm going to show you how my position is very solid. Okay?
And I can also say, like, people was commenting, like, it's still from the guy from the last time. Yeah, I'm from the last time. I told you. I even right before. We had a talk last time, if you remember. Last week.
I can't remember. I talked to a lot of people. I can't remember.
Great. Let's start there.
Okay, but let's speak here.
Of course.
Wait, were you the Christian?
You thought I'm a Christian, but I didn't say. I said I'm not a Christian, but you thought I was a Christian.
But didn't you say you were a Muslim, though?
Bro, I'm telling you, I'm Muslim. I'm ex-Muslim.
Okay, perfect. Now I understand. Okay, so when God says here, "O you prophet, why do you prohibit what God has made lawful for you, seeking the satisfactions of your wife, and God is forgiving and merciful." So would you like to know what I understand?
Yeah, I want to know the context. What was it the prophet did?
What do you mean the context is unnecessary? There's a lesson here. Do you know what the lesson is?
I know the lesson, but I want to know what's the thing that the prophet did which was unlawful, which he made.
But that's not why the Quran was sent. You want to know details that is not relevant to your guidance. The Quran is a book of guidance. God, if it was important for your guidance, He would have put the name of the wife and what's the reason that He prohibited. But God did not put that because it's not relevant to your guidance. What's relevant to the guidance here is the prophet is not allowed to forbid on his own terms.
Okay, great.
So when someone comes to me, one moment, if someone comes to me and he says to me that gold is haram because the prophet said so, I'll take him to his verse. God didn't forbid it. Why are you saying the prophet did? Because God would have corrected the prophet. It's very simple. That's it. Now I'm guided.
So that's the only thing you understand. You don't try to understand because you told me you will explain for me the verse because you don't need. So I want to know what's the context to this verse.
Well, God didn't reveal it. Why do you want me to tell you something that has nothing to do with your guidance? I don't think you understand what I mean. I can take you
No,
to
I
chapter 9 and
understand.
show you something even harder. I can show you something even more complicated, and it's this exact same answer where it's not relevant to me. You're asking a question that has no relevancy to you. His friend.
Okay, great.
So
Okay,
here. Well, one second. Unless you assist him, then God has already assisted him when those who disbelieved expelled him. He was second of two when both of them were in a cave. Then he said to his friend, "Do not grieve. Indeed, God is with us." Who's his friend? And what was the event? It's not necessary for your guidance. What's necessary for your guidance is if you're in fear, you just have to remember God is with me.
Okay, brother, you see, you're not, if you just deny it because you say it's not relevant, okay, I will give you a verse which the information is there, then I want to see your understanding. Let's take 65.4. Let's take 65.4.
65.4.
Yeah, because even if I show you that you're just going to deny the context, okay, let's take 65.4. There's no need.
والذين يئسن من المحيض من نسائكم إن ارتبتم فعدتهن 3 أشهر واللائي لم يحضن, right? And as for those who have not menstruated, right? وأولت الأحمال أجلهن أن يضعن حملهن ومن يتق الله يجعل له أمره يسرا. Okay, so you're talking about those who did not menstruate, right?
Yeah.
Okay, can you what's the word here? You know what the word nisa means?
So you're going to say it's referring to woman.
But does nisa cover children?
Yeah, it can.
It can? Okay, so what about this verse here? One second. What about the verse where God says, I believe here. So, boom, 1 second. Okay, so this is said twice in the same surah. We can come here. And do you see it? And why should you not fight in the way of God while the oppressed among men, women, and children? So why did the children not get involved with the men and women? الرجال النساء والولدان. So wildani is a category different than nisa. And the verse that you're trying to talk about, the word that was used is nisa, not atfal or fatayat. It's specific to nisa. So these are ladies that are capable of reproducing. This here, those that did not menstruate, he's not talking about those that do not menstruate at all. She has yet to give signs of a pregnancy, which is al-ahmal. Al-ahmal, now she's carrying a weight. At the first 3 months, she's not carrying a weight. So she's not called al-ahmal. And there's many verses that prove this point. And God also talks that ahmal is 6 months, not 9 months.
Just a second. We don't need to preach. I will just give you. So, from your understanding, this is not talking about the underage girls, right? I just want to see your take, and then I will put my argument. I just want to see how you understand this word. So, you're telling me this is about those who cannot menstruate of different reason, like menopause, something like that.
There's girls that reach the age of 25 and never menstruated.
Okay.
And there's girls that when they're divorced, they still didn't show their pregnancy, but they're pregnant. But they still haven't shown it.
But let me give you something.
There's girls that delay their pregnancy their menstruation can be delayed by 2-3 months. And you can ask some females in the chat, is that a case where their menstruation is very late because of due stresses and circumstances in their body? It's not something that you could time. So God is covering all the tracks here. But again, it's not about child marriage because that's forbidden in the Quran.
Okay, let me now give you my shot in it. So you see, if there was different categories, if the woman who not menstruate, you don't need in a idda for her because if she not gonna menstruate, as a child. So we don't need to check because she's underage. Why is God telling us? And those who have not menstruated, it's because they are, you see, it's a different categories. It's not the. You understand what I mean?
Not at all.
Let me put it how to put it there. That's the thing that You see, because you don't check the tafsir, you do not check anything, so I don't know how to like.
No, because you, again, you
No, yeah,
are
but I'm telling you.
you're an ex-Sunni. You're not an ex-Quran alone. You're an ex-Sunni.
Yeah. So
You're
that's
going with the tafsir, where the sheikh himself that wants to go to the tafsir, he would be in the exact same position you're in, where the tafsir does not align with the Arabic. So he sits like that and he looks down and he goes, "You're right, but I don't want to accept it."
But you're
Because
taking the
they
easy,
want to.
but
But
you're
one
taking
minute.
the easy way out. You see what I mean? Because
No, I'm not
anything
taking the
that I
easy
bring
way
here-
out. I mean, I can explain it. I can explain the exact same thing to a sheikh, and he cannot get the way out. The reason why they explain it the way they do is because of their false narrations. There's narrations where it shows Aisha was in fact 16, 18, 19. There's verses that show that Fatima married Ali at 15, 16, 17, 18. This whole 9-year-old is, for them during the time of Quraysh, marrying a 6-year-old and 9-year-old is like wearing a Rolex watch. I'm so rich that I will take your daughter that you want to bury, so I'll marry her at 6 years old. So they wanted to carry on with that prestige. They wanted to give prestige to the Prophet and to Ali. Those are the two only figures that married an underage girl, because to them it was a sign of prestige of the elite. That's why no other Sahaba in any other book, in any other narration, where they married a 6-year-old or a 7-year-old or 8-year-old or 9-year-old. It's only Ali who's burned in the Ahlul Bayt, and then Muhammad, which is from the Sunnah. Those are the only two figures that married sub 9-year-olds.
Yeah, okay. Even if you take it literally in the English translation, who have not menstruated, it doesn't mean who cannot. You see the difference of the translation here.
Who have yet to menstruate. Who have yet
who have yet to menstruate. Yeah. So what's the yet?
Yeah, but even in your own terminology, there are women that have yet to menstruate their whole life. And there's also women that are pregnant, but yet you don't see them. So they have yet to menstruate. And that there are women that their period is delayed for 3 terms or 2 terms or 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and they have yet to menstruate. But it does not necessitate that they're pregnant.
I don't know,
So,
because
but you know what? You know what? You can go into the ambiguous, right? You can go into ambiguous, or this means children. This means little girls that have yet to menstruate.
We can agree.
But
disagree.
1 minute.
Yeah.
Well, I know I'm fine with that. But if a girl has yet to menstruate, then you wouldn't use the word nisa. It's not possible to use the word nisa for a girl that's pure peasant. That's not Arabic. You would have failed as an Arabic person.
Yeah, I understand.
No, sorry, I was trying to. Sorry,
Yeah, no
sorry,
problem.
I didn't mean. Okay, go ahead.
No, I understand.
Do you have another one, bro? Have I presented to you an idea of Islam where it is not based on Sunni tafsir and all this craziness that they want to live like 1400 years ago and they're broken, and just accept literally what the Quran is saying in its Arabic form?
You see, I understand your point, but that's why I'm telling you it's the easy way, because I want to understand. Of course, like you can come with your shot. Okay, let's take something else, because we cannot you don't need to argue here, because you aren't gonna accept. I will give you let me see. Okay, I will just give you the last one, because I won't take your time. Like the Quran, we can have up to 4 wives, right? You know that verse, or should I bring it up?
Yep, yeah, and 4:3, I believe.
Yeah, because if you can just bring it, so just for the context.
Here we go. 4:3, I think.
Yeah,
there it is.
Yeah. So if you fear that you cannot act justly, okay, just remember this word: if you cannot act justly. Then if we take these words and 4:129, if you can bring it.
Yeah, it's linked on translation. It takes you right to 4:29, where God says that you will not act justly. Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So without even tafsir anything, let's just start there. So the God is saying it the first time, like verse before, if you cannot act justly, or here God's telling you can never act justly. So how will you explain this one now?
So what God is saying here clearly is that you have to act justly between your wives in 4:3. And then in 4:127, saying that it's not possible for you to be 100% justly. Okay?
Yeah.
And God is aware of this.
Yeah.
What God is saying, right, that if you reform and become pious, indeed God is forgiving and merciful. So God is telling you that He has a level of tolerance.
where you're not going to be able to achieve it, but as long as you're striving with piousness, God consciousness, that you're trying to be as equitable as possible, then God is tolerant. That's why God is saying he is forgiving and merciful. He's saying that there's a level of tolerance that he will allow for these differences between the wives. So that's why it's still allowed for, but it's a very hard, and you're more likely gonna have to really deal with a lot of issues. And if you don't do it correctly, you're gonna be punished a lot on the day of judgment because you took bigger than you can chew. And everybody knows their own ability, because God is telling you clearly that if you cannot be just, then one is enough. So God is telling you it's a very hard path, but the path is open. But the path for multiple wives is not for sex. God is telling you that if you cannot deal with orphans, then marry. So the whole concept of the marriage is about children. It's not about sexual appetite.
No, we will come to it. We will come to it. But I want to just give you, see, it's contradicted by himself, because telling the first verse, you can, and then the second, you never can. You see the difference. It's not like, so why have this verse anyway, if like you cannot be just? You see, it's a contradict by himself.
But God says, وَإِن تُصْلِحُوا وَتَتَّقُوا. So if you try to fix and you show piousness, فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ. Then God is forgiving and merciful. It's not
I get the point. I get the point. Yeah, but let's talk the first part. Yeah, I understand you.
But that's the whole point, where God is saying the absolute truth, and he's giving you a tolerance. Because if God did not give the tolerance, then you would be right. If God didn't say وَإِن تَصْلَحُوا وَتَتَّقُوا, if you do not fix and amend things and show piousness, if this part was not here, then you're absolutely right. Then you can't marry more than one.
Okay, then we are admitting like we are doing sin. Everybody who marries like more than one, they are doing sin.
No, that's not what I said.
Why
If
not?
they're being equitable, then they're not. Yeah, well, that's forgivable sin. Some sins are God forgives whom he wants, and he
Of course, no, that's
punishes
not the.
whom he wants.
You see, if I take
No.
literally,
I'm not saying they're committing sin. They're committing things that are of error. But God forgives whom he wills, and he
that's a
punishes
different
whom
topic.
he
You see,
wills.
that's a different topic. So God
How's that?
are telling us to sin. Yeah, because God are telling to, yeah,
No,
you're
he's
gonna
not
sin,
telling us
but
to
I will be
sin. He's
forgiving.
not telling us to sin. He's saying that you are trying to achieve something which is very difficult to achieve. Even if in a war, God states in a war that
Okay,
if
wait.
you turn your back, right, in a war, you've left Islam. But there are conditions where if you turn away from the enemy, you didn't leave Islam. You could say that that's a contradiction as well.
No,
Here,
but
God's saying that you're
what's
not
the
going to.
conditions here? What's the condition here? Like, so tell me, what's the condition here?
The condition is, brother, if I give her a cent here, I have to give her a cent here and a cent here and a cent here. If I bought her a house, it has to be the same house for all of them. If I give her a child, I have to give all of them a child. That's how you can be completely equitable, but it's not the case. It's not reality. God understands
great.
this.
That's my point. That's my point. You cannot be just. That's my point. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, but then God is saying that he has a level of tolerance.
How do you understand, brother?
God.
How do you understand? It's a level of tolerance. Sorry. How do you understand that?
There's your conditions where God is allowing you for having that tolerance, because God will know if you are actually trying to be as just as possible and you are being conscious of God. God can judge that. And if you're not being justly, and if you're not being conscious of God, then that level of tolerance is not available for you. So you would have had failed. So you took two wives and you made both their lives miserable. So now you have double the punishment.
Yeah, so that's what
God
I'm
is
telling you.
extremely fair.
Okay, brother, let's leave the word. So let's talk about this morally. So how do you feel? Like, okay, because we're not going to come with the words. So I just want to get your take. So how do you see, what's your take on marrying more wives? What's your reason from Islamic view? Tell me, what's the benefit of it? Just let's stop there, because we can let's talk about the benefits, or how do you feel there?
So when it comes down to the benefits of polygamy, you also have to understand that there's general rules. The general rules is that you have to be able to afford the wives and what any kids that they produce for you. So this is something that not all people can do, and it's a very niche type of individuals.
Yeah, we talk about those people have, because
now let me talk about the morals. Now we can go to the United States, okay, for example, where they're having a lot of problems with the control of the government. If I am a man who married 4 women in my neighborhood, and I'm able to afford these 4 houses, and each wife gave me 4 kids, so I have a total of 16 children. And from those kids, let's say half of them are men. So I have 8 boys. By the time my youngest boy is 15, 16, I have a battalion. And if my neighbors, all my neighbors have the same mentality, the government cannot impose the rules on us if they're becoming unjust. Because I can have a military force within a week if they want to come and try to take away our rights. As long as everybody's God conscious, they all have 8, 10 kids, 12 kids, men, ready to go defend their families and their communities. But when they remove away from polygamy and they push you away from having kids, and this is what they do on the elites, why? So that they could keep control. 1 or 2 kids, you can't stand up against me. If I have 8 children and all my neighbors have 8 children, then you as an old man, you're in trouble. So there is some moral values for polygamy.
But you didn't answer still. Like, what's the benefits? Like, I still don't get your like.
All of this is not a. You are not being controlled by your government is not a benefit.
Well, it's never a problem. Sorry, but it's never a problem.
Oh, okay. So that right now the United States does not have a problem with their oppressive and abusive governments.
Let me give you how this how it affect the family. You see, when you have, I will just give you my shot in it. When you have many wives and many children, it's automatically gonna be like jealousy between the children, because you see, the mother gonna teach the children to hate your other brothers, and the brothers not gonna respect the other mother. You see, because in the society, the family is the biggest, like you see, the ground. It's like the strongest hold. If the family is weak, the society gonna fall. You understand? Like you see, because the family has to be a strong ground. You see the problem with this? Because 2 things: the man is gonna never like manage to take care of everyone. He cannot be. And if you like look at Justify, if a man sleep with all his wife, you see, the man is getting like 4 wives. You see, he's having sex every day, but the women are only having once in a week, depending on their days. So how is it justly? Tell me, like, how is it just for the woman?
So you are again said 2 things that you are just going off your own assumptions, that there has to be jealousy between the kids and there has to be jealousies between the wives. Yeah, I will show you people.
Bro, yours is also assumption. Yours is also assumption. You told me that.
I didn't talking about assumptions. Let me tell you clearly of proper experience. Your wife will go find you your second wife. Your first wife will go find you your second wife because she understands how much of a man you are. She understands not because of your sexual appetite or not this. She understands the help that she will be getting. She likes the fact that your man is desirable. And the women that don't have that sense of jealousy, she picks the second wife because she says, I want to get along with her. And then she will go find a third wife. That's how it works in a lot of these cultures, by the way.
Do you know how women are jealous? Wait, you know how women are jealous? Really? Now
the women get jealous.
You're just talking like assumptions. You know how women.
I'm not talking bro. I have a friend. Yeah. I was with her in the middle of the haram in Mecca, and another lady came and sat next to her and asked if she was single because she's interested in introducing her to her husband.
Brother, she's brainwashed. Then she don't love, because that person who love her husband, she's not gonna share.
It is love. You just don't understand what true love is. We have a concept of forever in heaven. You know what I mean? This life is a plane ride. It's very temporary. So I want the people that I love to be with me forever in heaven. My wife is going to die. My kids are going to die. My mom and dad is going to die. Everything around me is going to go. This is a promise. I'm on a plane ride, and this plane ride is going to get landed. I'm not going to be attached to my chair. I don't need to make my chair a golden chair. I do not need to take my neighbor's chair. My mom is in a chair next to me. She's also going to leave this plane. But I need to be a good person so that all these people that I want to be around with, we get to heaven where the sense of jealousy does not exist. Jealousy is a crime. Jealousy is a crime. You don't need to be jealous. God clearly states that even if you divorce your wife and she wants to marry somebody else, don't be jealous and let her go. That's how you can prove to yourself that you can believe in God and the messenger.
No, it's wrong. It's wrong, because you see, the prophet's wife, they cannot marry to someone else. So
prophet is different. Prophet is different because the prophet's wives are your mother. There's a sense of mothership there. I'm not going to have sex with my mother. It's completely wrong to have sex after the prophet's wives.
So, brother, prophet marrying the Zayd's wife, she was also, you see, because she became You see, the Zainab was Zaid's wife, so she become his, like she
This is
become
the
his mother.
conversation we had last week.
Yeah, no, but I'm just kidding. So she became his mother. So you mean like it's okay? Like you see the
Yes,
point?
at that point, the solid, this like when the deal, the bond was done, spiritually, religiously, she became one of his mothers. Correct.
But
And
you see
he is
what?
no longer allowed to marry her again. Yeah,
Yeah, but
that's
you,
how
but
it
you,
works with a prophet.
yeah, but you see, like
You
practically,
you just don't respect anyone except yourself and your thoughts. That's why you are an ex-Muslim, and I apologize for this.
no,
1
I'm
minute.
just give you just a small thing. So you see, practically, you mean the person who was my wife. Next is she's my mother. Can you like complete in your brain what you're telling? Again, I told you last time
Yes,
also.
yes, I
Can you
can.
complete
I can.
what we are talking about? Okay, let's see.
I can.
Yeah.
Yes, because my father is a prophet of God, but my stepfather is not my actual prophet. Like I said, not my actual father. I am not from the same gene pool. I am a person who's a stranger on the street. That this man technically is not my father. He picked me off my street.
Oh
So
no,
it's
no,
just
yeah,
like my neighbor
yeah.
divorcing his wife. You keep interrupting me. I'm saying like just like my
Okay.
neighbor divorced his wife and the prophet married her is the exact same thing. But I'm not the neighbor of the prophet. I was living in the same household as him. So because of
Okay.
how much he loved the prophet, he had no problem with it. But that's the love that maybe you don't know what love is.
Well, we have a different understanding there because you see, going from a wife to the mother, it's a different. Let's leave about
Well, I
the prophet
apologize,
and
bro. I'm not here to cater to your perspective. Your
no,
perspective is your own morals that you decide on what's right and wrong based on
brother,
what?
this is the morals and
Your own
everything.
feeling, right?
No,
It's
no,
on
no.
based upon your
I
own
told you.
feeling.
You see, morals. I gave you last time. I say if you want, we can check the Bible. Bible tell you you're one with your wife. You see, like I told you. In any way, if you compare it, you will have all the better morals. Like we don't need to go there because if you go there, you will find it. You see, the Bible come before Quran. How can it have a better morals than Quran, which come later? So if you want to go there, we can compare. So why are
Because when you're talking about morality, the Bible does not cover basic moralities.
brother?
The Bible is
Okay,
talking
okay.
from a very
You
long time ago.
just give me one bad. Okay, let's see. Give me one bad moral from the Bible.
If a woman speaks, shave her head.
Well, we talk about the. I told you it's
Sorry, if a woman is disobedient to her wife, shave her head. To her
disobedient
husband, shave her
to
head.
his husband.
That's what it says. The Bible literally says that, and now I'm
No,
insulting.
no, no, no.
Like,
Bring
bro,
the
this guy.
no, no.
Wait, 1 minute,
No,
1 minute.
I want
This
to
is
see.
where
No,
I
no, no, no,
hate
no.
having conversations with. He goes. He lists all these things about how immoral our religion is, and then
Yeah.
I give him one example, and now I'm insulting.
No, who said? I said, give me the verse. I didn't tell you. I said,
Oh,
give me
okay,
the
sure.
verse.
Sorry, I
Let's.
thought you said
I
like
said,
now you're
no.
insulting. I thought it's
I
for her. I
said, no, no,
apologize.
no. I said, let's check the. You said I'm like as I told you last time. Yeah, we can agree to disagree because all your morals, like you're thinking, of course, let the chat decide like what they think because I'm not here to like to debate. I just want to see your view or point on this different matter. So it's get clear for me each time. So I told you I didn't
Sure.
want to have decent talk.
So
So yeah,
but you did mention you were going to give me one verse and we move on and then we move to Zayd and then we move to polygamy, we move to a lot of
of
topics. So I
course,
gave you a lot of respect, but
of
I have a
course,
lot
of
of
course.
people in my life. But here's the verse for you. One Corinthian, but every wife who prays or prophesies, so she can be a prophet, with her head uncovered dishonors her head, since it is the same as if her head were shaven. For if a wife will not cover her head, then she should cut her hair short. But since it is disgraceful for a wife to cut off her hair or shave her head, let her cover her head. So it's disgraceful. Shave her head.
Okay, you see the words before. I want to tell you. You see, you read it when the woman prophesies. So where do you prophesy? You see, you told me women cannot talk. So where do you prophesy usually? In the church, out? Like, how do you understand where does she prophesy? Because I told you the context is different. It's about like not talking, like she cannot talk. It's a different context, and you say it by yourself when a woman prophesies. So what does prophesies mean?
The women should keep silent in the churches, for they are not
Yeah,
permitted to speak, but should be in submission, as the law also says. If there
yeah,
anything they desire to learn, let them ask their husbands at home, for
yeah,
it is shameful for a woman to speak in church. Let a
yeah. You
woman
see,
learn quietly with all submissiveness. I do not permit a woman to teach or to exercise authority over a man. Rather, she is to remain silent.
yeah, so you see, it's a context that I'm telling you. See the context because it's the same. Are you allowed to wait? I will give you an example. Are you allowed to talk in the Juma prayers? Not just last thing. Are you allowed to talk in the Juma prayer when the khutbah is going? Are we allowed to talk, speak?
I don't see the verse talking about when a sermon is being given. So you are just adding your interpolation.
No, brother, this is I don't know. Like this is new for me. How you follow your like daily basis. I don't know, but everybody know every Muslim. Like you cannot speak during the khutbah. So that's the thing. You just check the easy way. You say
I didn't say anything about my khutbah. I'm going by your line of logic. That's not what the verse in the Bible is saying about if someone's giving a sermon, a woman can't speak. She cannot speak in the church at all, even if nobody was talking. She can't speak out loud because it's shameful. She can't teach anybody.
Brother, I gave you the before.
And by the way, the verse about prophesizing, one minute. The woman about praying or prophesizing is not talking about the church. That's when she's at home or by herself, when she has to sit in silence and pray at home. That's when she's prophesying and praying. But if she's doing it, all right, man, it's not context. Okay, so Quran,
bro, you pick and choose.
I pick and choose. I'm the one who picks and chooses. Okay,
no,
and you're telling me about your morality. Can we please move on, because this was not beneficial. But okay, I hope my audience sees how, like, when you bring up these verses.
Yeah. That's the audience decide. Yeah.
Exactly, and I can see what the audience are saying. So.
Okay. Let's let them decide. Like, let's unfollow, because you see, if people don't see what's the wrong with the things I told you last time, even today, you say I'm not even going on the like. You said most of your others, I don't know if they're hadiths or not, because if you go to the hadith, you will find many things. That's what I'm telling you. If you check the tafsir, no, I'm just giving you because.
Yeah.
Muslims, they are not only Quranic. You see, the larger number are hadith. You understand?
Excellent point.
Yeah, so you cannot just.
Come tell me how I'm a Sunni and argue to me like I'm a Sunni. Straw man me further, brother. This is how arguments work. You're very intellectual.
How this is straw manning? I'm giving you the reality of the.
You're talking to me like a Sunni to defeat my religion, but I'm not a Sunni, because I myself will tell you that stuff is rejected. No, I'm not. Actually, I'm not. But it's just trying to show respect. So.
Yeah, but you still reject. You're also like the moral.
I'm rejecting tafsir. That's from God, right? I'm rejecting hadith. That's from God, right? That's what I'm
telling you. If I give you one more verse, then you will say again, like, do you know the 3350? You didn't bring it up.
Can we move on? There's no point of this. Did you convince me, or like I don't get it? I don't know what's your point. I mean, if I was ever going to be an ex anything. If I have an ex-girlfriend, I don't sit and talk about her all day and try to convince people that she's a bad person.
Bro,
you're an ex-Muslim, move on, live your life. You don't believe it. Do you believe in hell and heaven?
Of course.
You believe in hell and heaven. So you're a Christian.
No, brother, I told you. You said now you're just assumption everything.
I'm asking you, what is your religion? What is your religion?
Nothing at the moment. I'm looking for it.
But you believe in heaven and hell?
Of course, I still believe in God. That's the thing.
You believe in God and you believe in heaven and hell.
Yeah.
And you're going around calling yourself an ex-Muslim.
Yeah, you can call it like you say. I don't find Islam to be good, but it doesn't mean I'm not yeah.
So, but where do you get your morals from now?
At the moment, from my own thing, brother. You see, we have our.
Wait, stop saying, brother. I would like to know where your morals come from. Where can I read it?
Yeah, you don't need to read, brother. We have it in us. You see, everything shouldn't be. Wait. Anything shouldn't be, because all your bases, like everything you do in the life, you mean you have written in the book. That's what you're telling me. So you mean just a minute. So you mean the children he does know, like, before committing something, like, is it wrong or you think it's like
a child can insult his parents and not think that it's morally wrong because he's a child. A child can throw a temper tantrum at his parents and say, I don't want to do that, which is morally incorrect. Because when you're older, you know that's incorrect. And you have to honor your parents. That's what the book says. So yeah, a child does not know morality. A child knows what's not good and bad. He knows what's good and bad, but he does not know morality. There's a difference. A child's not going to go and hurt another child. That's not morality.
Yeah. So what's that? It's an effect. So what's that?
Morals is morality. Okay, rules is not morality.
Okay,
so I keep proving you that you just but
that's not my topic. Of course, that's not my topic. So if you cannot,
if a child, since you want to play with children, if a child fondles another child at a young age, is he being immoral because he has no idea what he's doing?
But look, the parents cannot
Oh,
teach
okay.
the children.
Thank you.
No, I'm giving
Thank
the
you.
example.
I think that is being taught. That's taught by the parents and taught by the book.
Yeah. Okay,
Yes.
look.
So
Which
that's
book?
why
Sorry,
the concept of marriage.
wait.
No,
Show me
no,
from
let me
the
finish.
Quran. No, show me from the Quran that you cannot
Show
touch
you from
children.
the Quran.
See. Yeah, I want to see. Like
Show
bring
you
the
from the
Quran.
Quran. Yeah. والذين هم لفروجهم حافظون إلا على أزواجهم أو
Brother,
ما
bring the
ملكت
verse. I
أيمانهم.
cannot
So
speak
I'm
in
telling
English.
you,
Show me the
but
verse.
I know. But let me say the verse so that I can translate it because I have to hear it in my head first. So those that are to their private parts, they're preserving, except to their spouses and who they have oaths with. So the whole concept of marriage, according to you, is just it's not moral, because morality didn't tell me in my head that I have to have marriage contracts. So this is easy. Your position is extremely easy. Why do you get married? Why don't you just go find somebody to have sex with? That's morally okay if you both consented. Children will do that.
Islam days, I told you, the concept of marriage is not family, it's sex.
Oh,
Totally
concept
sex,
of
brother.
marriage is just sex. So, but I can have sex without a marriage contract, correct? That's morally acceptable.
Yeah, if you don't follow the rules, like if you don't understand what the marriage is, as I told you, you cannot have a family with 4 people, it's like 4 wives. Then you don't know the concept of
You're
marriage.
changing topics. I'm talking about morality and you're changing subjects, but this is what happens when people just think they're better than God. You know more than God, so teach me. God's book is flawed. What God showed as reality is flawed and you don't like it. It's against your morals. I'm asking you, am I morally obliged to have a marriage contract to have sex with somebody? Because in my genes and my DNA, when I'm born as a child, I didn't come up with my head saying like, "Hey, I need to write a paper between me and somebody to have sex with." So please, do I need to get married?
No, if you're not a religious person, you don't need it.
Okay, perfect. So this is not morality to you. So can I have sex with somebody you're having sex with? Why? If she agreed and it's consent, she's dating you and she's dating me. It's fine.
She's never gonna agree. I say your assumption is
she's never gonna agree.
Yeah.
Your girlfriend will never agree to have sex with someone else, and everybody in the world will never agree to have sex with somebody in the world because marriage contract is not a thing.
But when I ask you how can a wife accept another wife, you said, yeah, it's normal. So I'm telling you, bring your proof, like how my wife.
No, because there it's for the hereafter. It's not for sex. You are the person who's involved in sexual pleasures in the world, because that's how you judge your morality. Is it okay for me to get drunk and just have sex and then go home? If the person's consenting,
but I don't do it. I told you I don't need it. Like even like if
yeah,
I'm
exactly. So we can just go to the bar. We can just get drunk. I can meet a girl. She says yes when she's drunk, and then I have sex with her. She has sex with me, and then we leave. And then she gets pregnant. Who cares? I don't know her. She didn't know me. That's fine. That's okay. That's not.
You have the rules
derogatory.
of the society. You see, we are not living in the jungle.
Why? That's parts of the rules. I can go to New York right now, get drunk, and have sex with somebody with no condom, and she gets pregnant, and I move on.
Who said you can move, brothers? Please, who said you can move on if she's pregnant?
I don't need to take her number. I'm not obliged to take her number. She doesn't know my number. I don't need to. It's a one night stand. I just signed up to get drunk and have sex. That's what we both consented to. If she got knocked up, it's not my fault. That's not what I signed up for. Because there is no. I believe in God, but there's no book. There's no book that tells me. So I can just do whatever I want because it's morally okay.
You see, in that
have
case,
a nice day, bro.
Okay, have a nice day. Have a nice day.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Peace, Safadi. 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 Safadi, give me 1 minute, please. Okay, I will. No, then yes, it is. You are next, Aram, and then Tan, and then Yo. Man, that's been alone. Easy, bro.
Peace. Marhaba, Muhammad.
Peace. Marhaba.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
I'm very happy to finally speak to you. طيب, I have like 3 questions if you have time, of course. بس خلينا نبلش let's start with the first one. Okay,
Oh, man,
verse
here comes the notepad. Tada.
33:56, please.
33:56. Let's go. 33.
56.
إن الله وملائكته. I think this is it.
Yeah.
إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما.
Exactly. هلا
Right here.
Can you tell me what you understand from this verse first, please?
Yes. So for me, salah is a form of dua between God or God to you. Okay? Salah, communications. Salah is communication. Okay? God and his angels, they communicate on the Prophet. Okay? Okay? So you all should also communicate on the Prophet and sallimu taslima. So the most important thing here is wasallimu taslima. This is not for God. Submit submissively. Because God says, وَلَا فَلَا وَرَبُّكَ فَلَا, I'm just going to the verse, فَلَا وَرَبُّكَ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ حَتَّى يُحَاكِمُوكُمْ 6. Okay, I got it. So this is 465. Okay, maybe there is a verse where God says here, but no, by your Lord, they do not believe until they make you judge in whatever they disputed among themselves and should find no difficulty within themselves for what you have decided, and يسلموا تسليما فلا وربك لا يؤمنون حتى يحكموك فيما شجر بينهم ثم لا يجدوا في أنفسهم حرجا مما قضيت ويسلموا تسليما. So this verse is applying with the other one, okay? But now the Prophet's not here. So how do we apply, not this verse, this verse is the Quran now. The Quran is covered by this verse. But how do we apply, where's that verse? Sorry, let me put it up. I think it was in here. Nope, sorry, I have so many tabs open.
33:56.
Okay, there it is. Okay, share this tab. 33:56. Me, the way I do this, okay, I'm in a situation, for example, talking to an ex-Muslim, right? I would say to myself in my mind, wallah, if I'm in a position where I need some inspiration on how to act, what would the Prophet do in this position? The Prophet would try to be as just as possible. I would give in to that thought. Now, what would the Prophet do now when he's insulting what God is saying? The Prophet would be a little harsh with the disbeliever.
So based off of the Quran, of course, yani.
Of course, because to me, I know the morals of the Prophet from the Quran, and that's all I need, right? وَإِنَّكَ لَعَلَى خُلْقٍ عَظِيمٍ. You are of a great morals, right? But, or you are of a great stature, for example.
But my question is, do you have to say Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad, for example?
Okay, you said Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. Did you fulfill the verse? No, because God's saying you do salah, not God, until you're asking God to do salah. But the worst part is you're saying to God to do salah and you sallim. So you want God to yusallim taslima ala Muhammad to sallim.
This is how I saw it, and how I understood it was that God and angels, they communicate with the Prophet by sending the revelation, and then the Prophet shares the revelation with us, and we have to submit submissively to the revelation.
Okay, so what about this verse here? 43. هو الذي يصلي عليكم وملائكته ليخرجكم من الظلمات إلى النور وكان بالمؤمنين رحيما. So God's also communicating with you and with his angels. But you're an Arabic speaker, there's something very important where here it's singular. هو الذي يصلي عليكم وملائكته ليخرجكم. It's not ليخرجوكم. It's not God and the angels taking you. It's only God taking you out. But the angels are the inspiration. You see? Because there's a verse where God says, الذين قالوا ربنا الله ثم استقاموا تتنزل عليهم الملائكة نحن أولياؤكم في الدنيا والآخرة. So these angels will give you the communication from God.
هلا my question is, this was all good for me except when I saw this verse, I couldn't interpret it with this approach. If you go to 984, please.
ولا تصلي عليهم.
ولا تصلي على أحد منهم مات. Yeah.
تصلي على. Right?
So what does that mean? Like, for example, my cousins would say this is Salat al-Janazah, for example.
No.
Yeah.
No. Do not even consider, like, if you're gonna have a thought from them, just move away. Because the one Surah Al-Janaza, وَلَا تَقُمْ عَلَى قَبْرِهِ. So وَلَا تُصَلِّ عَلى أَحَدٍ مِّنْهُمْ مَاتًا أَبَدًا وَلَا تَقِمْ عَلى قَبْرِهِ. So Al-Janaza usually is, people technically do the Janaza before, I know, but they also do it at the grave. هي تقم على قبره ولا تصلي عليهم is just don't even communicate about them to God, by the way. I know communication, Salah is communication with God that can happen 3 ways. God communicating to you, you communicating to God, or you are communicating to God on behalf of someone else.
Yeah, it's like praying for someone. Yeah.
Perfect. You got
Okay. Tamam. Now, the second question. If you go to Surah Al-Najm, please.
it. 58,
I just
I
have,
believe.
I think 53.
No, 53.
53 or 52, something like that.
Najm,
Yeah.
53. Yeah.
My question is, do you believe in the story of Al-Isra wal-Mi'raj?
إسراء
Because
فقط. ما في معراج.
yeah, I see your point. There's a verse that talks about Masjid al-Haram and Masjid al-Aqsa. But for here, my question is that God says that the Prophet went to Sidrat al-Muntaha,
سدرة المنتهى.
which is a tree in heaven, supposedly, صح?
Supposedly, but this is for a person who did not read the Quran, or who went with narrations of Christianity, by the way. So I'm going to take you to a verse, which is Surah Al-Anbiya, and we're going to go all the way to the end. Okay. So they claim that heaven is created. وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِنَّ هَذَا. There we go.
That it's not created yet. صح? That's what you're going to
Yes.
say.
Yeah. ولا and the greatest ولا يحزنهم الفزع الأكبر وتتلقاهم الملائكة هذا يومكم الذي كنتم توعدون يوم نطوي السماء كطي السجل للكتب كما بدأنا أول خلق نعيده وعدا علينا إن كنا فاعلين ولقد كتبنا في الزبور من بعد الذكر إن الأرض يرثها عبادي الصالحون. So here God is telling you, in front of your eyes, you're going to see heaven getting created. وَالْجَحِيمُ إِذَا سُعِرَتْ. And you're going to see the fire get kindled. So the fire is not kindled now, and Jannah is not built. And because if Jannah was built, and Adam was in Jannah, then why is the devil telling him, you need to eat from the tree so you don't die? And to become an angel and you don't die. وَتَكُونَ مِنَ الْخَالِدِينَ. So why is the devil...
Yeah, but where was he then?
Somewhere else. It's not Jannah. The word Jannah is garden, but he's also the devil himself is asking God. He's saying, "Fandirni ila yawmin yub'athun." In heaven, in paradise, there's no death. So heaven is not created. Now to go back to Surah Al-Najm, I think God is telling us that Prophet Muhammad went to exactly where heaven is going to become the created. And this is the first stop. Sidrat al-Muntaha. That's where it is.
So is heaven going to be on earth? Like earth is just going to be reshaped and become...
So the way I understand it, we are in quantum physics, computer box. Okay? God can say a few words and the whole environment around us change, a whole new map, and whole new rules and a whole new physics and chemistry. Okay? And right now we have both evil and good mixed into one. Yawm al-faraq. Okay, you are the people of the left. Go to the fire with everything that's evil. And you are the people who wanted to be on the right, good people. You go with everything that's beautiful. And now these concepts of jealousy, hate, theft, murder, killa, I went to the left. Because the programming has changed literally in front of you. Now, I believe Adam was actually made on earth here. Okay? Made on earth here, there was humanoids around him, not humans. They look like Adam, but they had no soul of God. He was put in a beautiful Jannah. Some people say on a different planet, whatever you want. I say he's here. And God says, وَهْبُطُوا مِنْهَا لَكُمْ فِي الْأَرْضِ مُسْتَقِرٌ. So they had to exit from this garden where it was beautiful. They had all the food. They didn't need anything, but they still had, it was very nice for them. Okay. Now, the biggest proof, the son of Adam kills the other son. And now you have all humans came from another son. Who did they have sex with? Their mother? No. that means there was other creatures on earth that did not have the soul of God in them, where they were able to communicate and they thought they were each other. And God says Adam's example is that of Jesus. Jesus did not have a father, and Jesus came literally as a miracle. And Adam is the same thing. So you have evolution happening. They reached to the point of the Homo sapien or the humanoid, and God from the dirt made Adam. But Adam is better than this creature. And this creature was driven by jinn. And Iblis got mad. Why can't I now? Why is this guy better than me? I was having fun on earth. No, I'm going to take him out from this garden. And I'm going to show you I'm better than him. Okay, then they have the fight. Where on earth? That's how I've seen it. This is interpretations. This is not, I'm not saying
I
the
think,
Quran is.
yeah, I think there are verses that says that we will be close to God, like in heaven.
Yes.
I thought we'd be raised up, like heaven would be somewhere
Yes.
up in the sky, somewhere.
They
I don't know.
they say that, but the whole sky is going to be torn apart. And then you're going to have a new ground and a new sky. And where now you see more than like the rules are not as convoluted as they are now. And,
I mean,
by the way, you get to work in heaven, by the way, huh? You still have work. وهم في شغل فاكهين.
yeah, I heard
get
you
to
talk
build.
about this before.
Yeah.
But yeah, it doesn't matter, honestly, at the end of the day. المهم يعني إن شاء الله God is happy with us and we're in a good place. That's all that matters. Doesn't matter if it's on earth or it's up there. Okay, just the last question very quickly. Surah An-Nisa, verse 23, please. 23, 24.
23, 24. 23, 4, 20. And yes, I just want to clarify, I don't know where Adam for sure was created, whether he was in here or a different sky, maybe a different planet, and then he was forced to this earth. I really don't know. But I have my assumptions. I just believe because of the whole, what I see in evolution. But what I am married to is that there was creatures before Adam. And when even in the Bible, they say that Cain ran away to a tribe. So where did this tribe come from? It's obviously not Adam and Eve. حرمت عليكم أمهاتكم. Is this the one you're talking about?
Yeah, I want to say the verse after it says
المحصنات من النساء.
Yeah.
Right? Yes.
Except
and you're
the
gonna say,
exceptions, basically.
Yeah, there is an exception.
Yeah, the exceptions, it says إلا ما ملكت أيمانكم. But what does that mean? What is ما ملكت أيمانكم? Some people say it's like servants, people who work for you with a wage.
Yes. People you have an oath with. Okay? الذين ملكت أيمانكم. Yamin. You provide a service and I'm providing you something in return, but it's going to be post-paid.
But would it be, because I saw another verse that says
I'll show you who he's talking about here. Why there's an exception because of a specific verse. Because if he didn't put the exception in the other, there would have been a contradiction. And the verse is in the Surah Mumtahina.
But I mean,
right?
if they're, why would they be married? Like
That's
if they're
where I'm
married.
going to.
Okay.
Yeah, the Surah Mumtahina. So it's clear. Like why are you allowed to marry women, right? Like
I'm
that
married
are already women.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's Mumtahina. Maybe it's 59. صباح الله حشر. Was it Mumtahina? Whoever got awards, as well as occupied. No, I think it is Mumtahina. There it is. Okay. So there's married women. يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا جاءكم المؤمنات مهاجرات فامتحنوهن الله أعلم بأيمانهن فإن علمتموهن مؤمنات فلا ترجعوهن إلى الكفار ولا لا هن حل لهم ولا هم يحلون لهن. So they're already married. They came running away from their husbands. They're already married, but they wanted to join the believers. And God is telling you, there's no blame for you to marry them when you have given them their fees, and you have to give back the disbelievers what they gave the women. Right?
Yeah, makes sense.
Let the disbelievers ask for what they have spent. So if she's married and she took that mahar, you have to give that mahar back to the disbeliever. because she's technically was his wife, but she's no longer allowed for him. So this is where the verse in chapter 4 comes in play, where you obviously married women is off, except those that came under that exception. This right now is called a mutashabih. So people with ambiguous, like craziness, they will follow wrong interpretation. But God never allows to have sex with a servant without marriage, because God clearly, and it's right here in the next verse, right?
Yeah, I saw this.
ينكح المحصنات فمما ملكت أيمانكم والله أعلم بأيمانكم بعضكم من بعض فانكحوهن بإذن أهلهن وآتوهن أجورهن بالمعروف محصنات غير مسافحات ولا متخذات أخدان. So here فانكحوهن is عقد النكاح. That's it.
But my question is, like, let's say there's a war going on and like the men died and stayed, and this is how the Sunnis explain it, obviously, which is
no.
Yeah, it's weird. But
let me put it this way: I took over a country, right? And I want the people to come into Islam. So a boy sees me rape his mother for my own sex slavery, and then he's gonna be like, "Wow, this religion is amazing. He killed my dad and he raped my mom, and I'm gonna become a Muslim now."
It's disgusting.
It's disgusting. But it's not how the religion ever spread.
خلاص, thank you very much.
Nice to
Nice to
bless
meet
you,
you.
man.
God
It's nice to meet you as well.
Nice to meet you. Salam.
Adam, you're next, but you need to turn off your camera. Or you do that exactly. All right.
Hello,
How you
man.
doing, Salam?
How you doing,
How
man?
are you doing? Good,
Hope
good.
you're doing good, man. This is
You're about to do something you
yeah.
shouldn't have done, so I didn't want that on camera. That's all.
Okay, don't worry, man. I respect it. Well, first of all, I hope you're doing good. I hope everyone on the stream is doing good, and hopefully everyone as well. Okay, well, okay. I guess let's start. So my first question is on abrogation. Tell me about it. How do you understand it?
So I personally don't believe there's abrogation happening now in the Quran. Okay, there's no verse that's removing a verse right now in the Quran that we have right now. I do believe as the revelation was happening, a verse would have been removed or forgotten, and a new verse would have came below it. So in this day and age, we have only the final copy. One.
So, okay.
There is the other school where the word abrogation here does not mean abrogation, but rather copy.
Yeah, but at the time when the Prophet came, like there could have been verses that have been put in and put out,
and then taken away. For example, the one about Jerusalem, God could have revealed a verse which he then later removed from the Quran, and he put a new verse. But the command didn't change. Why? Because the command is to وَاتَّخِذُوا مِن مَقَامِ إِبْرَاهِيمَ مُصَلَّى, and take from the position of Abraham a place of prayer. Okay, Jerusalem is a place of Abraham, and Mecca is a place of Abraham. So we were achieving the same goal. But God moved it from Jerusalem to test the people of the book, and he put it to Mecca. You're still facing Maqam Ibrahim. Are you okay with it? No, we're not. Okay. But now we are no longer in need of those verses. And then the other one, for example, like you can't have intercourse during the night with Ramadan, which guess what? You can, but God is not allowing you to in this moment. And then when he abrogated, the command didn't change. You were allowed to anyways. Because God says, وَلَقَدْ كَانَ اللَّهُ يَعْلَمُ إِنَّكُمْ تَخُونُونَ أَنفُسَكُمْ. He already knew you were deceiving yourselves because it wasn't possible.
Okay. So, well, there's that verse, the Tahrim verse, the one you brought up like earlier. It says like, وَالْآنَ أُحِلَّ لَكُمْ. I don't remember the whole thing, but
yeah.
But to my knowledge, there isn't a verse prior to that where it says وَالْآنَ أُحِرِّمَ لَكُمْ. يعني there isn't a prohibition verse.
Exactly.
Does that make sense?
So that's the abrogation.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
1 second.
Yes.
I have a brother I have to salute, Brother Felix. God bless you.
Right, congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, this individual here, God bless him for the money, but I want to show you who this guy is. This guy he's one of our legends in our day and age. 1 second.
Felix Blue.
Yes, he's one of our legends in this day and age. Where this man, he makes music in Germany, right? And he's very well known in Germany, and he is promoting in regards to what God has taught him and what God is showing him in his life, and he has been promoting many things in regards to into obviously to call people towards a proper way of religion. So yes, it's Felix Bloom, but as well he is a very well known artist. So go check him out. Oh, sorry, this is not wasn't very good here. Give me a second. Boom. Right? Let me show you his main channel. I believe he has more than one channel. It's difficult for me to write his channel name. So this is his first channel, Alpha Music and Collega. There you go. And you can see he has a lot of music put out where it's German rap, and he's a really, really, really good artist. I hear some of his music, man. He's a killer. So check him out. Definitely check him out. He's an amazing artist, and he's, as you guys see, he's part of the mission to spread the word of God and the love to God to everybody. So God bless you, brother, and it's always nice to see you.
I don't know a lick of German. I'll still listen to him.
I don't either, but music sounds good still.
Okay, so okay, next question. Tell me about what ma malakat aymanikum means. Like, how is like slavery, and how does that work in Islam according to you?
From the verses, I see three types of ma malakat aymanikum. So one, someone is, I am legal to be married to, but it's not a full marriage because I can't afford a full marriage. So I have an oath between that person.
Yeah, I
right?
heard that one.
Or let's assume my wife cannot produce a child. So I will go have a malakat ayman, which there's no divorce at this point. There's no point of divorce where she will bear me a child. You understand? So there's this concept. One, I have people who are working at my house. Okay, so before Islam, I had slaves where I would buy the human being and they would take care of my field, they would take care of my house, they would take care of, okay, now I have canceled slavery, but I still need people to take care of my farm, to take care of my house, to help with my children. So I turn those into oaths. So you provide a service and I will give you food and shelter. You provide a service, I'll give you, yes, work. That's the second one. And the third one is business partners. So me and you will have a company. I have an oath to you and you have an oath to me. And therefore now we have a milkul yamin together.
Okay. So we're saying there is no slavery, basically.
Oh no, God, the word for slavery in the Quran, there's two of them. Abdun mamluk. So a servant who is owned, which is not in a good term. Abdul mamluk la yaqdiru ala shay. So an owned slave or owned servant that cannot do anything. And the other one is fakku raqaba, the releasing of a neck. Those are things that are abolishing slavery. But ma malakat aymanakum, now these are like employees, business partners, and people that are concubines or midwives or nurses and things of that nature.
Okay,
because
question. Sorry.
Wait. If we are allowed to have sex with ma malakat aymanana, right? Well, whoever our right hand possesses, right? So are you telling me right here? Where is it? Okay, so you see this verse, brother? I'm going to put it on the screen.
Okay.
Right. So there is no blame on them, the female, okay? The wives. This is talking about people's wives and the prophet's wives. There's no blame on them concerning their fathers or their sons or their brothers or their sons of their brothers or the sons of their sisters or their women, nor those their right hand possesses. What? Women have ma malakat aymanuhunna.
What?
So now here wala ma malakat aymanuhunna. So they can have sex with their servants and slaves? No, akhi. Okay, then it doesn't mean that.
That makes sense. I should ask the Sunni brothers on that one.
Yeah, you'll trip them out.
Okay, well, also a question from that. You said, like, talking about fakku raqaba, but like, for you to release a neck, don't you have to own it to begin with?
Yes, because this is at the beginning, and there's people who would enter right now in Islam, and still in this day and age, where they still have a form of slavery where they can make the person become free. Okay, especially in countries in, let's say, East Asia and Africa, it's still existing.
I don't know if you're getting my point. Sorry.
I do. 1 second. But anytime God is saying to expiate with fakku raqaba, He gives you an alternative, whether fasting, whether paying money, or fasting. So He gives you an option if you don't have fakku raqaba.
No, I'm saying, like, of the concept of fakku raqaba exists, does that not mean slavery exists? Does that not mean like we are even allowed to have slaves? So we are allowed to fakku raqaba. Do you
No.
get my reasoning?
I get what you're saying. You're saying that this is something that you have, so you have to release the neck, right?
Yes. Like
Yeah,
you
but
can't
the thing is,
release
it also
enough.
forbids you from buying humans at this point.
Huh?
Because you're supposed to give slavery, you have to be Abdullah. They can't be your Abd, in a sense.
So how do you fakku raqaba without having a slave? That's my question, basically.
This is for the people who have slavery.
So like
But
before
there is another way. There is another way of understanding that verse.
Okay.
I have one of your prisoners.
Okay, fair enough. That's more reasonable, I guess.
That's a raqaba. خلاص, I'll let that slave. I'll let that prisoner free.
Okay, well, I guess that's more understandable. Let me think. Well,
Bro, I have a whole list of people. I want to be able to get
sure.
to everything.
One last one. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's about أطيعوا الله وأطيعوا الرسول. You obviously heard them a lot, but like how's that does not mean
Answer that?
obey the prophet? Like, I don't know.
Okay, so it doesn't say obey prophet, it says obey the messenger. People were capable of obeying God before the Quran. People were you are able to obey God with no book, as some messengers and some good people did. By trying to get close to God, you're able to. If you put your hand in a fire and it burns, and now you tell yourself, "I can't put my hand in the fire." This is technically obeying God because that's how He created the world.
But do you have a proof?
You know,
from
yeah. Once,
okay.
So
Sorry.
yeah, so we knew before the Quran that zina is not something that God wants us to do, to cheat on our spouses, because we will feel hurt if we got cheated on. So we shouldn't cheat. So we don't cheat. That's obeying God. Now, how do we obey the messenger? The messenger told us whoever cheats, whoever commits fornication, adultery, zina, lash him 100 times. So now I have to obey the messenger and lash the person 100 times. But how would we be able to deduce or understand that before the Quran that there's a lashing involved? So that's obeying God and obeying the messenger. Now, if I'm going to obey the messenger, who's my messenger? Prophet Muhammad. How do I know what Prophet Muhammad said? It's the Hadith. But it's from the Quran. How do you prove that? God says, وَمِن قَبْلِهِ كِتَابُ مُوسَى إِمَامٌ وَرَحْمَةٌ. And from before it, the book of Moses, a guide and mercy. But what's the book of Moses? Is that Moses' Hadith, or is the book that came from Moses?
Yeah, fair enough.
Came from God to Moses. Okay, with that logic where God is attributing the book to Moses, what's the book of Muhammad? According to the same logic, it's the Quran. So if I want to know what the messenger is telling me and I have to obey the messenger, I have to go into the Quran. And guess what? If I obey the messenger, I have obeyed God.
Okay, that's it.
Fair enough?
Yeah, fair enough.
And then finally, Surah Al-Najm.
Yes.
No, I don't think it's Najm. Maybe it's Najm. No, it isn't Najm. I think it's Haqqa. Where God says, إِنَّهُ قَوْلُ رَسُولٍ كَرِيمٍ وَمَا هُوَ بِقَوْلِ شَاعِرٍ قَلِيلًا مَا تُؤْمِنُونَ. It is the sayings of an honorable messenger, and it is not the sayings of a poet. Little do you believe. So God is saying that it's the words of God, but it's the statements of a messenger. And He says the same thing about Gabriel. So it's God's words, who are the statements of Gabriel, who are the statements of Muhammad. So what's the statements of Muhammad? What did Muhammad tell the people? The Quran. Khalas.
Okay. Makes sense. Yeah. Well, I don't want to waste more of your time. I have more questions, but I don't want to waste more of your time. So, hope it goes well for everyone.
God bless you, man.
God bless you too.
Salam. And hey, I know you left. If you're watching this, there's something that you need to not. You need to not do that. You need to not do that. Break your lighter. It's that time.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Walaikum salam. I can. All right. Let me just write the list in for the people who are coming. So we have Tan here, and then we have this gentleman, and then we have this. So you people know their place here, and then this, and then this. Okay. I'm sorry if I misspelled. Wait, why can I not see this? Boom. Oh, I did. Sorry, Powell. But yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I got a question for you about the the sectarian stuff, right? About these theological disputes of Sunni and Shia, and now they want to chuck Sufi out of Sunnis as well, right? But I want to ask you, like, what's your thoughts on everything? And I understand you speak well about some of these guys, like you say about the Farid and this, that, but brother, please, I've watched you for a long time. I know your views. The guy would have your head on a plate in literally a minute if they were in power, and even you acknowledge this. Even you acknowledge
Who's
this.
this?
You,
Who's this?
the Salafis,
Sunnis?
the Salafis.
Oh,
Yes, the
100%.
Salafis.
Yeah, oh, yeah. I
Yeah,
get that.
and
It's
I tell
awful.
you, but here's the thing, brother. Here's the thing. The issue is not that you criticize something, right? The issue is, like, for example, I understand you try to think the best of your brothers because they still believe in God. Everybody believes in God, right? But it's the ideology that's behind it. It's the same. It's
Yes.
the root cause, whether it be the Sunni or Shia, whatever. It's the root extremism that's there. So that's my question. Like, what do you think about all these theological developments that they have?
I'm going to defeat them, but I'm going to defeat them kindly. That's my general understanding. I'm going to defeat them. Me and the people who are working, even if I die and I'm not part of the process, I'm going to defeat them.
But what do you
I'm
think of their
defeating them.
differences? What do you
The
think of their
difference
differences?
is they put themselves as God without them realizing it. They judge reality. They say what God said, and they don't. If Prophet Muhammad was alive today, they would kill him.
Oh yeah. It's.
If
Here's the
Jesus
thing,
came
brother.
back, they would be the first ones to fight him.
Yeah, I would not doubt you, but the thing I want to ask, like, what I meant, let me clarify, is that
I know
the
what you meant. I know
differences,
you're saying
the
why
differences.
are you trying to find some commonality and
No,
still trying
brother.
to? Sorry, maybe I
Brother,
misunderstood.
no, but brother, here's the thing. What I meant is this, bro. What I meant is this: that you are actually doing good if you're trying to find commonality. But the issue is that they are not trying to find commonality. Just look at the Farid guy you said. I don't want to talk behind the back, but I'm just giving you what's apparent. Look how he views, for example, the Shias. And then you go to the Shias, you see the Yasser Habibi guy, whoever his name is. Look how he views the Sunnis. Right? It's they view themselves with such utter hatred, and it is not even funny, brother. I get sad in my heart when I see them debate with atheists, and they treat them more with respect than somebody else who says La ilaha illallah. That's the sad
But
reality. It's like
that's
even with you, brother. Like when I saw how the Ali Dawa guy they treat you still believe in Allah. They treat the atheists better than you. That's the sad reality, brother. Why?
I know this. Okay,
But
because
why?
God says that they have hatred and animosity till the day of judgment. I'm not going to change it. There's a very specific reason why I keep singling out Farid response. Do you know why?
Why, bro?
Because he would not lift the sword. He is from the Salafis that would not lift the sword, and I can guarantee you this. But if would he be okay with me dying or not? God knows. He would say he did his crime, but he himself would not lift it. Unless if I lifted it, then he says, no, this guy needs to be eliminated. Me and Farid had many conversations. Now, with the Shia, they don't have conversations with me. But when I do, it's polite. But they choose not to
I can
engage with
explain
me.
you, brother. One thing, brother. I can explain you why I think with the Shia is a little bit more different for you, because at least based on what I saw, at least with the Ash'aris, their common belief with what you say, because you try to say Quran only, it is like they cannot deny it. They have a saying, I think it is Jafar Sadiq, the sixth Imam in Shiism. He says, anything that reaches you from us that goes against the book, reject it. Basically, so I understand why they're more like easy to talk to than you, but with the other side, it's just institutions, and they will have that as well. Because if you talk to them, like here's the thing, you're not a Shia, so it's difficult. But if you were one and you were to question some of the things, then obviously they could do the same thing as Sunnis. It's more about institutionalization that happens. Because, for example, when you criticize, I saw on your live with Ali Dawa, the guy says, who are you to make the tafsir of this? But it is okay for Tabari. It is okay for Qurtubi. And you know what, brother, the beauty of it? You cannot criticize Hadith, but Ibn Hazm can go against Dhahabi. Asyuti can go against, Shawkani. Like, this is not even funny, brother. Like, but then they say, oh, these guys are alim. But they will never hold the same standard to Christian or the Jew. When they talk to a Christian about the Bible, they're not. The Christian can say, "Well, you haven't studied to become a bishop. You are not a bishop. Who are you to talk?" They will never hold to the same standard because they will fall. They don't look in the mirror. Like, this is the sad reality. Like, I see the Sunnis. I see. I don't hate to use this word, but the extreme sides of the Sunnis and the Shia, the extreme sides. I see the similarity between Judaism on one side and similarity between Christianity on the other side. It is
I say that
It is identical.
Yeah, oh yeah, the Shia is like as God says in the Quran, that the Christians are closest to the believers because they're not arrogant. لا يستكبرون. That's what I see in the Shia. And then the most like harsh as enemies to the
Yes.
believers are the Jews and the polytheists. Okay, but I'm seeing the Jews very close to the Sunnis. So they're the ones who's being very harsh with me. So why would I, like, when I have conversations with Christians, it's a benefit. Like, I had a very nice conversation for an hour and a half with a person where the person, I swear to God, he's an Orthodox Christian who's very attached to the church. He said, from all the times I've debated, I've never met somebody who knows the Christian church as good as you do. And I was going off the cuff based upon what I was witnessing people. I don't sit and read. But he was like, you understand the church extremely well. And I was able to get to a common ground where he was okay with my position. I can do the same thing with the Shia. I literally did it with Hezbollah. Like, when they had a gun to my head accusing me, I was talking to them about how I'm just the Quran alone, and they were like,
Right.
okay, we can jive with this. This makes sense. We don't
Right.
agree with you. You need the Hadith of Ali and the Prophet for some things, but what you're saying, like, it fixes a lot of problems. But you
It's
go
just the
to a Sunni,
history.
no, you're a Kafir, you're going to hell. Consensus says you are hellbound, you are
No.
dogs of hell, you are not a Muslim, you're
No.
inalak at that point. God damn you at this point. I'm telling you, I
Brother,
believe in the book. You want me to doubt in the book? The Shi'i doesn't do that.
brother, the issue is, I think truly it depends on the institutionalization.
Individual.
Because no, but you say Shia, because here's the thing. I tell you the reason. The reason is, if you look how they look at the Hadith on that side, you understand they don't have the same thing. Like, for example, you criticize Bukhari, you're a kafir. For them, they will never admit. But here's the thing: they hold it almost to the same standard as the word of God. I mean, if you criticize, but if, let's not name it, but if a certain scholar by the name of Al-Albani or this or that, he grades it from Sahih to Hassan or lower, for him is okay. But for you, no, you cannot even question it. And you saw the other guy. There was one guy who was like, "Oh, I have questions about this," and then there was this Saudi scholar. I forgot his name. He was like, "You doubt this? Oh, you are a kafir." By this agreement, when the Prophet Ibrahim in the Quran, right? When he is asking God for reassurance, he's asking for reassurance, right? Is he a disbeliever now? But because he's not doubting, but you know what I mean. So when this guy has questions, he's like, "Oh, you're a kafir." Instantly. You question something. How does this even logically make sense? Like, this is why I
Doesn't.
cannot even comprehend. Like, they ask you to use reason when they convert you. They say, "Here is the book. Use reason." But once you're in, no more reason. Reason haram. The gates of ijtihad are closed.
Did
How
you
does
see
this
what they
make
put
sense?
Sneeko in? Did you see just what they
Yes.
put Sneeko through? Sneeko asked one question, and I'll show you a clip where Sneeko was talking about it the next day walking in Medina. He goes, I still can't get over the fact that I asked Sheikh Asim, like, the thing about
That guy,
Hadith,
brother.
and the guy, and Sneeko goes, well, the guy said that if you don't believe in the Hadith, just get out of my house. Like, he's kicking me out of his house because I didn't believe in the Hadith. Like, he goes, this is just incredible. I didn't understand. Like, it just didn't make sense. And I wrote in his channel, I was like, hey, like, Hadith is just Paul's apostate. It's equivalent. And they just idolize the prophet. He reads a little bit, and then you see him look down, and then he didn't engage with the comment. But I saw him saw the message. I saw him saw my message, and he read it, but he just didn't want to engage with it. I spammed it a few times, and he was just getting uncomfortable because he sees it. He knows that it's
Right.
just idolize. Yeah.
Brother, the issue is not only that. The issue is, here's one thing you have to like see, like, genuinely, if you believe, because in the book it says multiple times that God asks them to use the reason, right? Ask them to use the reason.
They don't
The
have
thing
it.
with these guys is, no, they have it, brother. Every single human being, you know this, brother. I'll give you an example. Throughout histories, right? If you see cultures, why they almost never, they understood if they kill their own babies, it's a bad thing. They understood there's something deep in them. Like, there's something deep in them that they do. That's the natural reason that God gives you to understand. Like, you understand basic things, right?
You're
But they're trying
aware.
to suppress it. They're trying to
You're
suppress
aware.
it.
You're aware. When somebody lies enough, they get
Yes.
sealed. They actually cannot use it. It's taken away from them. They're sealed. Do you know what it means
The
to be
eyes are
sealed?
blind. Yes, the eyes are
Yes.
blind. It's not the sorry, the
Everything.
heart's the heart, not the eyes, not the
Even
eyes.
the reason. Because
Yes.
as you said, the first time it's presented to them, they know it's an error. But then they double down, and then at that point, khalas. They've believed a lie 3 or 4 times. After it's been proven to them, God removes their reason. أفلا يتدبرون القرآن أم على قلوب أقفالها. Do they not ponder upon the Quran, or do they have locks on their hearts? They're locked. These people lied so much. Bro, I swear to God, I'm gonna have to get close to the camera. I was talking to somebody in the UK, where it's like the hotbed for this stuff. I'm talking to him, and his eyes are like this. And then he goes, yeah, but Sheikh Albani said this, and Sheikh Al-Fawzan, and the West is trying to mitigate the Islam and the Islam. And then you talk to him, and his eyes are just going, like he has no idea what I'm saying. He's just going off the script.
Brother,
like a zombie.
Here's the thing. Like, this is the sad reality you see. When I talk with Christians from time to time, and when I ask them like some questions, right? And they say, oh, the answer is what? Not because this, not because that, because Jesus said so. Bible said so. Jesus said so. The same thing with these guys. Oh, why is it that you have come to X, Y, and Z conclusion? Oh, because Albani said so, because this guy said so, or this guy said so, that guy said so. And do you know what is the funniest, brother? You know this instead. They say to you, like, for example, in terms of prayer, they have different ways of praying, right? They pray all very similar. It's very minimal details that are different, right? But they have the general essence is the same. But they say all comes down from the Sunnah. All comes down from the Sunnah. So this begs the question: did the Prophet pray 4 different ways, or is it that? And the thing is, they will never say the other prayer is batil. You talk to like a Shafi or Hanbali, he will not say no. Malik's prayer is valid. It's not batil. They even say about the Shafi, it's not batil. If they don't make this sad, it's not batil. But they pray differently than you. Then how can it all be from the Sunnah? How can the Maliki's and these guys? And then they lie. I saw with the Asim guy as well. They say Malik couldn't pray because his hands were beaten. Okay, so he couldn't hold his hands, but he could make sajda. He could put his hands down and make sajda. This doesn't even make sense, brother. And you have narrations why Malik prayed with hands down. Malik prayed hands down. You have narrations from Hassan al-Basri and from others. They say, yeah, people prayed with their hands down as well. So, but they will never.
You have,
You
have Ali and the whole crowd. You have Ali and the whole crowd. They can't deny that Ali didn't pray with his hands down. They cannot.
They cannot, but they will refuse to. The thing is, they say, oh no, it is not. And do you know what is the sad part, brother? The sad part is, the thing is, they say you're making taqleed. When it comes to, like, they say Malikis or these guys, and they say you're making taqleed. Why? Who is Imam Malik? Why you make taqleed? Why make taqleed? But then the way they pray, who do they get it from? Because Albani compiled every single one of them and said, this is the Sunnah way. This is the
Albani made a video how to pray, and then they make fun of me. It's exactly the same.
Brother, they ask you, how do you pray? They ask you, how do you pray? And then they say, oh, this prayer was taught to the Prophet, right? But then they don't mention it that actually, if it was taught this way, why is it you still accept the prayer of the other way?
Tell me how the Prophet would have said the same line, okay? What would the Prophet have said? Or what about Allahumma salli ala Muhammad kama sallaita ala Ibrahim? What would the Prophet say in that moment?
This is the really difficult question. This is the difficult question.
But that's how the Prophet prayed. I'm showing you how the Prophet prayed. But unanimously, all the scholars will tell you that this has been added later. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad kama sallaita ala Ibrahim. This was later.
Even the finger, the finger. Have you looked
at
like one guy's straight, one is like, yeah.
You know why you twirl it? Because you're beating the devil.
Brother, this is like, I don't know. Like, I understand. The thing is, brother, I'm not as much you are fully, like, you reject every hadith, right?
Yeah, I don't need them. I reject them for religious guidance. I'm not saying that there might not be truth. I don't need them for me to find God in my salvation.
Do you accept it? Do you accept some of it as historical facts? Like, for example,
I can accept some of historical, but I can't say that the Prophet said this. I can say that there might have been some word from the Prophet, but I cannot say that the Prophet.
When they say, brother, when they say Ahlul Bayt, right? They say
it's a historical source. So I will look at it the same way I look at history. If someone says that this is what Hitler said, maybe. Okay? This is what Hitler wrote by his hand, okay. More truth. But has it been altered? I can't tell.
What about mutawatir? They say. Then they say, what about mutawatir?
I can't really trace it back to him, but let's say that it's him. Even in the Muwatta, it says that the people have changed, and the only thing that has been left is the adhan. You want to see the hadith?
No, not Muwatta. I said mutawatir. Like, for example, with the mutawatir hadith, they say, what about mutawatir hadith?
there's a
The concept is
problem with
difficult. The concept is difficult. Exactly, but I agree because some guy says it's 100, some guys it's 50. So how do you know which is which? Which is mutawatir? You know, a handful that are truly mutawatir. Like for example, there is one
but we don't
I
have
think
that with
the
the
Father
Quran.
Foreman.
The Quran is 100% mutawatir, but we don't have those concepts. We don't have these
They will
numbers.
never admit. They make taqiyya.
Okay.
Here's the thing. I'll give you explanation, brother. For example, the thing is they have no problem calling because I see the polemic side. I'm trying to get into, unfortunately, get out, but I get into the polemic side of this Shia Sunni debates, right? And then they accuse these guys. They say, you guys believe that because they have some riwayat. Some riwayat the Shias have that the Quran is not complete. That the real Quran is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, with Fatima or something. But then they say, oh, you don't believe it's complete. But then you have hadith. You have in Sunan ibn Majah about they say the verse of breastfeeding was left out, and the verse about stoning, and then you have Bukhari about verse about stoning. So they themselves don't believe it is complete. You know what I mean?
Yes. There's
Questions.
two verses. As per Hadith, there's two verses that's missing. The 5 suckles for her to become your midwife, or sorry, to become your mother, and then the stoning. Those two verses are missing from the Quran. So the Quran is also incomplete. And if you say that to them, no, it's complete in the Hadith. But if I give a guy a version of the Quran, I gave him an incomplete Quran, and you see he shuts up. They give the Quran for free to the people in the West. They give the Quran for free, and they're capable of understanding it. But if I say that I can understand the Quran, it's impossible.
Because you are not first you need to go to the institutionalization.
Apparently.
Because you need to go to institutionalization. Brother, go. I recommend you go get the mufti. The thing is, even if you get the mufti hat, they will call you kafir afterwards if you disagree.
They kick me out. He says one thing, and I say, like, okay, bro, but there's a verse here. What does this verse mean? And he'll say the meaning. I'll be like, you just negated your other, like, what you said there. And he goes, who are you? Why are you here? Like, okay, dude, have a nice day then.
They say you're a kafir. Like I said, boy, I saw the guy was getting red. I saw the old.
No, the guy Ali Dawa is a YouTuber, and behind him is a sheikh, and the sheikh is hiding behind the YouTuber. Because when I start to say the Quran, he wants to interrupt me, and he goes, "Oh, it doesn't mean Gentile. It doesn't mean Gentile. I will show you all the English dictionaries. The word ummi, all the people who translated it as on the lexicon from Hans Wehr to Steinberg to Lane, they all put the word Gentile because it's people who have not given a book."
Because here's the thing: these guys like to be literal. In Surah Al-Baqarah, you have ayah 115, right, where it talks about whatever you face, whether it be in the west, or east or the west, you will be facing God, right? There is a face of God, right? They will never take this seriously. Or when it says like Allahu nur samawati wal ard, they will never take this literally. But when it comes to other stuff, they will literally say yes, this is this. Like for example, the slavery verse about the right hand possessed. They'll say no, it is yes, this means this. So
God has a foot.
the double
God
standard.
said he has a foot.
God has a foot.
God has
Brother,
a foot.
Alhamdulillah, you brought this. Alhamdulillah, brother. This is my brother. This is very sad. Like when you see, because this is the Salafi guys, like the guys that you see mostly. The Salafi guys, they all believe. The Asharis and the Maturidis, they don't believe this. I have to be honest. They never believe. I find myself more in that camp, right? But with the Atharis, they believe this, but they make I hate to use the word, but the taqiyya. They don't tell you this. When they make the dawah, they don't say, oh yes, you have to believe God has a foot, and he has hands, he has two right hands, and in his hands he has two fingers, and he has like a beardless youth, and when he sits on the chair, he's like 4 fingers larger, and when he puts his foot into the hellfire says,
it says, no more. When God puts his foot in the hellfire, it says, no more. But yet, in the Quran, it says, وَيَوْمَ نَقُولُ لِجَهَنَّمَ هَلْ امْتَلَأْتِ وَتَقُولُ هَلْ مِن مَزِيدٍ. And when we ask hell, are you full? It says, is there more? In the hadith, no, yes. I had enough.
Yes, and that's the sad reality. Sometimes you see it with the other stuff. The thing is, I believe, this is where we may disagree. I believe a lot of the good stuff was captured in the hadith. A lot of the good stuff was captured, but then they added a lot. And I think this is a mercy from God, that hadith. I truly believe it's the mercy. It is mercy because they cannot change the Quran. They can never change the Quran, so that's why they change the other stuff. Like for example, you have narrations about the Prophet ﷺ getting, magic done on him. He didn't know if he had relations with his wife. You had other narrations about, the breastfeeding and whatnot. And then it's so many, like this is a hatred or the age of 9. So the thing is, you have age of 9, and then you have something else that contradicts it. When you look at the age from compared to, I think it was Hafsa. Right?
There's, bro.
Yeah.
Even the hadith, there's a hadith narrated from a donkey.
sorry. Yes.
Do you know that? There's a Sahih hadith where the donkey is narrating it.
I think it's in the Shia book, right? You mean that
No,
one?
no, no. It's in Sahih Bukhari, where a donkey is narrating a hadith.
Even the authenticity of this. Do you believe, like,
Sahih.
genuinely, this? No, not Sahih. This, I say this like, I think it was Mufti Abu Layth. He made this video on it. He says that it doesn't go back on him because in one narration, Bukhari mentions himself even. So this means like somebody else touch up with it. And then these guys say, like, for example, I'll give you an example. They say it goes back to Farabri, but then Farabri was vouched later. That's the whole conundrum there, right? But at least with Bukhari. But then with the other hadiths, they say, no, this is this, this, that. But then it really begs you to think, like, what is the truth? Where is the truth? Because you have to admit, everybody is in the truth. Nobody has a monopoly in the truth. No single sect, whether it be Sunni, Shi'i, Quranist, Ibadi, nobody has a truth or a monopoly in truth. Nobody has the monopoly in truth. Nobody has like full monopoly in truth. Because even you have to admit, like, historically, there are some narratives that are absolutely true. So they don't, but the conflicting reports come to play. Like, for example, Battle of Jamal. Battle of Jamal.
But brother, okay, that's after the Prophet. That's proper history because now they have a community. They can have a way of dictating it. Sure. I'm talking about the history during the Prophet, and I'm talking about religious guidance outside of the Quran. This is what I reject. But the history from, let's assume, Muawiyah and after, no, this is recorded. Because you have two opposing parties writing their history.
During Prophet as well, like, for example, the Battle of Khaybar.
But I think it's highly exaggerated.
Yeah, it could. Here's the thing: it could be like, for example, with I think this was slightly later, but with the Battle of Yarmouk. Of course, you see the numbers. And it's really difficult. I mean, it was a numerical disadvantage that they had compared to the Byzantines, but still in the Battle of, I think, it was Yarmouk. But yeah, they won. But that's not the exaggerations exist. But to say that it's fully not there. It's not right to say, because
no, I'm not saying that. That's not what we mean. That's not what we mean by rejection. What we reject hadith is there's no religious guidance. I don't need it.
So you don't believe in the Kitab al-Hikmah, as the Muslim term say?
Oh, bro, I thought you were gonna go into that. No.
No, I'm joking. Because I understand. Because if it is Kitab al-Hikmah, then I think it was. Correct me, brother. Was it Ibrahim or who was it that was given also Kitab al-Hikmah, right? So what is the Hikmah?
What?
At the end of the Hikmah, where is the Hikmah of other prophets? For example, why they don't take from the disciples of Isa? Why they are never, not even one mention, disciples of Isa? Why? You know what I mean?
I know. There's so many in regards to what hikmah is. Like, even God in the Quran says, وَذَلِكَ مِمَّا أَوْحَيْنَا إِلَيْكَ مِنَ الْحِكْمَةِ in chapter 17. And that is what we reveal to you of the hikmah. So you find the hikmah in the Quran.
It is, but even in the Quran, you find some other, like, for example, they say, look, I was not there. I cannot say this fully, but they say every single person who saw the Prophet ﷺ, right, was guided and was upright and was this, and they had never made anything wrong. But then in Surah Al-Yasin, it says a different thing, right?
Right.
Because when it says like Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Yasin wal Quran al-Hakim, innaka lamina musin wa siratan mustaqim, tanzil al-Aziz ar-Rahim, litunzira qawman ma unzira abahum fahum ghafilun, laqad haqqa al-qawlu ala aktharihim fahum la yu'minun. But they will never accept it. You know what I mean, brother?
That's one of the things that I used against what's his name? Shamsi. That's the exact same topic. You're saying that everybody, the majority of Mecca believed. But God is telling you the majority of Mecca will not believe, and they're sealed. But now the majority of Mecca became the people who tell you what their religion is. So it's
it was promised to them. It was it doesn't make sense. Even though we may not agree on everything, brother, I feel like it's better to talk with you than talk with these other guys. Because with these other guys, it's just, I don't know. Like, it's very interesting, and I like talking to them. Because here's the thing: they cannot put me in a box. I've noticed they cannot put you in a box. So, for example, if you talk to them about their position, they will try and deny the position, right? But then you say, oh, well, actually, this guy believed this, this sheikh believed, or that sheikh believed, or that sheikh believed, right? Then they cannot say no, because then they will be undermining their own sheikh. And the sad reality is they have no problem discrediting the Prophet ﷺ. They have no problem throwing him under the bus. But the sheikhs we must protect.
Yes, and I do have to keep going with the callers. But to me, when the guy says, give me a commentator, don't give me a verse, it's like, okay, game over, bro. Like it's literally what the prophet's telling you. No, it's literally the word of God. No, I don't want that. I want what the commentators say. Well, then have a nice day.
Yeah, bring them a commentator. Bring them a commentator. Use it against them.
Exactly, and commentators they don't like. But brother, I do have to carry on. It was an amazing conversation. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, Habib.
Thank you.
God bless you.
you.
Yo.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. What's up, Beijing?
How you doing?
How you doing? Good.
Good. I have a question regarding intoxicants when it's mentioned in the Quran. What, in your understanding, what would technically be defined as an intoxicant?
Something that will take you away from your senses. So if you go to, let me show you something. If you go to, if you go to the dentist and the dentist gave you sleeping gas, right? Yeah, if you go to the dentist and the dentist gave you a, sorry, 1 second. I'm just looking at something. So yeah, if you go to the dentist and gave you laughing gas and you wake up, can you pray?
No.
Why?
Because you would be in a state of intoxication.
Exactly.
So, really, if I just want to make it more precise, really, I was gonna ask that because I was thinking to myself, like, would like nicotine or caffeine or one of these other substances that are more mild, would they be considered an intoxicant? I thought to myself, no, because honestly, they don't have the effects of like alcohol or drugs or something like that. But I just want to get your opinion.
So I wouldn't go as caffeine as being an intoxicant. I go as caffeine as being something that alters the mind, but not to the level of intoxication. But cigarettes, nicotine, yes. And I'll show you. Don't smoke for 3 days. Okay? Don't smoke for 3 days and then have a cigarette. How's your brain in the first 20 minutes?
You'd be feeling very good.
You'd be dizzy. So imagine you smoking a cigarette and then go stand and pray. But every time you smoke a cigarette, there's 20 minutes where the rush of the nicotine is changing the way that you're thinking. You can feel very invisible in the first 20 minutes after having a cigarette. You feel really good, but it's not true. And your brain right now, it's running off nicotine. Nicotine is extremely bad for you. Extremely bad for you.
See, there's
I personally avoid caffeine because I don't want to be in a state where my brain is not me, And I used to drink. Hold on, Habib Farid. Bro, the khutbah is over. Now it's just questions and answers. The khutbah is over at the very beginning. Oh, man. Peace, man. So what I was saying, that the caffeine itself, I try to avoid it because I don't want to add advice to myself. And this was actually debated in early Islamic history, where coffee was outright banned because they assumed that it was an intoxicant. I believe that you don't need caffeine. People might complain, but I think I get closer and I stay closer to my Lord without the caffeine. And nicotine is definitely a no. All forms of it, vaping, cigarettes, any smoking. I think this is munkar, and munkar is not something that you can play as makruh. If you say the word makruh, it means God hates it. إِنَّ ذَلِكَ كَانَ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ مَكْرُوهًا. So why would you do something that God would hate? So no, you shouldn't smoke, and especially within 20 minutes, 30 minutes after you smoke, do not pray.
And because there's the ayah in the Quran that says don't approach the prayer when you're in a state of intoxication.
Right.
And if we
this is not saying that you could drink, by the way. This is not saying that you could drink. As I told you, you go to the dentist, he gave you an anesthetic, and you wake up and the laughing gas. You shouldn't go pray. 1, 2. There's people that did drink, right? But God is telling you that you should not approach your prayer in that state. But there's other other verses where God is saying you should avoid it, and that it has a lot of sin, and sin has been forbidden. So there's many ways to show you that drinking is not something that you should ever get. Like it says, avoid it, so you can be around it. So you could go to a restaurant where they serve it and you don't touch it. But for like the word zina, God says, وَلَا تُقَرِّبُ zina. So it's like you can't even get close to zina. But with gambling and wine and stuff, you can be around it. Just don't partake. Avoid it.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing because I was, I don't drink or anything like that, but I was thinking I do take like caffeine. I do drink coffee. I was thinking, man, maybe that's something to stay away from. But I
I
understand.
I I I can't say it's haram halal, of course, but I avoid it because I know my own body, and I am a better human being logically without it. The only time I would dabble with caffeine is if I'm sick. So some medicine have it, and I'll have a tea. The teas that I like to drink are chamomile tea. We have a tea in Syria it's called zuhurat. All of the things that do not contain caffeine. I completely avoid pops. I completely avoid anything that would give me a boost that I don't require.
Okay, and then
Sugar, white sugar. I avoid white sugar like it's sin. Other obviously sometimes in the food that you have to actually it's put in bread and whatnot. But if it's like candy or chocolate and stuff, chocolate is toxic for the human being. But everyone's gonna hate me for saying I avoid chocolate. Again, it's for me. It's very it's a toxic to the human being. So why would I put something toxic in me?
yeah,
I'm not
that
saying it's haram, but do you?
I get the same. I have the same understanding that you should avoid it, but everybody's body
By the way,
operates differently.
there's something called sakaratul maut, the intoxication of death. You know, there's something called the intoxication of sleep as well. When you're really sleepy, your mind can go left and right, and
Yeah, I
then
was
you
gonna
can
ask you
realize.
about that also as well because I was seeing from Baba Shoaib one time. He says, "Did you know you could be intoxicated when you wake up from sleep?" And I was thinking to myself,
Yes,
that is true. If you wake up early in the morning, sometimes your mind is still racing from a dream or something like that.
right. But not
Is
like
that
if
true?
you're ever in a state of delirious, sit and try to read the Quran. You'll see your mind starts going off its own. Has nothing to do with and then you realize. So you can't pray now. You should go sleep, and after you sleep, go continue your
Yeah,
prayer.
well, that's very interesting you say that because if I'm really sleepy, I just can't read Quran. I've actually tried it before, and I'm like, I'm not engaging enough, so I just close the Quran and go
God
to
told you
sleep.
to avoid it at that point. You are in a level of sleep intoxication. It's not the intoxications of some people say like, oh no, you know what? I'm not as intoxicated on marijuana as I am on alcohol. But that form of intoxication is still at a threshold where you're not aware of what you're saying, because if you record yourself and you record your thoughts, every thought, when you hear them sober, you're gonna be like, I was tripping.
Yeah, that's very true. Well, thank you for clarifying that. I just wanted to get your opinion. Also, a second question in regards to riba, like interest and stuff like that.
Mhm.
I live in the West and I want to buy a house, but before I never had an issue with like loans and stuff, but now I'm very concerned because it seems the way Allah talks about interest in the Quran, riba in the Quran is extremely harsh. So I'm trying to avoid at
Yes.
all costs. So like, what's your understanding? Because to me, if when I looked at the Quran, I thought from my understanding, like you shouldn't even get a loan, even if it's very low interest. Like you should just not touch it at all
No.
costs, whether you're giving a
But
loan
that's
or
not God.
receiving a loan.
That's not what God says. You should avoid supporting people who take loans of interest. But the sin is on the person who's consuming interest. The person who has to pay interest, he's being oppressed. If you can avoid a loan that takes interest, you should. You should not support the people who want to take interest, because at that point now you are committing disloyalty to God. You should fight them as God and His Messenger is fighting them. But if you are in a position where you have to buy a house to secure for your family and you're forced to pay interest, you're not the one who's committing sin. The person who's eating this, the الذين يأكلون الربا, those who are eating the riba, you're not eating it. You're forced to pay it.
Okay, so
That's
I
what
just
the
want to
Quran
clarify.
says. I know other people have different interpretations, but I'm going with what the Quran says.
So in regards to the Quran, what it says is talking about people who are the ones lending the money are the ones at fault here. The people consuming are not necessarily at fault, or the people consuming also have liability.
No, you're not consuming. Those who consume interest are those who are taking your interest. Those are the ones who are in trouble with God. Those who have to pay interest, they're not in trouble unless if they had an alternative and they chose to support that system.
Okay, so according to you, if you have an alternative, because the way I'm thinking of it is like I can't speak for everybody, but in my situation, I could definitely have an alternative. I could definitely rent. I don't need to purchase a house. I can rent.
You're
So
putting your kids at a disadvantage.
go ahead.
If you're married, you're putting your kids at a disadvantage by not buying a house.
Yeah, but I mean, the question is if it can be avoided, should it be avoided? Like technically it
But
can be avoided. So
if I can help in the future of my children, it's all in the hands of God. But if I can help with some some way for them to have stability by having an asset when I'm not around. No, I'll get them the asset. Why? Because if I'm died, at least they have a roof over their head. I would get life insurance and I would get a house, a mortgage. I die, the mortgage is paid for. My kids have a home. So at least they're not homeless. They might be hungry. They might not have people to take care of them, but they're not homeless. But I can't do that if I'm living in rent because within 2 months they're gone.
No, yeah, I get what you're saying. You
have to play chess with the evil man. You have to play chess with the evil man. But God is. You have to play chess with the evil man, and God is aware. So it's not me. I'm trying to live lavishly, so I'm going to take a loan and interest and buy myself a Lamborghini. No, I am securing a future for my kids with what God allows, and God can break the house tomorrow. I understand this, and I'm not saying that I'm going to save my kids. But I'm going to take steps and make God accept it. Just like the man who buried money under their house, under the wall for his orphans, right? God produced the money later, but the God could have just let the money never come up, or someone else take the money. So God will protect your investment if you're doing it for the children, if God wants, of course.
Okay, all right.
But if you're going to school, for example, if you're going to school, no, you shouldn't go into a loan there. You should work hard. Take a part-time job, 20 hours, 30 hours, live that miserable life that you have to live until you finish your school because you chose that. But you should not go into a loan at that point.
See, I wasn't, well, because the way I was thinking about the house, the way I was thinking about the house is like instead of buying a house from a finance, I'll just save up money and then just buy the house straight cash.
Good luck nowadays. They design the system so you can't, they design the system so that you can't. Unless if you're making some really good money, it's very difficult for you to save up to buy a house cash.
Well, you know, I in my particular situation, alhamdulillah, like I have a decent amount of wealth, so it's something that I absolutely do. So
crypto money, isn't it?
I dabble in crypto here and there. Actually, that's another thing I wanted to ask. Funny you bring that up.
Ponzi scheme.
I mean, look, I don't know. I don't think crypto's haram, but like, just
the
from
technology is not haram. Technology is not haram, but the actual way that it's being used is a Ponzi scheme.
It's corruption. It's very speculative, you know.
It doesn't matter that it's speculative. It's a Ponzi scheme right now in this day and age. And the other thing is, all the black market trading happens on that. So with you investing in it, you're also allowing the people who do drug deals, who do prostitution, transferring of weapons to a certain state in the Middle East, all of the war in Ukraine, all of it is being transferred with this thing where nobody can be held accountable. With the other monetary system, with the fiat currency, there's a paper trail. Right now, necessarily on the Bitcoin, I do not have to leave a paper trail. So a lot of crime, it's supporting. But Bitcoin, because it's not accepted to the level that it needs to be accepted, right now it's a Ponzi scheme. Most of those coins are Ponzi schemes. Bitcoin, ETC, and a few other ones, XLM, I believe. Like Doge is useless. Why would you ever hold Dogecoin? That's a Ponzi scheme. The only way you make money is other people putting their money and then you take their money. That's it. And then you have to wait till someone else puts money so it goes up so you can recover your own money. That's what is that? That's casino.
No, yeah, I 100% agree. They're definitely just manipulating those currencies. And then just last question, just quick question. You know, the Shia, they have a mut'a, like the temporary marriage.
Yeah.
They claim that this is legal. Well, what's your understanding? Haram? Because I read the verse in the Quran, don't take them as fornicators and secret lovers. So that made me think that was haram because of that.
The word mut'a itself, mata' in the Quran never meant, it doesn't mean like enjoyment. The word mata' in the Quran means possession, like things. فَمَتِّعُوهُنَّ. So like they give them provisions and things. That's the word mata'. Mata' does not mean enjoyment. This is just like modern Arabic that takes the word mata' as someone enjoying themselves. مَتِّعُوهُنَّ.
I don't know if you heard about this Muhammad hijab, his little thing. Well, technically, what he was doing wasn't that temporary marriage.
That's but they call it something else. Like they call that miyassar. Wait. I have someone who helps me with my language. Misyar. So it's a misyar marriage. Okay. So the problem there is that it doesn't apply to somebody in his condition because he has a lot of money, even by their own standards. She has to get paid her dues. And then he's going to say, and if he's going to say, oh, Islamically, I don't have to pay the dues. Islamically, I don't have to pay the dues. This is not what it is. Because like God is telling you to put them in the home. And they don't get kicked out of their homes when you divorce them. He put her in a hotel room. And he was not buying her a home nor renting her a home. So she was just a halal prostitute at that point. Sorry for the name.
It's pretty crazy. We'll see what happens with that story.
I mean, it's very sad. Like this is what I was trying to say to people. Like this person, because he's not attached to the Quran, he went into things like Andrew Tate, and he talked to the girl like he's Andrew Tate.
When he started watching Andrew Tate, like, the fall off, you could see the fall off in real time. Like he went from,
but
I mean, obviously before he wasn't the most like amazing guy in the world, but he was, he was mainly focused on promoting Islam to the non-Muslims. But now he's like doing TV shows and fights and all this nonsense. He's definitely going the right direction.
He became like ومن الناس من يعجبك قوله في الحياة الدنيا ويشهد الله على ما في قلبه وهو ألد الخصام. And from the people, their words will entice you about the worldly life. And he even witnesses God on how pure his heart is or how good his heart is. But he is one of the staunchest enemies.
Well, that's you could really see that in him on the way he's paid.
In Andrew Tate for sure, and lately Andrew Hijab, Andrew Niqab. He insulted my parents, bro.
Yeah, bro, that guy's crashed out. Hayat Allah, I never seen a crash out like that in my life. He's bugged out.
Bro,
that's how you know you got him, because like when somebody's crashing out.
With my younger brother, my brother's younger than me and him. My younger brother knew he would go floor him. He doesn't.
I seen that video of is that the guy you put on the butt, like he was punching the punching
That's
bag?
my brother. That's my blood brother. When he's punching
the
bags, this is just him flying around for a little bit.
Yeah,
he's been doing that for a long time. He would destroy hijab. He's not that big of a guy. Trust me. He's a fat guy. Yeah, he's a tall and fat, but he's not a fighter. He's nowhere. He's too fat. He's too flubbery. I might not fight him because obviously I'm not in the weight class. But I can bring him somebody in his weight class from who my father produced, and he'll slap him back around a little bit.
Oh yeah, that guy, man, he's already fallen off. Like, don't worry about that.
Anyone who wants to insult a Quran alone believer who's coming with the truth and insult him and then insult the book and insult everything that the guy is saying, God will get his revenge. I'm telling you. I promise you. Not a single Sunni where I sat where they started to insult us and make fun of us and act and try to prove that the Quran is not complete and you need other nonsense. They all fell. All of them.
And it's crazy how fast he fell off. After you had that video with him, it's just been downhill from there. And
brother, there's the other guy.
He made the video about Baba Shuaib. It's just not been good for him after that.
Grayson Brook, he invited me and he invited Baba Shuaib for a discussion about Quran alone. There was a sheikh who teaches the Quran Revolution. He sat and started to make fun of us, and he was making fun of us in his stream right after Baba Shuaib. Bro, not even 2 weeks later, he's got pictures of one of his students sending pictures of her daughter naked to him masturbating, little pedo guy. And he went to jail. And this guy teaches the Quran.
Man, these people are wicked. These people are wicked.
How do you read the Quran and tell someone who believes in it you're a kafir?
And then goes and does that. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's what he was doing already, where the Quran was not giving him the barriers. Inna salata tanha anil fahsha'i wal munkar. So if then he's obviously not praying with the Quran. Obviously it got to his head. But you know what these people do? They go buy the book of God and they sell it for profit. Let me teach you how to read the Quran, but you're going to pay me a lot of money. But the Prophet didn't do that. That's not sunnah. Oh, no, it's legal. Who told you? Abu Shahata, who narrated it from Abu Sitiani. Like, makes no sense.
So wait, that verse you just mentioned right there, talking about you shouldn't sell the book of God for profit. Like, because, I know Baba Shuaib sells the Quran.
So Baba Shuaib doesn't sell it for profit.
Baba Shuaib is not profit. He uses the money for other things, like charity
work. He uses it directly for charities. He doesn't put it in his pocket. And by the way, right now, and we're still in the process, me and Baba Shuaib are working on a paperback that we're going to give out for free.
Yeah, that's a good idea. You're gonna
Yeah,
take. I heard it. I seen you on the video. You said you're gonna take out the transliteration part, so it's just the words.
yeah. It's gonna be a small book so that we can give it out for free in the West, and then the transliteration is still available for the people who want to dive in and really study the word.
Yeah, I like Baba Shaib translation just because it's
really
word for
good.
word. Very good translation. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, he's on, bro. Baba Shuaiba, if I bring to him a verse like, bro, look, you see this verse here, you made an error. He will look at it. He will take time and come back. And he will say no because of this, or sometimes he will even say yes, I did, and I'll correct it. And please correct it on the website, and we're going to correct it in the future copies. He's not arrogant. He's doing what he can, man. He's being very honest and genuine. But people don't understand us. They think we do this for fame. We do this scared the whole time. We're scared of God, man.
No, well, I
Scared.
100%. I can believe you on that 1,000%. Because Baba Shaib been making videos for years, and he's been doing this, and now he's starting to get popularity. But he didn't just do that just for fame. You could see when you guys behave like you guys are doing it to spread the message, and there's no question about that.
Habibi, I could make music, get fame. I can make computer programs and get rich and make fame. By God's blessing, of course. I'm not saying that it's a guarantee. I can make videos about computers or cars. I can go buy a bunch of guns. I know how to go viral. I took one of the hardest topics to go viral in, and I went viral in it. Imagine if I took a topic people enjoy. If I wanted fame and fortune. What if I go to focus on American politics? I would go very viral very quickly. What if I go focus on like the culture pop and stuff, the rap battles and stuff? I would go very fighting, street fights. There's so many ways to go viral. It's so easy. It really is easy, but you have to put the work in.
Well, definitely, and I think the movement is coming to a crossing point where I think Allahu Alam. I just feel like it's starting to become very popular and it's starting to become more widespread. And starting to increase in popularity. I think we're getting to that turning point soon where we're going to see people like you and Baba Shaib and others who are promoting the message in the correct way. Their awareness is going to be understood much more by a lot more people.
Yeah, in the Middle East, there's a big transformation, and people will tell you.
I definitely think the Middle East is making a big moves in the Middle East because there's so many Arab I know, and they're starting to say the same things as with you, and they don't even know anything about you. Like they're looking at the Arab videos and stuff, not even like the Western videos.
Bro, they can't sit too long. They can't sit too long. They can't sit and argue and debate too long. They just don't. They don't have it. They don't know the book like we do. They know their tafsirs and some of it, but even their tafsirs, they get to cherry pick. Like for example, when God says, وَلَا تَجْهَرْ بِصَلَاتِكَ وَلَا تُخَافِتْ بِهَا وَابْتَغِ بَيْنَ ذَلِكَ سَبِيلًا, do not be loud in your prayer and do not be low in your prayer. They have 3 different explanations. And they all link back to the Prophet. And then we need Abu Ja'far al-Tabari to come tell us, no, this one is the most authentic. Well, what about the rest? Why are they contradictory? They're not. 2 of them are not contradictory, and 1 of them is contradictory. So it just doesn't make sense. So when somebody comes back then, bro, it's like if you challenge these people back in the 50s, 1800s, it's like challenging your father. You get slapped around and you're put to the side and you're just a troublemaker. Nowadays, we're just bad kids. We're bad apples. We're bad seeds. We get to challenge the narrative and you can't do anything about it because I'm on the internet. And any idiot with the internet box can do whatever they want. Look at me. I'm making fun of you, Sunnis. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, the movement is definitely starting to spread. Anyways, I know you had a lot of colors, so I'm going to let you go, inshallah. I'll be on the stream next week. But I just wanted to say, man, can you tell Baba Shaib, every time I watch his live stream, he keeps saying, I don't want the video to go past 4 hours. Just talk to him, man, and tell him, Adi, if it goes past 4 hours.
No, there is a concern. I don't care for this concern. But YouTube heavily hurts you when it's over 4 hours, over 2 hours and a half.
They make it less popular on the algorithm, or what?
Yeah. Your channel doesn't get promoted, and people don't click the video either. So like you would have to go trim it and do it. I would like to go and like do the sermons and just cut the sermon part and put it on my channel. But there's a lot of things in the algorithm that I can tell you. The numbers of videos based on the numbers of views also includes in how much you get pushed. So if you have high numbers of videos and not high numbers of views, they won't. You're seen irrelevant. But if you have a low number of videos and high numbers of views, then your content gets spread quickly. So if you just go put Quran alone videos in YouTube, you'll see me first.
Pretty much saying it wouldn't be too good to split the video in half, like the sermon part and then the question part.
You can't do that on YouTube. You would have to, like for me. Oh, so you mean like start the sermon, finish the sermon, and create a
Like
question and
instead of
answer?
posting like right now, you're gonna post this whole thing. Well, who knows? It's gonna be like 5 hours. Instead of doing that, you
No,
post.
I'm just
the
gonna leave
sermon.
it as it is. I'm gonna leave it as it is because the person who wants to watch it, he'll go watch it. But if I would like to take some sermons and put them as videos. The videos
Because
algorithm
I'm
is
saying if
different
he's
than the live
concerned about the
algorithm.
he's concerned about the 4 hour rule, he can supersede
Yes.
that by just splitting the video in half or putting the sermon part. I'm talking about Bab Shahib. He could put like when he speaks about whatever he's speaking about in one video, and then he could do the question and
But you
answer.
have it on Facebook. He's we have to. Sorry, bro. It's not because we want fame. It's because we need to compete. He has to adhere to what YouTube wants because we need to challenge the mainstream. And we don't have to. I don't. I mean, but he wants to challenge the mainstream. But he leaves it fully on Facebook. And he tells you that. If you want to see the full video, it's there on Facebook with the colors. I don't care about the live algorithm. I don't need to be on the high live. Because if I wanted to do that, then I would go take a format like what's his name?
I was just saying more because
Muslim-centric.
like the thing is when you post videos on the question and answer, like you take all the questions there and then you stop the stream. He typically will take some questions and then stop the stream because he doesn't want to go past 4 hours. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but you as a propagator here is saying, you can jump on his TikTok and ask many questions, but he does it specifically for the reasons he listed. You can find the full video on Facebook. He has to trim it on YouTube so that YouTube he could still stay relevant in the Quran alone sphere. And then on TikTok he has many questions and answers.
Yeah, and then also like last thing. I think you should make more Quranic remedy videos.
I will, man. It's a little difficult. 1 second. Yeah, there's some guy wants to challenge me, saying that if I had a power of speech, Muhammad, prophets, genes of our food, the traditional holds gifting of our food. Doing this 1 second. About a stone according to books. I'm trying to 1 second. Okay, now I'm gonna get it from you. Someone's just saying that I'm a liar again.
Is he gonna hop on the live?
No, they can't. They get scared.
Man,
They get scared.
that guy hops on.
No, they don't come on the hop. They don't come on the live.
Yeah, I never seen nobody. No, anytime someone challenging you, I never see nobody come in with anything smart. They usually just talk shit.
It's the same stuff that's been said a million times. But 1 second. No.com. Yeah.
Anyways, I'm gonna let you go, but yeah, just inshallah you make more Quranic remedy videos because man, I
I
watched
will,
the first
inshallah.
Quranic remedy video you made, and I was so I resonated with what you were saying so much. Like I felt like it connected to the Quran very well. That I said, you know what, I'm not gonna watch any rest of the videos until I gain more knowledge from the Quran. I have to come in watching these videos with a more increased understanding. So I really hope you make more of those videos because they're very valuable.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, bro. I will. I definitely will.
Inshallah. Anyways, yallah.
Peace, brother. Salam. Sorry, guys. Just 1 second. I had a picture of it. Pum 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 pum. Here you go. That wasn't too hard. Share the screens. Let's share this screen. The Prophet's donkey. When the Prophet conquered Khaybar, a dark donkey came to him. They conversed, and the Prophet ﷺ asked, What is your name? The donkey replied, Yazid bin Shibab, from my lineage. Allah created 7 donkeys that were only conveyance for prophets. Alayhi salam. I request you to give me the honor of being your conveyance. Nobody has survived from my lineage, and the line of the prophets alayhum salam ends with you. A Jew, even the donkey knew in Khaybar that Muhammad is the final prophet. A Jew owned me before you, and I would throw him down on purpose, so he kept me hungry and beat me. The prophet said, from now on, your name is Ya'fur. And if we even look at it, we just go, where is it? Ya'fur. Ya'fur donkey. Oh, look, Ya'fur. Nice. Ya'fur was a donkey used as a mount by Islamic prophet Muhammad, who was said to have often ridden it without harness. There are many tales, but the most common one would be the donkey is recorded to be a gift of the Byzantine government of Egypt. According to Shia tradition, this is one of them, but here you can also see in the Sunni. Ya'fur was one of the several animals that Muhammad has seen. The others include a roan called Murtad. According to the books of gifts and rarities, anonymous 11th century presented it to them. Ya'fur in Hadith. This donkey of Hadith, an account of the sayings of the deeds, which holds its power of his speech. According to one version, Muhammad asked the donkey's name, which it replied. And guess what? You can go find it. Let's go. Cannot. You would have to go to page 41. This item no longer exists. But yeah, so it's something that is known from both Sunnis and Shia. Followers of Shia prophesied the Redeemer of Islam will also ride on Ya'fur. Okay, so it's both sides that believe that Muhammad rides donkeys that talk to him. Easy. Obviously. Taha. Taha Yasin. Is that your actual name? That's your actual name?
That is my actual name. Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. That's an amazing name.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I too think it's an amazing name. I love my name so much.
You have both of the mutaqatti'at in your name. Taha Yasin.
I don't know what that means. Could you please explain?
So, yeah, your chapter 20 of the Quran starts with Taha ma anzalna alayka al-Qur'ana litashqa, right? And then chapter 36 is Yasin wal Qur'an al-Hakim innaka lamina al-mursalin. So you have both of the letters, like those letters that start with the
Yes. Subhanallah.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm a little nervous. I'm a nervous man, so I forgot my question. Excuse me.
That's okay. But we do have to do something now.
Yeah. I remembered. So I don't know if you know about the verse about the sun setting in a muddy spring.
Yes.
So my question would be, so people like to argue that it is used from. So I have heard this argument from both sides, from atheists who try to disprove the Quran, as well as Quranists who say this, that is to take that the Earth is flat or something like that.
Yeah.
And my question would be, could you maybe go with me through that verse in a transliteral way so that we might get to the bottom of this?
Yes. This is very easy. So you're talking about the verse in chapter 18. And
yes.
Let's just say bye to Ya'fur for a little bit, the talking donkey. Okay. So what we're going to do is go to a verse in chapter 18 where he sees it setting in a muddy spring. Okay. So okay. So you see this?
here. When he reached the sun, he found it setting a spring of mud, and he found the people near it. We said, O possessor of two horns, you can either punish them or can seize among them with goodness. So what you're talking about is this: حتى إذا بلغ مغرب الشمس وجدها تغرب في عين حمأة. Right? So here, he saw it. It didn't say that the sun was setting in there. He said he saw it. You know what I'm trying to say?
Oh yes, yes.
This is called phenomenological. So from his perspective, what his eyes noticed, it looked like to him that it was setting into a muddy spring or into a spring of mud. He saw that.
All right. Could you teach me where exactly I can make that out?
Sure. Yeah. It's right here. So God is saying wajadaha. Wajadaha here is a verb. Wajada is a verb. And the verb needs a subject, right? So the subject is Dhul Qarnayn. Dhul Qarnayn found it setting. So he found it setting. It's not saying the sun was setting in a muddy spring. He is observing it from his side. So we can go to the one where he goes, كيف الأبل كيف خلقت. One second. Okay, this is it. So the verse that I want to take you is 88:17. Okay, so we're going to go now to verse 88:17. God says, أَفَلَا يَنْظِرُونَ. Do they not look? So their own eyes, their perspective, not like how it actually is from their own perspective. How the animal has been created, how the sky has been raised, and how the mountains, how they've been set up, and at the earth, how has it been spread out. Sutihat, which people say that means it's flattened. God is saying from your perspective. He's not saying that the earth is flattened. It's have they not seen how the earth is flat to them? And it's the same thing in that verse. He was the one who's witnessing it look like that to him. Okay? But God has another verse where he's talking about these things. I just wonder how Shu'aib translated this verse. Let's go. 40:19. يَعْلَمُ خَائِنَةِ الْأَعْيُنِ وَمَا تُخْفِي الصُّدُورِ. He knows what deceives the eyes and what the bosoms conceal. So your eyes can get deceived because you're only seeing things from a perspective. So he saw the sun look like it's going into a muddy spring because it was setting behind the horizon, but there was a reflection of a muddy spring in front of it. So it looked like to him it was going in him.
Wouldn't it be more accurate by the transliteration here on this website? I don't know. It is the Great Quran.
Yes, this is the Great Quran. So if I go to here and I go to show transliterations, يعلم كأن خائنة الأعين وما صدور تخفي. So this is in regards to actually I know how to help you in this format. So we'll go back. I don't know if you'll let me go back. No, let's go to the chapter 18 again. 18, I think let's go 70. And I want to show you a way for you to see. Mud, I believe. Let's go spring. No. Spring. There it is. So 86. I would go to this website. Corpus.com. 1886. Right? I'll go to verse 1886. Oh man, I messed up. Sorry. 1886.
That is great. That looks already very great.
Okay. So this is corpus.quran.com. Okay. And here, حتى إذا بلغ وجدها. This is a third person masculine, singular perfect verb. The verb is the wajada. Wajadaha, now it's a feminine singular object pronoun, which would be the sun. The pronoun is talking about the son, which here it's feminine. And this is also feminine. Now, who's the masculine in this case? It would be Dhul Qarnayn, right? Taghribu. So Dhul Qarnayn saw the sun setting, Taghribu, which is going back to, because it's feminine. We're talking about feminine. So this is a verb, a perfect verb. This is an imperfect verb. This one is feminine. This one's masculine. So we're talking about the sun that the Dhul Qarnayn is saying. Fi aynin ham'atin. Here it's an adjective of the ayn, which is a spring. But you see, ham'atin is an adjective. It's not a noun. So it's not telling you that it's mud per se. It's like muddy spring. It's explaining the type of spring, an adjective. وَوَجَدَ عِنْدَهَا. So do you think he saw now right next to the sun people? No. It's when he saw where it was setting, he followed it. And when he got to the edge, he saw the people. He went to where he saw the sun is setting. There is spiritual understanding behind this, but this is then we're going into a lot of spiritual realm stuff.
Now the word wajadaha, when it's just I'm sorry if I have this.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is in English, found could have many meanings, like found in the sense of he saw it, or found in the sense of he grabbed it. Right? Is this
right?
Is that word found really the most accurate way to translate it?
Yes, because I wouldn't. Oh, in the translation, I would have to think about that, because if I'm going to say, like, let's say for example, I walked into my house and I found my dog peeing on the closet.
Yes,
it's the same concept. I would still use found. It's not like I lost my dog, nor am I finding my dog, but I found him doing something he shouldn't have been doing. That's something I observed.
So it is then similarly used in Arabic.
Yes. So I went into a hotel room and I found Muhammad hijab with his secret wife.
Oh, subhanallah. So all right. So may I ask another question? Is that fine by you?
Sure, but if it's quick, hopefully it's just because again I have people.
Yes. What was the second question? I'm sorry. It has to do with the order in which it is described, how the heavens and the earth are created in 6 days, and there are 4 days mentioned and 2 days mentioned. I don't quite remember, and where in the Quran it was.
1 second. So I remember Seeker. Why are you donating, man? You're telling me in regards to the creation of the earth, where God says it's 6 and then it sounds like it's 8, correct?
No. It's 2 days. The earth is 2 days old. After and I'm not stressing about the numbers per se, because I know time is relative and God uses the day.
No. There is something where the earth was not created in 2 days. The earth was created in 4 days, and then the stars and the sky was created. Okay, 1 second. I think it's best if we bring up the verse, which I'm trying to remember. Fatir, was it Fatir? No, it wasn't Fatir.
Was it Taha?
Sorry, which verse? Do you know which? I'm trying to remember. It's Fussilat, I think.
Yeah.
كتاب فصلت آياته بشيرا وقالوا في قلوبنا أكنة قل إنما بشر الذين لا يؤتون الزكاة إن الذين آمنوا قل أيكم وجعل. This is it. So sorry, I usually turn off the transliteration because it's. So do you disbelieve the entity that created the earth in 2 days, right? وجعل فيها رواسيها من فوقها وبارك فيها وقدر فيها أقواتها في 4 أيام سواء للسائلين. So do you indeed disbelieve in the one who created the earth in 2 days, okay? Right? And he placed therein anchors above it and placed therein and estimates its nourishments therein within 4 days, right? Then he set up to the heavens while it was smoke, and he said to it and to the earth, come willingly or unwillingly. They said, we come willingly, right? Consequently, he completed them as 7 heavens in 2 days, and inspired in each heaven its command. So God is saying that so we have 6 days, okay? God goes, he created the earth, the physical earth, in 2 days. And then he also finished the things that he wanted to put on the earth in 4 days. But the things that he was putting on the earth, like mountains, was also part of the creation in the first 2 days. So it's an overlap of 4 days. And then he went to the sky, which was smokes, and then he did them in 2 days, 7 skies. So the first 2 days of creation is also overlapping this part. Sorry, which part there is? Because he placed within it mountains above it and placed therein and estimated its nourishments within 4 days. So the 2 days of creation, within those 2 days of creation, there's another 2 days where the creation is happening and the nourishment and the anchors are taking place. So there's that overlap there. So you have a total of 4, and then you have the sky of 2. So the number didn't change. There's just an overlap. Ambiguous verse for people to get deluded. Whoever has a disease that wants to prove God wrong.
Well, all right.
Cool.
I have to gather my words first.
Sure.
Yeah,
Take your time.
without trying to being trying to sound aggressive, but doesn't this sound like it contradicts the current model in cosmology?
No, because God is telling us about Earth here. I believe He's telling us about Earth and not the Big Bang. Which I do believe creation is it repeats itself. So when God is
that could make sense.
God talked about Big Bang Theory somewhere else, and here He's talking about just our planet, which would align with what happened because the atmosphere was just a smoke. Then it got shaped into the atmosphere. So now they're saying that there's 6 layers of atmosphere. God is saying no, there's 7. See what I'm saying? So this could
Yes,
be
but
this here. I believe is just planet Earth, and and it's similar to how the Big Bang Theory also occurred. So God created mass within 4 mass. When it exploded, it separated. There was a lot of smoke that was occurring, where God also shaped seven heavens out of it. But that's a whole different like time period, different epoch. But the word "yo" means epoch.
yeah, and we know, in fact, from the background radiation that there was so to say smoke to
Correct.
because light couldn't pass, and so there was a period where light couldn't how to say transmit, go from one place to the other. I forgot how that works. What the word is.
I understand what you're saying. And it's because God says that He begins creation and then He repeats it. So His style of like creation is extremely similar, and it's the same thing with the human. So God creates one entity, He takes from it the second entity, and He creates a spark between it, and then it replicates or it expands. And most of the things like the hydrogen, you take it, it splits it, there's something, and now you have a new thing as well. So the way that God creates the electron, the atom, around it is almost like a smoke where you have the electrons at a valence level where they're close, and as you go out, you have less things, but it's a very similar fashion how Earth was created.
Yeah, it is. The electron is smeared in a probability wave around the nucleus, and
So it's all transferable, but God is
yeah,
giving you just a synopsis of here.
So your explanation about it merely being about the Earth, not about the whole universe in that sense. So that means when God refers to the 7 Earths, it is plainly the
I believe
atmosphere. and
No,
maybe
when he
also
says
the
seven atmospheres and then 7 Earth like it, I believe that's the 7 different planet types. Gas, I don't know. I don't have it memorized. Some people say that's 6. Some people it's 8 dwarfs, big dwarfs, gases, liquids, all sorts of planets that are available. I think God is telling us that if you look at the sky,
in a sense, those 7 planets
right. So
make
now
out. I'm sorry,
if
please.
if I take an aircraft or a space shuttle and I go to the moon and I land on the moon, at that point that's a ard. That's a land. That's my land relative to where I am with God. So a moon is a type of ard as well. Because God created the land and then he created sky. But it's relative to who you are. Because when we're in heaven, that becomes your land and the sky is different. If you're on Mars, that's the land and the sky is a little different. But when God is saying sky, he's not talking about the spaces in between things. He's talking about the things in the sky. But it can be understood as well as the space, depending on the content. Here he's talking about space. But there's times where he says the sky will fall on you, i.e. an asteroid.
All right, that would
Hope
clear
it helps.
that definitely cleared things up. So we should. I believe this is a lesson in how we should be careful how we interpret things, that we don't just bite ourselves onto one perception or one interpretation of the things, especially with the ambiguous verses.
Right.
So because I thought the heavens and the earth were, because I really I was told from a fellow brother that the ratio between 2 days and 6 days, that would be like the ratio of 13.8 billion years to the 4.6 billion years of the Earth. So the age of the Earth compared to the age of the universe, I mean, and that ratio would work out. So I forced myself that interpretation onto this particular verse simply for what I perceived to be the miracle. Perhaps there's a different miracle here I haven't yet discovered. May God give us wisdom.
I have my brother who's in the Telegram group. He goes by the name Musa. His name is Musa. He is in PhD studying astrophysics. He's an astrophysicist, okay, but he's on a PhD level. Okay, so he is extremely aware of these technicalities in the Quran and how it attaches to the to cosmology. He's an excellent source for you to see these miracles that are in the Quran and help you also see these things, because I believe he does attach it back to the master creation. I stick to the earth, and he said, yes, I see your perspective as well, but he has a way to also explain it to you with the ratios on how it does exist.
That's interesting to hear. I'd love to talk to him.
Yes, so I know the quickest way is if you so I attached the telegram on there, right? So within the telegram, and I'll just highlight it again. We have we have a group discussion. So I will just re-forward this again to the main channel. And if you join that the group discussion, ask for a brother named Musa. Everybody knows who Musa is, and yeah, start DMing him. He will fill you in with all the. Again, he's a PhD, so he's a lot more aware of the science and the things attached to it.
So one thing,
I'm just like Sheikh Asim. I'm just a layman.
I am. Oh yeah, I should probably say I am glad you exist. Subhanallah, thank God.
God bless you.
That's what I want to say. I wanted to give you some kind words. I forgot
God
what
bless
the
you.
kind words was, but I hope you get you still receive them in spirit.
God bless you, bro. May God accept from you and increase you and answer all your doubts and questions and make you certain that you're going to live forever, to go to heaven, to discover all these questions and to see it and to even manipulate it and to have all the fun that you want to have with God's sciences, because it's going to be there for you. Because you get to live
Inshallah,
forever and explore.
inshallah
That's
for
the whole
all of
thing.
us. Inshallah for all of us.
Inshallah.
So one thing before I leave. So I happen to know, I happen to live in Germany, and when I saw Felix Bloom, I thought, that is a lot of money to spend. And I thought, wait, Felix Bloom, who is Felix Bloom? And I was looking up this guy, and he said like he lived in Germany and he was like doing music. And I thought to myself, I visited him. I said, I said, wow, okay, he has many views. No way. So when I saw this guy, Kollega,
that's his name. I can't say his name. Kollega, I forget his name. Kollega.
Yeah. So I'd love to say a shout out to him. I'd like to say some words. I'd love to say I am glad you are a Quran alone Muslim, or that's what I interpret. If I'm correct me, please, if I'm wrong.
He's definitely, he knows the stuff.
Yeah. So I do music as well, and inshallah, one day in heaven we will do music together. That I'd love for that to happen.
God willing. May God accept from you guys. Yeah, his music's pretty awesome, man. Like his music is pretty awesome. So
he is everything Andrew Tate wants to be. So
okay, I like that. All right.
No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I'm being lighthearted. I'm sorry. All right. Wassalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Okay, Seeker, I want to answer you. It requires a little bit of you understanding Arabic grammar. So God is not saying that they've taken God and Jesus as God. No, that's not how the Arabic is expressing itself. So we could, I can't believe I'm talking to you about this. So God says, وَاتَّخَذُوا أَحْبَارُهُمْ, right? They took their rabbis, right? And what is rabbis here? Ism mansub, okay? So remember this, ism mansub. So it's an accusative masculine. وَرُهْبَانِهِمْ, okay, again, accusative masculine. So they took their rabbis and their monks. Arbaban, accusative masculine, right? And then you go min duni lahi. Lahi here is actually a genitive proper. Wal masiha, guess what? Accusative proper noun, which is just like arbab, ibn Maryam. So this is what you could do in Arabic. I can give you, and then add to the list at the end. So this is also available. So remember, this is an accusative masculine. The monks, the rabbis. Arbaban, again, as lords. Accusative masculine, indefinite. But Allahi here is what? A genitive proper noun. Jar. There's a diacritic at the end. So you see how the diacritic at the end here? The diacritic here is a fatha. Diacritic here is a fatha. Diacritic here for Masih is fatha because it's attached to arbab wa ruhban. I can show you another place where this is used often in the Quran. Let me just pull up the verse. But I appreciate your donation to embarrass yourself. But I hope you're seeking and you're finding it. But let me see. What was the verse? وَإِذْ قَالَ إِبْرَاهِيمُ ربي وإذ يرفع إبراهيم القواعد من البيت 127. So if we go back to here and we go to 127, right? It's the same thing, right? Is God saying, where is it? We went way too far. With Yarfa Ibrahim. And when raising Abraham, the foundations of the house, and Ismail, is Abraham raising Ishmael and the house? No. Because if you notice here, إِذْ يَرْفَعُ إِبْرَاهِيمُ. You see this diacritic right here? Ibrahimu. And now how it's Ibrahimu. It's a masculine proper noun in the nominative position. Al-Qawaidah. Now, Abraham is raising the foundations. Because the foundation is the accusative, that's the thing that the noun is working on, or the nominative is working on, right? That's al-Qawaida min al-Bayti. But look at Ismailu. Ismailu is in the same position, nominative masculine as Ibrahimu. So it's Abraham and Ismail raising the house. It's not Abraham raising the house and Ismail. Even though in English it would sound like what you're saying is right. So if you go back to the verse, it's the people are taking the rabbis, their priests, and Jesus, the son of Mary, as gods would do without God. So it's just basic Arabic at this point. But thank you very much for the donation, and I hope. Thanks, I guess. I don't know what to tell you, bro. All right, Taha. Peace, bro. Sorry. I might have removed you before you said peace.
Peace.
All right, peace. Powell.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
First of all, it's great to be able to finally talk to you. I've been watching your videos for a year, and it's, a great opportunity to finally be able to talk.
Yeah. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Sorry, I just got a question from one of my mods.
No problem.
Yeah, I see your comments and I get your messages. I try to reply to whom I want. It's very nice to finally talk to you. How can I help you, bro?
So, I was watching, I think it was with Ali Dawa as well, the issue of the preservation of the Quran was mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
And they were saying that it's circular reasoning if you use the Quran to say that the Quran is preserved, right? But I think what they were trying to say is that what if that verse about preservation was actually added later?
Right.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
I get their point.
Okay. So how would you respond to that?
Well, then I already believe that the book from God is from God because of the content. So if God said 10 things, right? And I could see that 9 of them is true. So now you're saying that one of the verses in there is not true.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just, setting a hypothetical.
You're saying, how does it add? So because I'm seeing all the truth in the book, one verse is telling me that there is there's no falsehood that come in between it or before it or around it. So there's no falsehood that could be added. 2, he's saying that he's preserving the Quran. Now you're going to tell me, how do you know that wasn't added? But then it wouldn't be just those 2 verses. If people were capable of adding to the Quran, then there would have been more verses that would have added, which would have caused an issue with the understanding of the Quran. It's because the Quran is so solid that it's these 2 verses, it would not make sense for them to be added later. And then you can also go into the verses and you can also see how that the language is lining up with those verses in regards to the cadence, in regards to the rhyme and the word structure and the word choice that God uses overall in the Quran.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand your answer correctly. So if people were to add verses, they would have added more, and we could see that in the Arabic with the linguistic inconsistency and so on and so on.
And you would also see the inconsistency with understanding. There would be things that are off. Why would people only add 2 verses?
Well, yeah, that's reasonable way of thinking. Another thing I wanted to ask about is you posted your own music on your channel. You are not against music as far as I see.
No.
But there is one short that you made where you are showing how music...
I said to avoid it. I didn't say...
Yeah. I'm not saying that you're saying it's haram or something. But you said that our religion discourages it. And I'm wondering where you got that from.
Okay, that short, I was targeting Sunnis.
Okay, so it was directed at Sunnis.
Yes.
I see.
Yes.
So that's why you said our religion discourages it.
Yes.
Well, but why targeted
but
at
it's
Sunnis?
Not lying, though. Because at
Sorry?
the beginning of my channel, to play the algorithm, I had to show myself someone of a Sunni so I could promote it to Sunnis and then hit them with the truth.
I see.
Right, because if I started with Quran alone material, then the channel would not go anywhere.
So it was just to boost your
target the Sunnis
engagement a bit.
But there is a concept where I'll tell you that intoxication is not something that you should be pursuing, and music has a form of intoxication. especially when it's gear with your mind. So if you go to a certain rave and it's a certain type of demonic, really heavy bass, and it can give you certain thoughts and certain like arrogance. So that you should avoid.
Yeah, and obviously it can influence you in, by the lyrics, right?
Not lyrics, just actually the sound itself, the frequencies that it's generating.
Oh yeah, that as well.
But yeah, and I wasn't promoting myself as a Sunni. I was aligning to the Sunnis algorithm because I wanted to get to the Sunni feeds. I didn't want to be stuck with the Quran alone movement right away, because your channel does not get pushed to the people I wanted to hear. How would you have patience with which you do not have experience in?
True.
No. I didn't. Where did I ever say that I was a Sunni per se? I painted my channel as if I was a Sunni, and you could see it worked flawlessly. My channel worked better than what Sunnis do. I'll show you. You guys can say that I wasn't being inconsistent. I was telling them exactly what I wanted to say without having to lie. Now, if we go to the oldest videos, the shorts, how I started. Boom, boom, boom. Dum, dum, dum. I painted myself as a Sunni for the algorithm to think so. I was not lying to the people with what I was saying. But I realized something in computer programming on how these things work. And I used my experience from what God has taught me for me to put myself in a position so that I can show people what I wanted to see. So, see, 25,000 views at the beginning, 34,000 views, 15,000 views, right? This is the one that you were going to say, the problem with the music. 538,000 views, 204,000 views, 32,000, 49,000, 129,000, 28,000, 700,000, 46,000. Then the music that you don't get, like you see, bro. I'm literally telling them there's a problem, and then with a few days, I'm putting a song out because I'm calculating my moves, okay? And then here, and you're talking about peace and not division. I'm telling them, make peace. Don't be progressive, as the man was saying earlier, right? Here, I'm supporting Sajid Lafam with something that he said, or hatta even maybe Muhammad Hijab. I'm showing them things from the Quran, nothing from the Hadith. I'm not bringing Hadith up. And then guess what? I get to 983,000 things, and I start hitting the Hadith. This is the first time I'm actually hitting the Hadith, and starting to go into the path of showing them, right? Here is another Quran alone, but look at the views now I'm getting because the YouTube doesn't know that I'm a Quran alone, and now right away, here you go, Hadith, anti-Hadith, music, anti-Hadith. Now I'm making fun of Sunnis, and look at it, 2.5 million views. Now I'm starting to make fun of Sunnis here. I'm making fun of Sunnis. I debated what's the name, Shamsi here, and at this point, that's when they drop you. Why? Because they realized you're against the Sunnis, so now they start promoting you to only Quran alone people, and then now the website slowly dies. They don't have that many people enforcing. There's no many people watching you because they no longer push you to Sunnis. Now you're not hitting 1 million views, but you see, I was playing them, but I was playing the algorithm. I wanted the Sunnis to see my material, so I did material where the Sunnis would like and enjoy, and they loved it, and they would comment in positive comments, and you're so smart, you know what you're saying. But as soon as I show them this one, they hated me.
Bukhari, Hadith number 3849, narrated by Amr bin Maymun. During the age of ignorance, he saw a female monkey surrounded by other monkeys throwing stones to kill it because it committed illegal monkey sex. So Amr stoned it with the other monkeys. We interrupt your daily broadcast to bring you some breaking news that is revolutionizing Sunni and Shia doctrine, some more delusions from what they accept as a source of guidance. Monkeys. A monkey was captured on video recently drinking its own urine. Amr bin Maymun wasn't available to comment on what he would do because he has passed away. We are still waiting on religious scholars to comment if we should indeed drink our own urine.
Do they desire the judgment of ignorance? And who's better than God as a judge for people who are aware?
Wait, how did he know that she committed illegal monkey sex? Did the other monkeys tell him?
Now that's when they started to not like me.
Yeah, well,
But that was
obviously, you're
the
going against the narrative, the mainstream narrative.
right. So
But
this is that was a plan. I executed the plan with God's with God's with God's with God's permission. I was able to achieve it. I
yeah,
have
to be honest,
strategize
at first when I found your channel, I thought you were a Shia
I
because
know.
of the
Yes.
because you were criticizing Bukhari, so I automatically
Yes.
thought you were a Shia.
Ladies and gentlemen, my brother Mahdi made an amazing point. We are striving very hard. In Uganda, we are taking care of 250 orphans and neglected children and another 50 students in the same place. It's an orphanage and a school. We've built them and we finished the completion for a kitchen. We fed them every day meals with protein for their iftars in Ramadan. We've provided them with mattresses, 300 mattresses in total all over. We've also provided them mosquito nets. We've now also purchased solar panels and a freezer for them to have food. We've been sponsoring these children. We've been trying to feed them, pay the bills, expand in the school. Any of the things that you guys want to help with, may God bless you and may God accept from you. My brother Mahdi, he caught me slipping. He caught me slipping. And no, bro, I did have some water. But yes, you're right. Astaghfirullah azim. Honestly, I wanted to leave a few hours ago. But I love talking to you guys. And yeah, sorry about that, Powell. But my brother.
It's fine. It's fine. It's a good cause. Yeah, I also encourage everyone to donate if you can. So that brother whose name was Sorry, what?
Yes, we did also buy land for an orphan, like an orphan who was a little older than the kids, so he could have a bright future, hopefully. And we did also empty their septic tanks, which was also expensive. So thank you, Sister Yatim, for reminding me. Go ahead. Sorry, bro.
Back when you were talking to that brother whose name on here was Yo. Yo. Yeah, you guys mentioned the change in the Middle East when it comes to looking at Hadith and focusing more on the Quran. And it reminded me of something my friend told me, who is originally from Syria. And once when he came from Syria back to Poland, he told me that a lot of his family there was actually criticizing Bukhari. They were saying he's a liar. So I even myself heard things about the sentiment changing. And also we have people like Hassan Farhan al-Maliki, who's unfortunately imprisoned, but he's also very well, not very, but he's popular in the Arab world as far as I've seen his socials, the Arabic ones. So yeah, there's definitely people who are seeing the truth. And your mic's muted, by the way.
Sorry, I said so. Yeah, what you're saying is completely accurate. There's this. Okay, I don't mean to show you my face that way, but there's this gentleman here, for example. His name is Dr. Naif bin Nahar. He was talking in regards to how important, just like the Quran itself, like the other books, become tasteless. This was on a podcast that had 1.2 million, and this in a month gained 3.7 million. And the comments are not "how do you pray, bro." They're all positive. They're all positive. Like, I am a mosque preacher and I extracted many ideas for sermons from this episode. God willing, from now, my sermons will be contemplating the verses of the Quran. See what I'm saying? So here, we asked the Paperless podcast to make Dr. Naif a regular guest with at least monthly episode, as he is not just a speaker, but rather a simplified knowledge encyclopedia who is good at conveying the idea in the simplest manner and the deepest impact. Every appearance is a valuable addition, and its presence is a replaceable value. See, good people, and it's, again, you see, most of them were positive in regards to just a Quran alone movement. They don't call themselves Quran alone. They just don't quote Hadith. They just stick with what the Quran is saying. And no one's talking about Sunnah, and no one brings it up because that's for like the Salafi Sheikh to talk about. But these people are just talking. And then you have this gentleman here who gets hated on regularly. Let me just see. What was it? Mustafa Kayali. Where's Mustafa Kayali? Mateen Muhammad. Come on, it should have been easier to find him.
It's not us directly, so...
Yeah, Dr. Ali Mansour Kayali. So now you guys know. Man, 1.89 million subscribers. See that? In the Middle East, his videos is like, what's the difference? Like the difference between Isa and Yahya, right? But I want to show you like this is Ramadan. He was doing his specials. I'll show you the things he's talking about. Who are the fasiqun, right? And if you could see on his board, it's all Quranic verses. He gets called the Quranists. He's saying like the Quranists are the right. We are representing the thing from. And guess where he's from? Syria. He's Syrian and he's really big. And then you have Dr. Muhammad Shahrur. Let me see if I can find him. But I think it's easier if I search for him. Muhammad. Sorry, I have to. My keyboard doesn't have Arabic letters, so Shahrur. Another man, 252 subscribers, 1.3 million views. Okay, 46 minutes. In the this is saying like to reinterpret Islam from like to modernize it, and everyone is hating on him. Like they hate him because he look for 500,000, 1 million, all these views on regards to how the Quran is sufficient, and they hate him. He's dead now. But guess where this guy's from? Syria.
He's dead because he was killed or just of old age?
No, he passed away from old age.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's
So he's
also
Syrian.
there's also Dr. Adnan Ibrahim, I think.
Adnan Ibrahim, but I don't know if he's okay. He technically, yeah. So
I mean, he does quote Hadith, but he puts an emphasis on putting the Quran first. That's what I've
Yes,
noticed,
exactly.
like from translated
And
videos of his sermons.
and you'll see a lot of them like they tend to be Quran centric, but they don't come with like the crazy hadith or tell you that like it's normal in the way they approach things. And then you have like this guy called Muhammad from God. He does it in English, and guess where he's from?
Are you also from Syria?
I'm Syrian.
Incredible.
There's three groups that are really big into this: the Turks, the Syrians, the Saudis.
Oh yeah,
And
well,
you-
Saudis really?
Actually, no. Actually, this GCC in general. You have people from Kuwait. You have people from Qatar, Doha, I think, and then you have the people in Saudi Arabia. And the Mustafa Kayali guy, he has a whole office in Dubai doing this, the Emirates.
Okay, that's interesting. I'm not surprised that the Turks are on board with it because they're very against Arabization and
Arabism,
Salafism or Wahhabism just Arabizes people, and I
Mhm.
see it very often with converts. Being a convert myself,
Yes, change your name and start wearing the desert clothes in Poland and walk around. Start to use Arabic language. You don't say my love. You say Habibi, and you don't
Yeah,
say
yeah.
my brother. Aki.
Yeah, it's actually it's not as
you don't-
prevalent here. The Arabization, thankfully, because most Muslims that are here are from former Soviet Union, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan. So that's the difference. But some people have asked me if I have if I have a Muslim name, right?
Pao is a Muslim name. Let's see what it means. Pao.
No, it's actually a Roman origin.
Small, little, humble.
Yeah, that's
There you go. Yeah, but that's a Muslim name. It's nothing wrong with it.
Well,
I'm not saying in Arabic. You're talking about Arabic name.
Yeah, that's what that's what I'm trying to say. They say Muslim as in Arabic name.
Arabic. Yeah. No.
So sorry, it's very late here. I'm tired.
Me too.
But yeah, fortunately, Arabization of converts or Arabization of Muslims in general is not very prevalent here. It is here. I can see it. But thankfully, it's not as bad as in the so-called West, like the UK or the States, or I assume Germany as well.
Right. Depends. Like there's a lot of people coming from all over the world and they're putting their interpretation. This is actually what hurt Islam a lot. It hurt our process a lot, but it's not going to stop us. Is this fundamentalism they're pushing? They're pushing Yeah, so they're pushing their narratives into, and they Arabize the words. So they, for example, they would say Allah and they Romanized it. They said Muslim and they Romanized it. But if they started out in the get-go when they were going to these foreign lands to say that, oh, I believe in God and I've submitted my will to God. Now, an English speaker, he has no more questions. Yeah, I believe there's a God and he submitted his will to a God. He's a good person. But if I go to a person and go, hey, I believe in Allah and I am Muslim, the English guy goes, I don't know what you just said. So now they became Roman words, which people started to say, those people worship Allah and I worship God. You just literally said the same thing twice.
Yeah, that's what people here in Poland think of Muslims, that they worship Allah. It's they worship some different thing.
Deeds. Yeah, but Allah literally means the God.
Yes, if actually I have a translation of the Quran in Polish, and fortunately the one that I have doesn't change. I mean, it translates Allah into God, fortunately. So there's no barrier here, if you know what I mean.
Right.
The translation was let's say domesticated. That's how you would call it.
Yeah, I just saw exactly. These people are domesticating people with their ideologies. But I saw somebody asked Felix a question and he answered. And yes, so it is very difficult when you have an approach with music labels and whatnot. You can't. The music industry is a dirty business. I'm not anywhere near to where our good brother here is. But yeah, he does have a song. 9 million views with La ilaha illallah. And do you know how difficult that is in the music industry to talk about God directly in your music? Like, it's one of the biggest taboos. You don't talk about the book. They'll tell you straight up, especially in the West. They will say to you, do not talk about the book. They'll say it in those words. So I don't know how it is, but I believe he's his own record label, subhanAllah.
I have to check out Felix. Fortunately, I do speak German, so I can watch his videos without a problem.
Yeah, no, his music is good. I don't know most of what he's saying, but he's definitely gangsters.
Yeah, I'll definitely check out his videos. Inshallah.
God bless. All right, bro. I do have to move
There's
on.
just one more thing I wanted to say. It's not a question. I just
let me. Sorry, go ahead. You go ahead with your question. I'm going to take the opportunity and chill myself a little bit.
I just wanted to say one thing. I really hope that you can reach out to Sneeko somehow, because he is misguided by those people. I think he's a good person at heart, but he's very lost in life. He's been lost in life for a long time and he's trying to find his way. And I hope you can have the opportunity to lead him on the straight path.
I believe it will happen if God allows it to happen. I know we were very close to having it happen. I was in Mecca when he was in Mecca. I was waiting for his stream to come on and I was ready to jump in a car and go find him. But unfortunately, he ended up going to Medina for his next stream, and that was a 4-hour drive. So I can't guarantee it. But what will occur, God willing, is he himself will come to certain conclusions because he's almost there. And then if I am able to see him and talk to him, yes. But God willing, he can be a very good engine to our movement.
Yeah, God willing.
Yeah.
But it might be difficult for him, losing all his Muslim viewers that he gained through his conversion.
He knows this. That's why he doesn't talk about it.
Yeah.
So just like, do you know another person who is doubting Hadith but will never say it, and he doesn't talk about it other than very little? This guy, and I've had a little bit of interactions with him, but he's like, yeah, I would like to talk to you, but he knows that if he brings me on, it would hurt his channel. It's this gentleman right here. Share this tab and put it right here. Bobby's perspective.
Oh yeah, I wanted to guess Bobby.
Yeah, he said some stuff, and he goes, it's hard for me to accept it after accepting the message of the Quran. But he talked to Uthman. He realizes the pushback he gets on his channel. He's like, man, you know what? If these guys are giving me money, give me the money.
Yeah,
but of course, I'm not saying that he's doing it just for the money, but he does not want to lose the opportunity that he has where he's doing some some benefits, and he's giving his perspective. He doesn't want to get into that battle. Like you saw when Draven from Draven is here. When he got into that battle, they turned on him very quickly, and they started to ostracize him and say all these dumb things.
Who is that? I don't know that person.
This gentleman. He was on.
Oh, him. Yeah.
Yeah, Draven. Yeah, and look, he only had 52,000 subscribers, and they turned on him as quick as possible, just because he said Hadith is garbage.
Yeah, as soon as you push back against the mainstream narrative, you're gonna get ostracized, criticized, and insulted.
I said that wrong, but yeah. All right, brother.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity.
Nice meeting you. Yeah.
Yep. Inshallah, we get to talk again some other day.
Inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. I am, as I said, I'm going to self-promote myself in front of Mr. Bloom. It would be nice to get. I don't need I don't want records or any of this. I don't want that at all. But I just want his feedback. If he'd be like you can even say it's garbage. I don't care. Just tell me what you think. I would appreciate your feedback if you're still listening. Again, I'm not looking for any opportunity or anything, especially with music. It's not what I'm trying to pursue. But I would appreciate your feedback, bro. I just wanted to know how you would think, because obviously you know what you're doing. 1 second. Let me just put this up here. Thanks, pal. Peace, bro.
Peace.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. I want to see if my good brother... You can just close the video if you don't like it.
Mystical decibel, warning you of an undetectable spectacle, and the most dependable, manifesting the physical and undeniable lyrical signal. Typical responses of a cynical mental, of a radical individual at the pinnacle of criminal. A classical case of doubt despite the empirical, logical evidence of the infallible. Picture an insatiable taste of unattainable capital by an emotional, destructible, corruptible imbecile. A whimsical, pitiable animal versus an indivisible biblical figure with principles. A morale of the best rationale available, up against the delusional, despicable cannibal. And now you could call me allegorical, but tell me which side of this example's for you relatable.
I will not stop.
That I won't.
It ain't that I won't. I've got to climb. No rest right now. I will stick to the plan and reach the promised land. Oh, I will not stop. No rest right now.
Your comical denial of the resurrectable is resultable in a pitiful, unlivable mind. Unstable, emotionally unavailable. Wanna shut me up, better step back, you need a rewind. Your diabolical, habitual, daily ritual of a pessimistic, negative outlook is breakable, conditional, just like your choice of an instrumental or relational based on a fixation to God. Heaven starts inside with the peace of the mind. Another man telling you you're working wrong, but you wanna keep pushing along with your dark thoughts that are not compatible with the God. Now a theistical response from intelligence is to put this digital deliverable to the test. Here's the evidence for what the meaning of your existence is. It's self-control. Now just listen and do what you're told.
I will not stop.
That I won't.
It ain't that I won't. I've got to climb. No rest right now. I will stick to the plan and reach the promised land. Oh, I will not stop. No rest right now. I will not stop.
Not up until my last breath. Come on.
I've got to climb. No rest right now. I will
Come on, gotta put the work in, baby. Yeah, that we will. That we will.
will not stop.
No rest
So that was me and a lady from Toronto, Montreal. Her name is Mary D. I'll rest right now. It was a fun track. Voice is not altered, by the way. So, all right, Ahmed. What's up, brother?
Hello.
Ahmed Hajar. Hey, man, how you doing?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. How about you?
I'm doing all right.
All right. My question is, I'm in no way shape or form like a believer of Rashad Khalifa being a prophet or anybody whoever he claims. But you said God protects the prophets from not dying. Is that correct?
No, God protects his messengers.
The messengers from not dying.
Not from dying, from the evil people who want to kill him when he's delivering the message. That's called Sunnat Allah.
Okay, then I think I misunderstood you because I want you to look at Surah Al-Baqarah 61.
That's the children of Israel killing the messengers and the prophets, not the evil people. Pharaoh cannot kill Moses, but the children of Israel would have been able to kill Aaron or Moses if God allowed it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So for example, so if Rashad Khalifa was going to the Arabs and warning the Arabs, then the Arabs would not have been able to kill him until they get decimated. If the Arabs sent a hitman, he would have gotten away.
Yeah, all right. And then there's another verse that I want to I want to Baqarah verse 87 as well.
Baqarah, the Great Quran, 87.
Yeah.
287. ذلك بأنكم.
There's the last part that says rejecting some and killing others. That is
Right, again, but that's the children of Israel, brother. That's not this is not in regards to Sunnat Allah. So sure, this stuff wasn't coming up. There we go. So this is not regards to what is considered as Sunnat Allah, the tradition of God. This is the children of Israel who already know the message. They know what's going on. So they when they kill it, it's just because they killed them without the rights. But there is a right. Even a prophet can be put to death because God says that they're killing the prophets without a right. So if the prophet, when the prophets had an issue, and they say they went against somebody and killed them, and they weren't allowed to kill them, those people were technically allowed to be put to death.
so, all right.
But here it's about children of Israel. It's not about the wrongdoers that God is warning them. You have in Surah Al-Poets, Shu'ara, where God lists you many messengers, where their people either wanted to exile them or kill them. And God rescues the messenger and those who believed, and he destroys the evildoers. This did not happen with Rashad. If a messenger comes now, he would have to warn the elites. The elites would reject him. They would try to kill him or exile him. God will rescue him and the believers, and then he will remove the evildoers. That's what it is.
All right, bro. Thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify some things because you had the thing. I don't know what it's called. The debate with the Rashid guy. I don't know.
Yeah, Naveed. Yes.
Yeah. So I wanted to thank you, and indeed, I love your voice. I always look back at your videos to listen to your voice.
God bless you, Ahmed.
I just want to say
Thank you,
God
bro.
bless you, and
Nice to meet you.
Allah protects you from the evil people. And thank you for making us more knowledgeable of Islam and not culture.
It's all from God, and may God forgive you here and bring you in His mercy in the hereafter. May He increase you in this world and the hereafter. May God forgive you for anything that is against you on the day of judgment. May He increase you so that you are happy and smiling with a light shining from you on the day of judgment. See your Lord with glee and gladness. Thank you, brother, for your kind words.
I mean, and hopefully that is to all who loves Allah truly. I was a Sunni. I am still a Sunni. I still practice the Sunni thing. I'm new to the Quran. My language is not Arabic. I'm Kurdish. So I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to be like you and spread the truth. And when I look at Sunni, when I look at Sunni, it isn't right. Like there's stuff that doesn't fit right. It contradicts the Quran. It says Muhammad forgot verses which Quran says that you will not forget. So that's why I had to step back and listen to you, because at first when I saw you, I hated you. I'll be honest. I said, "Now this is guy is attacking Islam." But as I listened to you, I recognized that no, you are actually speaking the truth and not afraid of majority people hating you. And I respect that, and I want to be like you.
God bless you, man. Yeah, the Quran is the truth. They said that our prophet got possessed when God says that you're not possessed. They said that people were teaching him the Quran when the prophet already knew the Quran better than anybody. That he would, as you said, forget things. He was unfair. He was killing people unjustly, marrying children. This is all not from the characteristics of a man. If I did that and I'm a nobody, nobody would listen to me. Now imagine a prophet of God doing those things. Nobody would listen to him. Nobody would have taken him seriously. That's what they were trying to do, insult him as they insulted the prophets before him.
Yeah, bro, thank you so much for listening. I had some more questions, but I can see that you're tired. I hopefully next Friday I can see you again. Thank you very
God
much for
bless you.
talking to me. And
God bless you.
God bless you.
God bless you. Cool.
How do I leave? Or do you kick me, or how do I leave?
I think, well, I'll just remove you from the stage, but usually you close. I'll just remove you from the stage. Not a problem. Now, my good brother, I appreciate it. Thank you very much, man. God bless you, and may God increase you. May God use you as a force against all those evil people. Let your music spread in the places all over the world for people to understand how God chooses the king, and God chooses the kings that represent certain entities and certain industries. And it's not for them to call themselves gods or act like gods when the God is the one who's giving them the opportunity. May God spread your message all over the world for people to come closer to the message of God, and for you to be a catalyst in the movement that we're trying to produce. May God increase you in this world and the hereafter. May He multiply everything that you're doing so that you as well go to your Lord, and hopefully we meet each other, hopefully in the world, but also in the hereafter, and see ourselves in heaven with a gleam, with happiness, with all our families, all the close ones, all the people we've missed, all the people we've lost along the way. We just live forever, where we can go and hopefully watch a few concerts of yours in heaven under the grace of God. So I really appreciate it, man, and thank you very much. It means a lot coming from you. God bless you, bro. Thank you, Felix. All right. Abdul Patruni. You sound like Chewbacca. You sound like an alien. Your mic sounds terrible. I have no idea what you're saying, bro. You should rewind a little bit in YouTube and see how you
طيب السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. Is that better?
Oh, yeah, it's much better. Walaikum salam.
All right, how are you, my brother?
Good. You had a voice changer on, you know?
No, I had these shock headpieces on. They're like not the. I'll show you it.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. So, basically, I have a lot of respect for what you're doing. May Allah reward you. You've inshallah. May Allah sabbatkum bi-iznillah. You Shaiba, inshallah. Brother, I've got a couple of questions because I'm doing inshallah the book of
bro, your voice
Melbourne,
is cutting
Australia.
out. I mean, you live in Melbourne, Australia is all I heard from what you were saying. You said you were going to do something and then it cut off.
Is that better, brother?
Now I'm hearing you. I wasn't able to hear you. Now I can hear you.
Oh yeah, because So basically, what I was saying is, I'm from Australia, Melbourne, Australia, and I'm giving da'wah to my family firstly. I'm trying to give da'wah to my family, as in spread the truth, inshallah. And I'm struggling a little bit, obviously, as you would with a Sunni family. I'm Lebanese background, born in Australia. SubhanAllah. So basically, a couple of questions. So, اليوم أكملت لكم دينكم وأتممت. Okay, that verse in the Quran. Was that revealed to Ibrahim alayhi salam?
No.
It was revealed to the.
Oh no. Yes. Okay,
Allah
so
must have said it to Ibrahim because it was Islam he was the first of the Muslimin, yeah?
He was called the first Muslim, but this verse has been applied many times because God is talking about the prophet and the people around the prophet. Because God says in a different verse, "Al-Islam dinakum allati irtadahu minkum." So it's like the Islam that He accepted from you. So there's many ways of submitting to God, which is still submission, but the style of submission can be different. So God gave us Sharia, a school of thought or a legislation that is different than what came before, but it still leads to the exact same conclusion. So this is how He fulfilled the religion again for us.
Okay, so regarding that same question, so that specific day that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said those words, the day that got revealed to, I know the Quran was was complete before this world even existed, but on that specific day that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said that revelation, if that was that the last verse in the Quran, like this leads to my second question as well, but what was that the last verse in the Quran, or did it come down when it came down, and then after that, if the deen was complete, how come there was the next ayah exactly, there's a hukam in the next ayah?
That's what, okay, so you are right. There's hukam in the next ayah because I think this is the one that was revealed at the last in the hukum, ahkam, right? Because, okay, let me clarify. So the hukams, what God is saying as a deen, which you're in debt to, the word deen, is things that are forbidden. This is what, because everything is by default allowed. Everything is by default allowed. And God is telling you what's forbidden. So here God is telling you exactly what's forbidden in consumption. So He detailed to you in details which type of animals that when they're died that are not capable of being ate. And He added one where it's like if a fox or a wolf ate from it, you can technically eat from it if you purify some of it. This is where now, because religion is truly your way, connection to God, which is completely outlined in the Quran, throughout the whole Quran, and then consumption, what you can have and what you cannot have. That's truly what religion is. I can't consume somebody's wife.
Okay, so just so we're on the same exact page, like what I'm trying to say is that if the next verse there was some type of ruling in the next verse, is there a full stop at that ayah that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, today I have completed this religion? Okay, so is that full stop? Does that mean, or do we have to take the Quran as a whole, even if the next verse has a hukam in it? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, because I don't know how the revelation started, but even in the next verses where God is talking about those hikams, these are clarifications to things that were already permissible.
Okay. That's just clarifying something that's already a hukam. That's what you're saying.
Yes, but something that's already been approved. So
it's
like
new.
even if
It's new.
It's nothing that is sitting there forbidding of things.
Okay.
These are things that were already known. But this verse there was the final addition to the story. And then there was clarifications that came later, but they're not adding anymore. There's nothing being added to the forbidden list.
Okay, I understand. I completely understand that. And the next question that leads to this is the Quran. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us He nazzal the Quran, I don't know if it's hadith or not, but I disregard all hadith, but knowledge in my head that I don't know if it's an ayah in the Quran, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says the Quran came to the first heaven or something like that in the complete form of the book.
That's not in the Quran.
So it must be hadith. So
the revelation of the Quran, it came down from Lawh al-Mahfuz to the first heaven, and then it was revealed to us verse by verse like that.
This there's no truth to that, because God says in the Quran,
the Sunni thing, yeah.
Yeah, this is Sunni thing. Because in chapter 25, people say, وَلَوْلَا نُزِلَ عَلَيْهِ الْقُرْآنُ جُمْلَةً وَاحِدَةً. And why wasn't the Quran revealed to him as a single statement? كَذَلِكَ لِنُثَبِّتْ بِهِ فُؤَادِكَ وَرَتَّلْنَاهُ تَرْتِيلًا. And that is so that we can like solidify your entity, and we have like رَتَّلْنَاهُ تَرْتِيلًا. We made it into cadences, if you want, almost like a recital, or the other point is for you to like, it connects all over the place. So there's two ways of understanding that. But here the point is like, God is saying that there's a reason why we did not give it to you in one go, right? And two, you have the verse, it's just slipped from my mind. وَإِذَا أُنزِلَ سُورَةٌ وَذُكِرَ فِيهَا الْقِتَالِ. And if we brought down a surah, a chapter, and fighting was prescribed to them, they look at you, their eyes are turning from the fear of death. So God is revealing surahs, and God is revealing ayahs. It's not, the whole book was not prepared yet. This is just nonsense that they're saying. Because they have a concept where the Quran was not created, but God created the Quran. There is to them the Quran is eternal, which is not true. Only God is eternal.
Okay, so the Quran was what when it was revealed, that's when it got created, the word of God.
Right, because God says بِأَيْدِي كِرَامٍ بَرَرَ بِأَيْدِي سَفَرَ كِرَامٍ بَرَرَ. Sorry, عبس وتولى أن جاء كلا إنها تذكرة لمن شاء ذكر في صحف مكرمة بأيدي سفرة. So in sheets that are purified in the hands of travelers, which are the angels right now. So it's multiple angels carrying multiple pages. So they come and go.
Okay.
No, the whole this stuff they can't prove, but I'm telling you what the Quran states.
Okay, so the order of the verses of the surah that the Quran came down in is it came down in the order that we've got it?
No, we don't know the order, and it's not relevant for your guidance.
I'm with you, but my heart tells me, because I believe my heart is with Allah, and I believe that it's the order we have it today is the order that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allowed it to be preserved in whatever way He chose to preserve it.
I agree.
And I believe it's in that exact way. And it must have, Allahu Alam, whether it came down Fatiha first and the last surah is the last surah. And even the names of the surah, my heart tells me that they were named, that the table of context was named by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, whatever the way it was revealed. So Allahu Alam. But
I don't agree there, because even when you're reading the content of the Quran, it shows that some things are talking about incidents that are listed later. So it is jumping from an event to an event, where it shows that it was not preserved chronologically. But I do believe that the way that it was compiled, yes, there was divine intervention there.
Because the Sunnis would say Makki, Madani, this, that, but they obviously get that from the Hadith, and do we disregard all of that?
We don't need it. This is not why God sent the book.
Okay. Just there's a verse in the Quran, I don't know exactly what it is, but the verse states something, speaks about Ibrahim alayhi salam, and then it says his father, and then it says I understood it that his father's name was Ezra.
Ezra, well, yeah, it is true.
That's how I understood it. I read it, and then because me and my mum read Quran daily. She's a hafiza and she does tajweed and whatever. But I speak to my mum an hour a day, alhamdulillah, on the phone, and we talk. And every time I come to something, we talk. And then she brings out her Ibn Baz's and this and that. And then when I go to her, when she goes, Ibn Baz said that Azra isn't talking about. I go, Mum. We were both reading Arabic. I asked you, Mum, anti kif fahmtiya? You fahmted that it was Ibrahim's father, and I fahmed that it was Ibrahim's father. I go, subhanallah, and then then you had to go look at your internet and your Islam Q&A and this and that, and then you come back to me and you said, Ibn Baz said. I go, Mum, I'm your son. Don't you trust, I'm 41 years old, don't you trust me as your son? She goes, of course. I go, Ibn Baz, do you even know who Ibn Baz is? I go, he's giving you his opinion. Why don't you take my opinion? Anyway, but so Ezra's definitely his father, yeah?
Yes, that's that. It literally, the Arabic is very clear there.
No brainer, yeah.
Yes, exactly. So So it's the way that Arabic is presenting itself. There's absolutely no way other than it for it to be the name of the person. So you're talking about 674. So
I don't know.
here,
I was reading it with my mum and we came to a full stop. You know what I mean? SubhanAllah. And the last thing.
be careful with that. Listen, don't let the religion and what God is guiding you be a force for you to fight with your mother. Because
No.
she's at an age where she's so convinced in what she knows, it's very difficult for her to change. But don't make it a reason for you to keep. Because man, I'm telling you, like, yeah, I have the same issue with my parents. Like they read it and they understand what I'm saying, but they just think that I'm very off the chain. You know what I mean? But I learned to not argue with them. Just let them be. وَلَا تَقُلْ لَهُمَا أُفْ. Like, don't say uff and don't argue with them. And also صاحبهم في الدنيا معروفة. And just like befriend them, not as a friend, but like accompany them in your life as a favor.
Yeah. See, subhanAllah, when I'm talking to my mom about the deen, about the religion, she plays the mother card. She starts raising her voice. And if you're having a conversation with a stranger and they start raising their voice, so you raise your voice.
Don't do that, bro. I'm telling you.
Raise your voice at me and expect me not to raise my voice louder than yours because we're in a dialogue here, mum. A dialogue. So, and anyway, subhanAllah, but we're very good. Every day we make up and I kiss her hand and I ask her for forgiveness every day. And we understand each other. But alhamdulillah, it's just too hard for her to accept that ma'uli, my son, is going to, subhanAllah, Allah's going to guide my son and 1 billion Muslims are misguided. I go, mum, 4 billion Christians are misguided. Anyway, the last thing I want to get into is, as a Muslim, I believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I ashhad in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is Allah. And I am in all the prophets and all the angels. And I believe in the day of judgment. And I believe heaven and hell will be created when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says he's going to create them. Or after. And I believe qadar in that. But I disregard to the extent the existence of, I believe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said the Prophet had wives, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but the Prophet had wives and he had a companion and they went to war and this, that and the other. But everything else is actors in Bab al-Hura. You know that Mumsalsal Bab al-Hura? Because if they can change the word of God, if they can rewrite the Bible, which is the word of God, who's to say they didn't rewrite history, which doesn't change my religion, but I completely disregard the existence of Ali, the existence of Fatima, the existence of Abu Bakr. I don't even believe the Prophet ﷺ's grave is where it is. To that extent, like everything.
Bro, listen. This is called hyper skepticism. This is yeah. I like how you hit me with the Bab al-Hara, but this is hyper skepticism. I would be careful. That's all. You don't need to get into those details.
What I'm saying is, listen, I'm just a very, very passionate person. What I'm saying is,
I can see that.
I'm a very deep thinker. Like I analyze I don't have much friends because they can't get away with lying because I remember everything they've lied about and then I confront them. And anyway, I've got a very weird brain, which is good, alhamdulillah. What I'm saying is, I personally believe that if I'm going to believe history, then I might as well believe hadith.
No one's saying that you have to believe history, but you don't need to sit and be critical of it. In regards to critical is to give an interpretation. So that's what I'm trying to say. So it's like I personally believe that the Prophet is buried where the Prophet is buried because there was way too many hands and way too many observers and way too many witnesses for them to be able to alter that. But to alter a narration where only 4 or 5 people are witnessing, sure. But to change where a whole city is, these are where you're going way too far. And this is
the whole city is where it is and everything is what it is. What I'm saying is, if you خدني على عقلي, as the liberals would say.
That the people who lied about Hadith can lie about history as well. I get this.
What I'm saying is, if you deleted for a second, just let's say they exist, but their existence means nothing. But if you were able to delete Ali and Fatima and Aisha and Abu Bakr and Umar, right? From existence, and anything about them doesn't exist, because at one stage you're going to blind follow history to believe that they existed. No problem, whether they existed or not.
No. There's not just history that proves their existence.
saying is, if you got rid of these characters that mean nothing to us 1,400 years later.
No, but it doesn't look, bro. That's not how the religion works. So those people have their deeds, and we have our deeds. Omar bin Khattab did exist. Abu Bakr did exist. Ali did exist. Muawiyah did exist because of the sheer amounts of reports, not only from their own people, but from their enemies. So even their enemies talked about them existing. Omar bin Khattab has been talked about by the Romans. You know, Abu Bakr has been talked about certain people from which is modern day Iraq. So there's narrations about these people's existence and their expansion, which it is extremely clear from what was left behind. To say that all of this is manipulated and all of this is just additions, if it's coming from one source, you have a foot to stand on. But why is the Chinese having reports of certain people that were being reported about in the land of Arabia? And this is after the Prophet. At this point, it's no longer hadith and religion. It's about what these people accomplished. I don't take away from what Abu Bakr accomplished from what they've written. I don't take away from what Omar, Ali, and Uthman, what they've accomplished in the expansion of the message of God. Whatever good they did, they will find with their Lord. Whatever incidents that they did, they will stand in front of their Lord for it. But for me to sit here and deny their accomplishments in history, that wouldn't be fair.
I understand.
So I don't take my religion from them, and if they helped in the vehicle of helping with the Quran's propagation, I'm doing that now. But I will get my benefit. But God was free of me. God is free of all these characters. But because they did jihad, because they strived, because they actually like if you actually read the basis of what they were doing, they were not compiling hadith. They were not teaching the hadith, Bukhari, and the narrations, this guy. They would say the basic of what they wanted, and they gave the Quran. And when they judged, you see them judging with the Quran more often than quoting these weird hadiths that when they are saying that they were using hadith, there's conflicting reports. But when the Quran was being used, they were coming up with sound judgments. Like Omar bin Khattab, you can't argue that he didn't exist or that he was a criminal. Even it's very difficult to argue that, even by the narrations of his enemies. But that's not what my religion is. This is just basic history. I don't need to read into this stuff, nor do I need to know Omar bin Khattab, who he is, nor do I need to go research his. Exactly as God says in the Quran, and تِلْكَ أُمَّةً قَدْ خَلَتْ. That is a nation that has been taken away. They have what they earned, and you have what you earned. This was said about Abraham, and this applies to the Rushada al-Khalifin al-Khulafa al-Rashidin because they're no longer here.
So if somebody came to you now, someone that knew nothing about Islam, and they asked you, "What do I need to do to believe in to become a believer?" and that.
Submit to the Lord that created this world in front of you. Submit to His will. He gave you this programming that's inside you, that's innate for you to be a good person. And God is clarifying to you how to be a good person with this amazing book. It's teaching you a way of thinking that you need to close. And this book as well is addressing the other big religions that you hear in the world, whether it's Judaism, Christianity, Sunnism, and its derivatives. This book here, it helps you with this understanding. That's all I would say to the person. But even
perfect.
if they didn't want to take the book, I would still ask them the same question the Quran asks them, and they tend to agree.
Let's say, assume that person took your advice and went to an island and lived in that island, right? And took the Quran with him and the translation of Abu Shu'aibah, and went to this island and started a new generation in that. Okay, this person knows nothing about any of the companions or any of their existence.
He can get guided. It's enough for guidance.
It's enough for him what you've given him now, yeah?
Right. Yeah. Just to give him the book. But
I'm not taking away from them. What I'm saying is, this person doesn't need to know even the names of these people. All you said before. Yeah. And as a believer, like imagine a Christian comes up to you and says, "Okay, I want to become a Muslim." The Sunnis tell him, "Okay, you got to say Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah." But then you got to say you also have to say, because if you don't believe in these characters, then that means you don't believe the revelation of the Quran, because That's how.
No. But there's difference between believing in something and following something. I believe that the gospel is from God. I believe that the Torah is from God, but I don't follow them. I follow the Quran. I believe Omar existed. I believe Uthman existed. I believe Ahmed existed, which is the name of Abu Bakr, anyways. And it does not mean now I need to take religious guidance from them, however dominant they were. That's all. But I don't need to introduce them to people.
Like that went on the gave him the Quran. Would you have told him about these characters or not?
No.
So that wouldn't have been a part of your da'wah.
No, never. I never sit here and tell people about the Sahaba. The reason why I had to.
You don't need to mention any of these characters. That's what. That's the page I want to. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Correct. No, when Abu Bakr Siddiq or Abdullah. That's what.
My approach was wrong, but that's what my question is. Do you?
I made a mistake, by the way. As his name is Abdullah, his not name is Ahmed.
Allah be so we don't need to mention these characters whatsoever.
Where do you see me mentioning them? I don't mention them. The only time I have to bring them up is when Sunnis bring them up, so I have to debate them with their own books. I don't sit in.
I was a hectic Salafi, man. Like I was hectic, and you know, subhanallah, alhamdulillah, may Allah guide them to the truth, biiznillah, and away from the shirk that they're on. And the other question, I got, yeah. So let's say,
I have to. It's been close to 6 hours. I need to.
My grandmother, let's say she prayed all her life, this and that, and she was just ignorant and followed the mushrik way and didn't know any better. What's the case of her on the Day of Judgment? Like I know, is she going to be? Nah.
It's between her and God. This is if she's a good person, then she's a good person.
Is it like, you know what I mean? Because I was ignorant. I was an ignorant Sunni for how long? And alhamdulillah, Allah opened up my heart now.
Brother, God judges people based upon their abilities and their lifestyles and their experiences. You can't sit here and say that this person's going to hell or this person's going to heaven. This is not for you.
I'm with you. So if a Sunni has been brainwashed all his life and didn't get exposed to the truth,
God is telling you about Jews and Christians who did good and who acted righteous and thought about God in the last days, and they did righteous. They have their reward with God. Those people are going to heaven. So not every Sunni is going to hell. That's actually blasphemous to say. You can't say every Shia is going to hell or every Sunni is going to hell. That's blasphemous.
No. May Allah reward you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
God bless you.
May Allah reward you very much. May Allah reward you. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the stream. Thank you very much. There was I can do that in private, but I just realized you guys can see my noggin. Enough with the noggins. David Noggins. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, as I eat my stale pizza, thank you very much for joining. I like taking questions because I don't struggle when they come, because the Quran answers all questions. It truly does. It gives you a mentality that even when it goes outside of the Quran, like now we're talking history, I just think about how it's going to be viewed on the Day of Judgment when it comes to me in front of God. So if God asked me that question, if this person asked me, what would I answer? I would have to be as honest as I can. And when I don't know, I don't know. But I realize that the Quran is giving me a mentality that answers these questions. I don't need to be hypercritical about these individuals that were the companions of the Prophet. Existed, didn't exist. I'm going to assume, because of what I saw, that they existed and their deeds have been multiplied even. I can assume that because of what I've seen and what people wrote and stuff. But is this my religious guidance? Absolutely not. Do I have to prove it? No, I don't have to prove it because I'm not making that claim. If I'm being asked, I'm going to give you my honest opinion at this point. But this is not religion. Do I need Abu Bakr, Uthman, Ali? I'm going to start calling them by his name because God told us to call them by their names. Do I need to have Abdullah, Umar, Uthman, or Ali? No. Are they important for my guidance? Nope. Do I need to know who Prophet Muhammad is? Yep. By what information? Well, God told me. That's all I'm going to ask. So, thank you, Nishu Rahman. I appreciate your support. God bless you. Thank you very much. And there's this gentleman here. This is Onsero Don Task. What are your thoughts on Quran 64 and people saying it's about child marriage? So the word that's used in that verse is nisa, earlier in the stream, there's a man that came. His name is ex-Muslim. He brought that verse up, and I explained it to them. So I appreciate everybody that came and helped. I am extremely tired. Najas is what when you go into the bathroom, and then after, well, it's not najas at that point, but it's a little bit after sex. These are the times when you do need to. But najas, it's also used in the Quran, I believe, into a certain group of people, which says that they're gross. But Ali, I apologize. It has to be a later time. I do need to go. I've hit 6 hours. So God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you for all those who donated. God bless you. Felix, man. May God increase you. I appreciate it, man. A lot of this is actually going to the orphanage and the things that I want to accomplish as well. So it's going to the mission of God. Abu Sulaiman, Shiruluni, Mr. Conspiracy Theorist, God bless you. Salim, Abdul Rahman, Seeker, despite you, thanks for the money, despite you not accepting. I don't know why you would donate. But at the end of the day, it's going to go for positivity. I apologize. I didn't answer you earlier, Yunusero and Nishu Rahman. And thank you as well for all the individuals here. Okay, it's about filth. Not just it's filth. That's what it is. Thank you, Zen. God bless you, my good brother. And everyone else that was in the group who's joining and saying their parts. Propagator, it's nice to see you guys. Ali, thanks to the moderators. JS, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, listen, man. I mean, it's very easy to be a backseat driver, but you also have to appreciate the man and what he's doing. So let's save for the advice. But don't worry, man. Time will tell. Time will tell. Thank you for the Sunnis that want to come as well. I think you're a Sunni. I don't know. I don't want to make an assumption, but I appreciate you also saying some of the truth that you did say. I saw some of the stuff. Hello, Suhaid. Cool. All right. Appreciate it. Sister Yateem. God bless you. Thank you very much, sis, for everything you do. And obviously, God is with us. Hilal. Man, I love seeing the same names. I also want to shout out to my brother Mehdi, my brother Joseph, and all. There's so many to shout out. Thank you very much. God bless you. I hope the sermon is what's important. Answering the questions, us hanging out and being brothers and sisters. I gotta go so I can actually finish the prayer. So God bless you guys. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. God bless you. Peace, and we'll see you next week, inshallah. No, stay. Hold on. I was gonna click the wrong button. That's not.